They feel like, I know it's kind of hard to talk about what you don't know, but if there's anything that, John's gone over so far that you're just like, you know what, the only thing I can say about that is I don't get it, then say it, because all that means is that we need to get better at explaining it. You know, if you don't understand a question, then that's a failing on our part, and I don't want anybody to feel like, they blew right through that and I didn't know what they were saying. Like, I'll figure it out later. Like, we can use this time to, uh, you know, whatever. If we're not helping you, then we're not helping anybody. You know what I mean? So, let's just start off nice and easy. Collect your thoughts. What time is it? Yeah. We still got a couple minutes, I'd say.
Got a minute.
Oh, okay, John. Thank you. Thanks,
Yeah,
because I'm not really that good at reading digital clocks.
1 minute.
Oh, 1 minute. Yeah. You can tell the difference between someone who's an engineer and someone who isn't. Oh, Susan, we have 1 minute exactly.
That's my coffee.
How do you know? My coffee is the better coffee. There you go. All right. Yeah, Jack, you have to be quiet. Like I was just saying to John that one of the things I'm never going to understand really is how electricity is actually like made. Like how do you make it, or more importantly, why do you have to make it? Like why are there all these power stations all over? Why isn't there just one power station? Why don't you just like why do we have to keep making electricity? And some of these concepts are just so, man, they're like, they almost seem like it's magic. So it's always going to be stuff that you have to sort of refresh and review and think about it, because it's, I don't know. And before I got into solar, I never thought about electricity once, not once, but then when you start thinking about it, you're like, wow, that's really something.
All right. Welcome back, everyone. We are going to start today by going over the quiz. And then we're going to start looking at some construction videos. We can't do a simulation inside the classroom of an array construction.
Everybody's email to everybody.
Well, okay.
Sorry. Don't email each other crazy things just because of that.
Yeah. But then we're going to just, after the quiz, we're going to start watching some construction videos and explaining what's going on, so that you feel a little more comfortable on the job site when you get there.
And again, I'm going to say, when we look at these reviews, when we see the different answers, when everybody doesn't get it right, that just makes me think maybe we need to go over it again or think about it. So don't take it the wrong way if you see, like, nobody got it right. That just means that John did something wrong. And I think we should always look at it that way.
Like, I think most of y'all got what I was meaning to say here, is safety glasses rather than safety glass. So what's the primary role of safety glasses on site? So someone was telling me, not a student, someone much closer to me.
Who was that?
Was
Jack, our dog?
Yeah. Jack, the safety manager.
Jack, the solar dog,
was telling me this question was a little confusing.
No, I feel like a couple of the questions have been confusing, and this one I just don't like it because it's stupid.
So first off, yes, safety glasses, sunglasses on site, polarized sunglasses.
It's so you don't poke your eye out. I'm cutting to the chase.
So your safety glasses have a couple of roles on site.
Yeah.
They are an OSHA requirement. They do help your eyes in the sunlight, but
they do not look cool.
Yeah, when you are the thing about OSHA requirements and PPE, the thing about OSHA requirement and safety equipment is you only have to use it when there's a reason to. you don't have, just like we were talking about with your hard hats, you don't have to wear a hard hat if there's no overhead work or, elevated material that you could bump your head on. Like if you're lifting equipment, you need a hard hat. If you're working underneath an elevated surface, you need a hard hat. Same thing with safety glasses. If you're doing work that there's no possibility of something damaging your eye, then you don't need the safety glasses.
Like what? Because I think most things would damage it. Like, how do you know not
like
to
if
use
you're
it?
if you're just putting solar panels on a roof, you're not doing anything that's gonna damage or poke your eye. Although you still might want safety glasses to reduce the glare. But if you're the problem is if you're pulling cable or you move on to another task, you need them. So
Right. Okay, we get it.
it's sometimes it's better just to wear them full time because then you don't notice them. And so, while a lot of these answers are correct, the purpose, the primary.
Hold on, is the live stream up?
Yeah, the live stream should be up. So if it's not, let me know. But I just checked it and it was up.
Okay. Yeah. Okay, guys. If anybody, don't say anything if you can't see the live stream on YouTube, then let us know.
So the role of safety glasses is to protect your eyes. The role of the hard hat is to protect your head. And the kind of more advanced part of this question is, there are OSHA required PPE, and they're required when you need them, not when you don't. And sometimes that might be if you go onto a factory tour or you show up for a job interview at a factory. They might have you walk the factory floor, and you might need steel-toed shoes on the factory floor. So I don't know, when you're showing up to any kind of construction site, if you have your steel-toed shoes, that's a good thing to bring or wear with you.
Blah blah blah. Next question.
Okay, so this one we did a lot better on. When sliding a solar panel across another solar panel. So you kind of do that when you are either working by yourself when you really shouldn't, and you're trying to lay the panels by yourself onto a rack, which is a difficult job. It's much easier with two people, and you shouldn't be on a roof working on a roof by yourself to begin with. But the main area where you end up sliding panels across another is when you're unloading them off of a pallet. So you shouldn't slide panels across each other. You should get two people and have them pick up. But sometimes your foreman's gonna say you don't need to do that. You can pick them up off the pallet and lift them, and you have to be aware not to do that too fast because you're lifting and you're bending and you're reaching. You have to be aware not to do that too fast because you're lifting and you're bending. Oh, so you pulled up the YouTube.
I just want to make sure it was working, and now I'm going to put it into day 4 in case anybody can.
And so you might find yourself in a situation where you're being asked to pick a solar panel up off the top of a pallet of solar panels, and all by yourself. And based on where the pallet's positioned, you might not be able to just pick it right up off the top of the pallet. You might need to slide it a little bit closer to you to get a better grip so that you can lift it safely. When you are removing modules from a pallet, and you might be sliding the top one across the bottom ones so that you can grip it and pick it up more in a better manner. When you're doing that, you have to be aware that if you have a solar panel, that's the solar panel that's on top. Yeah, they're
a nice one.
They're rectangular.
This one we got at a discount. You can probably tell why, because it's not rectangular. There you go.
And so you're sliding the solar panel off the top of the pallet. This edge right here, this metal framed edge, it could scrape along the surface of the module glass. So what instead you'd want to do is kind of tilt the modules so that when you're sliding it, the only part of the frame that's contacting the module underneath is the frame. That you keep all the contact between...
On the long side, not the short side.
Yeah, I mean, you keep all the contact of the solar panels frame to frame, and you pick up the other part, which is a little bit easier of a lift, so that you don't have any of the metal frame scraping along this glass. Scraping the glass leaves a permanent scratch mark that's visible during an inspection. It might not impact the array performance, but it's not a good practice. So you don't always use two people, even though two people to unload the pallets, particularly the large utility scale ones, is very helpful. You should be using your PPE, but that's not, that's not the best answer to this question. What the when you're looking at these quiz questions, if there's two answers that are correct or three answers that are correct, you have to think about what is the spirit of the question.
No, you don't. You have to just ask John.
No.
Let's go into the next question.
So you have to be aware that to not scratch the module glass.
Yeah, don't scratch them. We get it. We're on it.
Okay, now this is a very important safety issue that is not well understood by many. But if you have a grid-tied electrical box, so an electrical box that's connected to the grid, it could be your electric service panel with all the breakers on it. It could be an on and off switch that the solar array is tied to, and the grid's on one side and the solar array's on the other. Well, let me pull up a picture of a common one. We'll be looking at some of these in the videos today. But, this is just a standard utility safety switch. Oh, internet.
During the day, our internet has been horrible. Which I guess is probably true for most people in the country right now, because they're all working from home. Oh, that's all right. There you go. I don't know if you ever heard of this place. It's called Home Depot. Yeah. They don't sponsor us, but you would think they did.
That didn't work out. We can just look right
Whatever,
here. So
John.
this is just a regular safety switch, and on is up and off is down. And so this might be used to disconnect the solar array from the grid. The danger is you got this knife switch disconnect, with on being up and off being down. You could get out to site and the disconnect switch is down, and the lid to the box is open, and so you can see inside the box. And inside the box,
that's really good. This is going to help them later when they review.
Well, it's a switch, and this is the handle to the switch.
Yeah.
And so the grid comes into the top, and the solar array goes into the bottom, and the switch kind of connects or disconnects the two. And so even when the switch is off and the box is open, you're still going to have energized parts from the grid side up at the top. And if you stick your hand in there and touch that metal and it's still energized, you can electrocute yourself. So that's I think one of the real safety hazards on a job site is inside the electrical box, inside the switch, where it indicates that it's off, and it might be open, and there might be an electrician working in there. To kill the power to that box, you have to use another switch that's further up the line. And so at some point you don't have that.
Because the door's open?
No, it's because the disconnect is only disconnecting in the middle of the switch. It's only disconnecting what goes into the switch and what comes out to the switch. It's not disconnecting what goes into the switch. It's only disconnecting what goes out of the switch. And so these knife switch disconnects are common.
Hold on. So Anthony says the grid is always at the top of the box?
Yeah, and the grid is always at the top of the box. So that is...
Good job, Anthony.
That is,
Say one more thing and you can sleep for the whole rest of the
you
day.
know, I've made that mistake
Just
in the
kidding.
past. I've had a disconnect switch on the side of the wall with the utility service coming in from underneath and the solar array coming in from up above. And so when we got to the actual terminals inside the block, it was like, okay, well, I'm going to land the solar array here and the grid here, and that's going to be really simple wiring. Well, in fact, I failed inspection, and it has to do with this safety reason. You know, when the disconnect switch is off, the bottom of the box then should be de-energized, and the top of the box is less accessible. You can work inside the bottom of this box fine and avoid the top of the box if you're an electrician, if you know what you're doing. The opposite, you know, if the bottom of the box is energized.
Wait, hold on. Here's my girl Norky. We should all stop whenever she talks because I like her better than everybody else. But you can add a lock to make sure no one gets electrocuted while working on the roof.
Yeah. So with
Yeah, Norky.
with the bottom of the, that's a good point. Well,
Ha ha ha!
if the bottom of the box is energized and the top of the box is de-energized, you're still, you know, standing here working on it, and you know you can't. You're going to be leaning over this live electrical lead. You know, that's dangerous. So the grid always comes into the top of the box, always. You know, that doesn't mean that the grid physically goes through the top of the box. You know, what that means is there's terminals for the grid and the load inside these switches. And regardless of where the grid comes into, the grid could come in through the bottom of the box, but inside the box, it would go up, around, and land. And if a solar array is coming through the roof and going through the top of the box, later today, we're going to talk about a special fitting for going through the top of the box. It's better not to go through the top of the box when you're outside because that's where, you know, the rain is. But let's say you go through the top of the box with your solar array inside the switch, the wires would still be connected to the bottom. The grid always goes to the top. The disconnect switch only deals with disconnecting between these two things. And so an open electrical box, particularly a knife switch disconnect, is what you're going to see. The top, when it's grid tied, is energized always. So, you know, there's a little bit of a clue in these answers. If you knew that the grid always goes to the top of the box and the load goes to the bottom of the box, then when the disconnect switch is off, the load is de-energized, the bottom of the box is de-energized. Everything inside the box, not everything is de-energized. You know, the top of the box is what's energized. The grid side is what's energized.
So what's the answer?
So the answer is the top of the box is energized.
Okay.
Even when a disconnect switch is off.
Okay.
Now, if you haven't made your grid connection yet, then the top of the box isn't connected to the grid technically.
Well, yeah.
And so it's safe to work in. And so a lot of times the grid interconnection is made last, but that's not always true. And
Be careful.
Another thing that is easy to overlook, but is very important, is these disconnect switches are lockable. You can put a lock around them and lock them shut.
Is that the lock?
Yeah, that's the lock.
That's a nice lock. Everybody like that? That's good, huh?
And so you do use a kind of a lock procedure to make sure no one gets into that switch and you know, energizes it when you're not supposed to. But you don't really deal with that with solar. I mean, you might with solar maintenance, but you deal with it more in other construction trades, like when you're building a house and the electrician's still doing the wiring work, but other trades might want to use power for their shop vacs and saws. And you know that gets complicated to manage on a solar job site. generally you're not going to have to worry about working. The only energized lines you're going to have to worry about are the solar panels themselves. And if you're working with DC optimizers or module level panel electronics, there's very little risk involved in
You know
electrical
what? I
shock.
can say this in a topical way that people will enjoy, which is if you saw that crazy show Tiger King, remember when that guy Travis was like, it's probably fine. There's no bullet in the chamber. Yeah, remember what happened to him? You use that as a life lesson to never assume anything about electricity. Okay. Look
Yeah.
how everybody got this one right. That must have meant that
In
you
fact,
were more clear.
Electricians don't just use their voltmeter to determine where electricity is. They have cheaper, purpose-built detectors that just kind of beep or light up whenever you get near electricity, that they can just stick into the box and probe around.
Right. So we all got this one right. Yay!
Right. So this is a really good one. This is a question that will show up on every OSHA exam out there. Is how many feet should a ladder stick up above the roof surface? And the answer is 3 feet. Now, the advanced students will note that if that ladder is not for like a 1 or 2 story building, but if it's for a 4 or 5 story building, then you might have to be required to stick it up more than 3 feet. Sometimes 4 feet, sometimes 5 feet. But the standard answer to this question, is going to be for a 1 or 2 story tall building, and it's going to be 3 feet.
Okay, next question.
Okay, so the next question.
John's like, I don't understand what I wrote. Okay.
I made this quiz a little fast. I need to be a little more careful with the next quiz.
He doesn't listen when I tell him.
Ladder tilt. So there are rules and regulations governing the tilt of the ladder against the wall. And so the question is, for how many feet up you go, how many feet out
all right,
do you
Tay's
need
here.
to go?
Tay, don't worry. We're just going over the quiz, and John's making it take as long as is humanly possible, so you haven't missed a thing.
Well,
safety first, always. That's right. No, this was no driving and watching your video at the same time, and I respect that decision completely.
Yeah.
So we're just blah blah blah. You didn't miss anything.
Well, if you're
except really awesome stuff, but other than that, no, we're just going over the quiz.
So the way to in the field kind of know that your ladder is tilted appropriately. If you don't have enough tilt and it's straight up and down like that, it'll start to be unstable and the ladder could fall over when you get up there.
Which you've seen in every 80s comedy movie about someone looking through someone else's window.
Well, that's true.
That's right. We could get
get a film clip. That would be nice of someone falling off a ladder.
Backward, because it's too close to the side of the building.
And so the trick here is if you're standing up and then you just reach your arm out, that is about the right ratio for that ladder tilt. If you're carrying heavy things up the ladder, even though it's not particularly OSHA compliant, you might want a little bit longer of a tilt to make that task a little bit easier.
Okay, so they know all this stuff.
Yeah.
All right, look at this. Yay!
This was actually a quiz question from yesterday, and we did much better on it today. The external conduit runs go across the rooftop. So we're going to take a look at some of those. So this morning's going to be a little bit different. We're going to be in the...
Is that all the quiz?
Yeah, that's the quiz.
Well, you should tell them what a good job they did. All right, everybody, you did a really good job, except on the questions that John didn't write very well. So don't worry about that.
So you're saying I did the worst on the quiz.
You did the worst by far of everyone on the quiz.
All right.
All right. So what are we going to talk about first?
So we're going to be... well, why don't we do the slides that we didn't get to yesterday, and then we'll watch some videos, and that will be nice.
I would like it if you mention in comments if you already know some of this stuff. We're trying to get a sense of. Oh yeah, I have a little announcement before you get started. We're trying to create a sense of. We don't want to bore you with things you already know. It's hard to gauge what the class is like. But one of the things Tony wants us to do, and we're going to do it because he's awesome, is that he wants you to send us your resume so that we can see your skills, and also, if anybody needs
And
labor or whatever, we can try and help with that. But Tony wants to see it too, and I was curious. I feel like some of this stuff you guys might already know, and so if you're like, oh, okay, no, we know that we learned that in another class or whatever, we can jam this thing along. So don't let us, tell you things you already know.
I think
But
instead
yeah,
of
so by the end of the day, everybody's going to have sent us a copy of their resume and CC Tony in on it.
I think instead of emailing us your resume, which
No,
you
Tony asked us to do that and CC him on it, so that's what we're going to do.
okay, well, I'm just saying they could also just message me it directly within Discord.
Well, it's not just about you, John, is it? It's also about Tony.
Might be.
No, it's.
Well, I don't care if you email. I'll put my email in the classroom. But I don't care if you message to me in Discord
Well,
or.
we're going to do what Tony says. Tony's the boss. And it doesn't have to look nice or be good. I'm not going to show it to anybody else. This is just something because Tony wanted us to see the qualifications. And, I was surprised that some of you have already taken a class that involves solar and that sort of thing. So we don't totally know your skill level. But anytime you feel like, yeah, I already know this, just shout it on out and we will move right along, okay?
Okay. So solar panels, when we say like a 300 watt solar panel or a 330 watt solar panel, that refers to the power level of the solar panel at a standard test condition. So the solar manufacturer doesn't know where the solar panel is going to be.
Oh, wait, can I just say one thing about resumes real fast?
Sure.
Before? I just want to say this. If you have a copy of a resume and at the top it says like objectives and you never know what to say and you go to get a job where I can earn enough money to eat food, you know what I mean? To do yourself a favor, my brother's been in HR for 20 years. Take that top line out if it has anything like objective. That's sort of a dated aspect. You really just need a single page that has your, experiences on it. That doesn't have to be, you don't want it to be long and a lot of words, but just like bing, bang, boom.
Yeah.
These are the classes I've taken. These are the places that I've worked. And that's it. If anybody ever wants to talk to you further, they can call you and ask you questions. But don't worry about having your resume perfect. But also that objective thing, I don't know if anybody still does that, but it used to be real popular. Nobody does that anymore. So, okay. So there you go. Sorry.
And make your name big. Make it stand out so they can see it.
Shut up, John. If they can read, they can see it. Don't listen to him. Okay. Anyway, back to electric basics.
Okay. So solar panels, when we talk about a 300 watt solar panel or a 330 watt solar panel, that doesn't mean that's the power that they're producing at all times. In fact, temperature impacts it, the position of the sun impacts it. With temperature impacting it, that means whether it's up on the rooftop or down on the ground. Up on the rooftop, it can be a little bit hotter than down on the ground, and that has a slight impact as well. Not a huge impact. But when we talk about 300 watts or 330 watts, that refers to a standard test condition. And if you pull up a solar module specification sheet online, why don't we pull up in one right here real quick. This is just a random solar module specification sheet, and then you go and look at its all these details. Here it's telling us the electrical properties of the solar panel, how many volts, how many amps it's going to produce. Yesterday we were talking about how you get the operating voltage and the operating amperage on the spec sheet. You also get the maximum voltage and the maximum amperage on the spec sheet. So we can see how this voltage level here is higher than this voltage level here. This amperage level here is higher than this amperage level here, although they're closer together. We've also learned that voltage has a wider range of variability than amperage. And we talked about how we design using the maximum voltage and the maximum amperage, not the operating voltage and the operating amperage. And that gives us a little bit of a cushion. And then we apply safety factors to that cushion to make sure we're super safe. So all of these volts and all of these amps are given at standard test condition, and that standard test condition is usually defined on the spec sheet. It's the amount of sunlight in the air is 1,000 watts per metered square. How many watts you get out of that sunlight is your panel efficiency. It's telling you the temperature of the solar panel itself, which is 25 degrees Celsius. That is about 77 degrees Fahrenheit. And rooftops are hotter than the outside temperature. So you go outside on a 77 degree day, the roof is going to be 90 degrees. You go outside on a 100 degree day, the rooftop can be 120, 130. Sometimes you have to plan your construction schedules around that because it gets too hot to work in the middle of the day.
Especially on a roof.
Yeah, especially on a roof. That's why utility scale ground mounting is so great, is you don't have that rooftop temperature. But on a big open commercial rooftop in the middle of the summer, you might be working in the morning kind of shift or a late night shift for that matter, depending on the project. So the thing is, a 77 degree solar panel temperature is really only achieved on like a 60 degree day. And how many 60 degree days outside do we really have? And so yesterday we were talking about when a solar panel is really producing all of its maximum power, and we were saying you need a sunny day, it needs to be a cold day. Here we have, it needs to be a sunny day, and it also, to get what the panel is rated at, it needs to be about a 60 degree day. If it's warmer than that, then you're going to have performance loss due to heat. And in advanced classes, we would go into the, here they are, the temperature impacts, where you can, for every degree Celsius above standard test conditions, so if it's not 25 degrees Celsius / 77 degrees Fahrenheit on the roof / 60 degrees Fahrenheit on the ground, but if that, for every degree, the way these temperature coefficients work, the most important one is this temperature coefficient of power, and it's for every degree Celsius above standard test condition, the solar panel loses about 0.4% of its power. And let's Celsius, that's for other people.
That's for other people.
Let's just say on a 100 degree Fahrenheit day.
Celsius, it's not for you. Good job, John. Oh my
On a
God.
100-degree Fahrenheit day, that's about 38 degrees Celsius. And so you're not going to be expected to memorize this for any kind of quiz purpose for this class. But if standard test condition is done at 25 degrees Celsius, and the actual, on a 100-degree day, well, we just did a 100-degree day is 37 degrees Celsius, but actually on a 100-degree day, the rooftop might be closer to 120. And so we see the Celsius is almost 50 degrees Celsius. So let's just keep the math simple. If we were at a 100-degree day and the rooftop temperature gets up to 50 degrees Celsius, what you would do for the temperature coefficient is to say, okay, that's a difference of 25 degrees Celsius. And the temperature coefficient is a percentage of, in this case, it's power loss. In this case, it's voltage loss. In this case, it's amperage. Yeah, I would say loss, but look, that amperage figure is a positive. So as temperature increases, the amperage is going to increase and the voltage is going to decrease. As the temperature goes the opposite direction, as the temperature decreases, then the voltage will increase and the amperage will decrease. But the point of it is, when you go to, zero point 0.4 times, 25 degrees is going to be about 10% total. And so what that means is you take the difference between the standard test condition, which is 25 degrees Celsius, and the actual rooftop temperature, which on a 100-degree day is 50 degrees Celsius, and you multiply that difference, that differential of 25 degrees Celsius by 0.37, and you get negative 10%. You say, okay, on a summer day, the solar panel is losing 10% of its power due to heat alone. And so if I have a 300 watt panel in the summertime, it's only going to be, its maximum power of the panel itself is going to be 270 watts because of the heat. It might work for 8 hours that day and produce a lot of energy, but its power level is going to be lower than on that colder day in spring. That's a little bit more of advanced topics, but I guess what I'm trying to let you know right now is that the module spec sheet, the power level of the module, the voltage of the module, the amperage of the module is all done around this standard test condition, which assumes kind of like a 60-degree Fahrenheit day, and most days are not 60 degrees Fahrenheit. And so the actual module voltage, the actual module amperage is going to be a little bit off compared to what's on the spec sheet. And there's other kinds of ratings to better tell you what's going on, and none of this stuff has any long-lasting staying power. The industry is still using standard test condition because that's exactly what it is. It's a standard. When you go and you buy a car and it has a mile per gallon rating, the mile per gallon rating still depends on how you use the car. Similarly, the standard test condition, it might be good for comparison from one module to the next, but as far as design goes, we have to make additional adjustments to say, not only do we have to apply our normal safety factors in National Electric Code to accommodate for electrical safety. But even beyond that, because solar specifically, if I go and I buy a light bulb and it's a 20-watt light bulb and I plug it into the light fixture and I turn it on, it's going to pull 20 watts. But solar is more variable than that. And so when you get into electrical design with solar, NEC, the standard is 25% oversizing. That's kind of like the ladder sticking above the roof, 3 feet over the top. There might be other cases where you need to go more than 3 feet, but the standard, if you're taking an electrical exam and they're asking you about conductor sizing or circuit sizing, and you're like, I don't know what the answer to that is. Generally, the answer is add 25%, and that's the range that they're looking for, except in special cases. And so why would NEC require more than a 25% oversizing? And the answer is, well, there might be more stuff going on, like the voltage and the amperage on the module spec sheet is not really the voltage and amperage that the panel's going to produce. So in addition,
could they be anticipating that they're going to add to the building at some point, or that there's going to be more power in the future, or is that?
No, this is more just like making sure what's there is safe.
Okay.
And so in a normal electrical circuit, you take the power in the circuit and you design the circuit for 25% more power so that the circuit uses the full capacity of the device without burning up. So in a solar array, if you're designing based on standard test condition, that's not good enough, and code will have additional oversizing factors built in just for solar, because the field performance of the panel is different than what's on the spec sheet, largely due to the temperature extremes. For that matter, looking towards the future, it might benefit solar panels to be air conditioned underneath, like a solar roof where the roof was actually made out of solar panels and you're air conditioning the undersides of them could help them achieve their full power rating. But the industry is decades away from doing that.
Okay.
There's a really odd concept that you just have to know about it when taking solar exams, because it'll become one question on the exam will cover this concept of air mass thickness. What the heck is that? If we go back to our module spec sheet, it says the irradiance is 1,000 watts per meter squared. That's just a standard sunlight amount. PV watts actually will give you the exact how many watts per meter square are on the solar panel itself. Standard test condition involves the surface temperature of the solar panel. PV watts will tell you what the surface temperature of the solar panel is. And finally, we get to this AM 1.5. This AM stands for air mass. I don't think that's a great description. And the fact is that air mass is not a perfect description anyway. What air mass is implying is that if you're standing on the ground here, and remember, you're teeny tiny. This is the top of the atmosphere right here. So this distance is like, a mile, 2 miles or so. When the sun is directly overhead, the sunlight particle that's beaming out of the sun, kind of like a flashlight, that sunbeam is traveling literally through less atmosphere to get to you than at 10 a.m. in the morning. And that same.
Hey, Tony's here. Let's just take a minute and say hi. Good morning, Tony.
Hey, Tony.
We're just want to let you know that I just made the announcement about everybody's resume, and I told them not to worry about it. We're not going to share it, but we just want to see, how great they are and all the stuff they know. So everybody, I'm sure, is going to do that by the end of the day because I believe in them.
And so,
all right.
And so when the sun is at 10:30, that sunlight particle is actually traveling through more atmosphere to get to you than when it's directly overhead. That's why the sun is more intense, at high noon than in the morning or the evening. In fact, that's why when the sun's beginning to set, and it's way over at the edge of the earth, that sunlight beam is traveling through more atmosphere than at high noon or in the evening. So that's why you can watch the sunset without damaging your eyes, but you can't stare at the sun at high noon. Is the Earth's atmosphere is diffusing that sunlight as that sunlight is traveling a further distance along the edge of the Earth to get to you.
I was in day 3.
And so that essentially means that sunlight overhead at high noon is more intense than sunlight, in the evening during a sunset. And that concept is called air mass thickness. Now, there's more to the story of that. Your air mass thickness could be also humidity. Humidity will diffuse that sunlight, whereas no humidity won't diffuse the sunlight. So one reason why solar performance in Houston, Texas is closer to the Northeast coast than to Phoenix, Arizona, is that Houston is always humid, whereas Phoenix is always dry. So some of the performance boost in the desert is because of the lack of humidity. You go all the way up to the top of a mountaintop and there's less humidity in the air just because you're at a higher elevation. You get way more solar performance than down in the valley. And so there's peculiar effects of sunlight that have to do with humidity and have to do with the atmosphere thickness, where the edge conditions of clouds can amplify the amount of sunlight on one panel and reduce the amount of sunlight on another panel. But in reality, you never get into a project where you're like, oh, that just must be the edge condition of the cloud causing that. That's a very fleeting, momentary thing. Albedo is the way I remember it is albino, because what albedo is
what?
It's the reflection. Yeah, it's the reflection of sunlight off of a surface. And so the question is, well, can you reflect sunlight off of a mirror and bounce it onto a solar panel and get more sunlight onto the solar panel that way? You can, yes. Where the albedo effect is really coming into solar is like with snowfall, or on a white rooftop. The reason why white roofs are brighter than dark roofs is the albedo effect. And so over the years, there have been solar companies trying to play with reflective mirrors to bounce light into solar. And the solar manufacturers have said, no, we're not going to let you kind of game the system with that, because we're designing our panels to have a regular amount of uniform sunlight, and when you start bouncing sunlight around, it intentionally, it can cause unevenness in the panel. So the reflective type of systems with mirrors for solar have kind of gone out of the market. And so in terms of saying, well, what can really juice a solar panel? Colder temperatures with the same amount of sunlight, less humidity, so higher altitudes, desert conditions, Sometimes some reflections, for snowfall, if your ground is white and your array is as at a steep angle, you might be able to get some more performance off there. Or cloud conditions. I wouldn't worry too much about this stuff though. The real takeaway is the standard test condition. That STC standard test condition we saw from the spec sheet was done at an air mass of 1.5, and this high noon is an air mass of 1. And so 1.5 is closer to like 10:30 in the morning. And so on a super advanced, very difficult solar quiz, you might be asked, what is the standard test condition with an air mass of 1.5? What does that indicate? And the answers might be solar performance at high noon or solar performance at 10:30. The standard test condition for a solar panel reflects what sunlight is supposed to be like, closer to 10:30 rather than high noon.
Okay.
Now, finally, in the electric industry, we really freak out over listed products. What does that mean? Well, National Electric Code requires that what we install be listed. It doesn't really give guidance on what listed means, but there's different testing labs in the United States and also abroad that follow different codes and standards for electrical safety, and device manufacturers can go to these testing labs and get their components tested for specific purposes. So there's a test for saltwater environments. There's a test for agricultural environments that have more ammonia gas. There's tests for solar inverters to disconnect from the grid when there's a power outage. There's all types of tests and standards. The most common one is UL. And so some jurisdictions, particularly heavier regulated jurisdictions, as you might find in New Jersey, will go beyond National Electric Code. And they'll say, we need you to use a UL listed product. Another very common listing is ETL, which is more of a European testing lab, but there's a lot of products in the solar industry that are global. So, it might come out in Europe before it makes it to the United States. And so sometimes you get products that are ETL listed or CE listed, but they're also listed to UL standards. They just haven't gone through, the testing entity, whether it's ETL or CE, might look at UL standards and say, hey, those standards are exactly the same as our standards, so we're going to give it the CE stamp, but it's equivalent to the UL standard. Sometimes jurisdictions allow that, other times they don't. Usually in the solar industry, you get a little bit more flexibility, especially if you sound like you know what you're doing. So you could go to an inspector or a permit office and say, look, this inverter we're using is not UL listed, but it is listed by ETL, and you're concerned about this UL listing that is for the inverters disconnecting during a power outage, and this is ETL listed to meet that UL standard. So I guess the point is that there are different kinds of listings. The safest route is to just use UL listed products, although sometimes there are other listings that you'll end up using, and usually you can push those through.
Well, it's also what you kind of can get out of that is that if you're not sure about code, right, you can always assume that the electric code is the least stringent. Right. You know what I mean? Like, so that the UL one is going to be more so. So you can use that, can't you, as a range when you're trying to figure out local coding, err on the side of the UL,
Yeah.
not the National Electric Code, because UL standards could be so much more stringent, and they should be.
The main error you can make when using a product to the most stringent listing like the UL listing is, even though a product is listed and approved as a product by the test entity, it still has to be listed or approved for the purpose that you want it to be listed or approved for. So you can't always take like electricians have a specific kind of conduit, a plastic PVC conduit. You go into your hardware store, Lowe's, Menards, Home Depot, you walk down the electrician aisle, they sell PVC conduit. And then you go and you walk down the plumbing aisle and they sell PVC conduit.
Oh, yeah, sorry.
Um,
That's Jack the Solar
yeah,
Dog squeaking a toy in the background.
the electrician's conduit is
Hold on.
great.
Tay wants to know if there's a book with each state or area's codes, and are we required to memorize each worksite code? Good question.
Yeah, not all states use all codes. Mississippi's a little bit of a rebel and says we don't use code. What's well, but then when you come to do your solar permit, they're gonna give you the hardest code review they can because
Well, no, but
they
so that's a
don't.
good question. So what do you do since they vary? How do you stay on the right side
You're
of things?
never gonna be penalized by designing to the most recent harshest standards of National Electric Code. You don't always have to do that, but it's a good idea to, especially with solar, because these systems are built to last. I don't think memorizing code is a very good idea. What I have found with industry experience is that code is there for a reason, and so you might have there's codes that govern if you have an electrical box and you have a cable going into the box. There's codes that govern the bending radius of the cable. There's codes that govern the diameter of the cable. But the fact of the matter is that bending radius that code provides you is really the physical capability of whatever you're trying to bend. The size of the conduit for what code provides you is really the maximum size of the conduit that you can have and still install the job. If you have a conduit that is undersized, that's too small for what code allows, it might be impossible to actually put the cables through it. Not in all circumstances, but in most circumstances, code is really a design guide. And so I guess what I'm trying to say is if you go and try and memorize code, it's a phone book thickness, and it's I even have a hard time just opening up the electric code book and reading it through start to finish without my
Please, no,
mind
don't do
going
that.
buggy.
It's like reading the phone book. You would never actually do that. One of my pieces of advice is that never try and memorize stuff that you can easily access. And the things that you're going to need to know on the day to day, you're going to know because you need them every day. But the most important thing a lot of times is to know how to be able to look it up and where, so that when you're on a job site, you can double check and make sure. But yeah, otherwise,
So,
it's going to be very dry reading,
like,
and it's going to vary, and it's just going to be something you have to look up every time. And that's never a bad idea. It's when you're dealing with electricity, always err on the side of caution.
okay. So the real danger is you go and down that Home Depot aisle and there's the electrician's PVC conduit and then there's the plumber's PVC conduit, and you could ask yourself, well, the plumber's PVC is cheaper than the electrician's PVC, so can I use the plumber's PVC instead? And so that gets into listing things for their specific purpose. Plumbing conduit goes inside your walls, goes underground. electrician's gray conduit could be, go outside and look at your electric meters and meter boxes. You'll see this gray PVC conduit coming out of the ground and landing on a box. That electrician's gray PVC conduit is rated for exposure to sunlight. A plumber's conduit is not. And so, it's not just a matter of using a listed product, it's also using a listed product that's fit for purpose. So you can't always just grab stuff from other trades and scopes and try and kind of MacGyver your own solution.
Right.
It's tempting because using non-listed products like just a regular box instead of a electrician's electrical box would be cheaper. But there's some safety reason.
But you're right. There's a reason why you can't do that.
To use the higher quality, more expensive, electricians rated products. You might find an electrical box in Home Depot that is listed for electrical work, and it's not listed for high temperature electrical work, and there's adjustments in code that accommodate that. I guess for just right now, don't try and be unconventional in your product selection. If you're trying to MacGyver your own solution, there's probably a reason why you're not allowed to do that. I put this in for some vocabulary terms. Cable tray. Cable tray is an alternate to conduit. So here's some EMT metal conduit coming out the side of the solar array. And so all the cables that are going from module to module to module are coming out and going into this conduit here and then making their way back home. It's cheaper to just use conduit and use conduit all the way down. And so the question is, well, why aren't they using something that's cheaper for this conduit run? And the answer is, having many rows of paralleled conduit like they're doing right here, but for the whole length of the rooftop, that becomes a nightmare to keep straight and install and be well managed. Furthermore, we're going to talk about some cable pulling techniques today, but you gotta stick something through that conduit and pull your cable through each one, and that just takes time. Cable tray, while being more expensive, is a lot more simple. You can just lay the cables in to the cable tray, and then you put the lid on it. And so instead of pulling the cables all across the whole roof, you can just walk them down and lay them in. And then commercial grade cable trays, you have little places for zip ties to secure the cables within the cable tray. So you might be using cable tray in lieu of conduit, and if you are using cable tray instead of conduit, that means your contracting company has chosen to spend their money wisely. They're spending more money on that cable tray, but it often results in a cleaner, better install job. All the Australians use cable tray because it just produces a cleaner install. I don't know if it's necessary on a residential system, but you still can use it on a residential system for cable management. I usually try and select racking systems based on cable management. I'll use the little gutter inside the rail as a cable tray instead of buying additional. Yeah, so the real problem with conduit is when the conduit starts to be very, very, very long, and sometimes when you're doing like parallel runs of conduit, it's just hard on these little pipe block stands to keep straight. I mean the pipe the metal is going to expand and contract. So some of the problems with conduit in years past is maybe the installer has either they strap the conduit with the appropriately sized strap instead of one size greater. And so by tightening the conduit onto this pipe block, it fixes the pipe block to the conduit. And then the next problem is, okay, if they fix the pipe block to the surface of the roof, now the pipe block is fixed to the roof and the conduit is fixed to the pipe block, and so if it expands and contracts, it starts pulling on the conduit itself. And if the links get the longer they get, the more thermal expansion becomes a problem. And so if you're fixing your conduits in place over a very long run, that becomes the safety hazard. It pulls itself apart. Um, the cable trays are both conduit and cable trays have expansion fittings in them to accommodate for that. Um, what I would say is it's best on a commercial flat rooftop to have your home runs be in cable tray rather than in conduit. Um, for residential, you don't. I usually go into the attic and use flexible MC cable instead of conduit or cable tray. I don't think you have to worry too much about conduit thermal expansion at the residential level. But the general rule of thumb is 120 feet or larger is when you start to have to take proactive measures against thermal expansion. And that might be a proactive measure, might be having a gap in your rail. Having one subarray end here and the other subarray start here, and have a walkway, which is useful, and not have to worry about thermal expansion. But they do make expansion fittings that can bridge longer spans of metal and accommodate for thermal expansion. So I think cable tray for me, it was hard to kind of figure out what was going on with it because sometimes you see it and it looks like this, and sometimes you see it and it looks like a box. But generally speaking, that it's a system that will involve some kind of box, whether it's fully enclosed or a wireway. Kind of depends on code. Most cables, most conduit needs to be fully enclosed. So this kind of wire system is not going to be code compliant in most cases. The exception is your solar cable. Solar cable is rated to be outside of conduit. Solar cable does not need to be fully enclosed. It doesn't need to be enclosed at all. And so they have this kind of cheaper wire system to support the solar cable that might not be compatible with more standard electrician cable types. And so standard electrician cable tray is kind of fully enclosed. It's basically a box with a lid on it. And then they have different pieces for going up and going down and curving, so that this thing can just follow the rooftop and then curve around the side and go down as needed. So cable tray is the more professional solution over conduit, particularly when you get into commercial systems. Well, speaking of which, why don't we talk a little bit about commercial systems? Our training videos are going to start out with residential rooftops, and then afternoon we'll go into more of a commercial focus. But the vast majority of commercial flat roof systems borrow a page from the satellite mounting industry. So the way that most commercial racking systems go is they have, in some way, shape, or form, they have what are called ballast pans, which are very similar to the satellite mounting industry. These are just pans that go on the rooftop, and sometimes you can see a slip layer, underneath whatever you're setting on the roof to be like a placemat for the array, so that you wear down the placemat instead of the actual roof material. Some they're not. I think the majority of installers say you need to use these slip sheets. There are some installers who say that's just voodoo magic, and you can put the array right on the roof. I think slip sheets are a great idea, but at any rate, these concrete blocks go and they fill in these ballast pans. So you have solar panels going all along the rooftop, and you have concrete blocks going all along the rooftop. And the cable pulling, I think, can be the hardest part of the job. If your project is trying to use human brute force to pull the cables, you can it can require 500 or 600 pounds of pull strength on big, thicker cable gauges. So it's not impossible when you get a couple of 4 or 5 people pulling on a rope. You can pull big, thick cable through conduit, but there's tools and equipment you can use to do that pulling for you. Another very arduous part of the job is just taking these concrete blocks will be lifted on a pallet, and so you'll have a stack of concrete hanging out here, and then lifting that concrete and walking it over to where it's supposed to go, or maybe a staging area on the roof, and then walking it back to the concrete ballast pans and laying it down in there. That's a physically demanding job that'll wear you out. What many in the industry don't realize is you don't need concrete blocks on the rooftop. The concrete is only there to keep the solar array from for two things: from either being sucked up into the air during a high wind event, but what is more likely is that that high wind is trying to suck the array up into the air, and the weight is countering it down, but it is making the array lighter. And when that air pressure is trying to suck the solar array up into the air, what that means is the array can start sliding across the rooftop. And so the concrete is really there not so much to prevent the array from lifting up off the rooftop. The array is generally large and heavy enough on its own to prevent that from happening. Maybe not an individual panel, but once everything gets bolted in together, almost like a fisherman's net. You can throw a net over a rooftop, and the wind, or like a bunch of ropes over a rooftop, and the wind will just blow right through it. The real problem is when the wind is trying unsuccessfully to pick the solar array up, it is making it lighter weight on the rooftop. And at that point, a sideways gust of wind could go and start pushing the array, sliding it around on the rooftop. So the concrete weight is there to keep the solar array in place on the roof, one way or another. And then the other way to keep a solar array in place on the roof is to anchor it directly to the roof itself. And if you anchor the solar array directly to the roof itself, like you do on a residential slanted roof, then you no longer need the concrete. Or sometimes you do a compromise. You do a couple of attachment points and significantly reduce the concrete. It's a lot of concrete. You're filling these pans up every row of modules is getting concrete on the front and concrete on the back. And in the Dietz Watson warehouse fire in New Jersey, um, I, I saw it on the news, and then I didn't see any mentions of it ever again, and I wish they had paid more attention to it. But one of the reasons that the fire marshal said he didn't allow his firefighters to go into the building and fight the fire was the concern the solar array had burnt a hole in the rooftop due to some conduit faults that we were just discussing, and then the concrete blocks were falling into the hole. And so they said, well, we're not gonna go inside this building because there's concrete crashing through the building, and that could kill our firemen, and so we're not gonna do it. A solar array should strengthen the roof. Those lag screws strengthen the rafters when they're properly installed. When you're putting a solar array across a rooftop, you're putting a additional cross reinforcement because the rafters go this way and the solar beams go that way. And so really firemen should love solar because it'll keep the roof up longer because you're making the roof stronger with your solar array, at least at the residential level. But at the commercial level, solar installers are so afraid of poking holes in commercial rooftops that they've borrowed this technique from the satellite mounting industry. And the problem is a satellite dish only covers one very small section of the rooftop, whereas a solar array covers the entire roof. Another problem, it's kind of hard to tell with this graphic, but the solar panels on these traditional ballast systems, they sit right on top of the roof deck. And so you only have a couple, maybe 2 inches between the roof surface and the bottom of this solar panel, and there's still not tons of distance between the top of the panel as well. And at some point, these solar panels are being wired into their next door neighbor, and at some point you may take your wires, and if you're not coming out directly at the side and going into cable tray, you're passing your wires underneath the array to the next row. And so that wire can be very, very close to the rooftop. And so I did a project recently. I bid on it kind of sight unseen, which is not a good idea. And what I didn't realize is there was the roofing drainage system. They had these drains in the rooftop. Now here's a little grate for the drain, and here's the area around the drain. But the area around the drain the roof was an old roof, and it was lower than what they needed it to be at to install these drains, and so they had to build up the drains, and so they had a little hill, a little moat around the drains. So the drains were the tallest part on that roofing system, and so every time it rained, the whole flat roof would fill up with water. It was like being at a water park. You just slide across the rooftop. If we had to get down on the rooftop to do this cable management, you just come up with your shirt just soaking wet, and because none of the water would make it to these drains. And that was an extreme case, but you're always going to get standing water on very large commercial flat rooftops. And so one of the most critical, most important parts of flat roof commercial installation is when you're doing your cable management, doing an incredible job, not just a good job, but an incredible job to make sure these solar cables are not drooping down into the puddles of water that can accumulate underneath solar. Like, this is one of the things that shocks me the most about solar and building code, or solar and electrical code, is that they have all these rules and regulations for electrical safety, and then they allow the roof to be filled up with concrete, even though there's viable options not to have the concrete. And then they don't have any roof drainage requirements for the puddles that can be underneath the solar array. They almost just allow you to install high voltage electrical devices in standing pools of water, which doesn't make any sense to me. But what it means for you is when you're doing flat roof commercial installations, usually your array is just going to be right above the rooftop, and you're going to have to do very good jobs with your cable management to make sure that you don't get any droopiness down below. And we're going to talk about some connectors, and there'll be some additional considerations for that. This on the left is what we did as an alternate to the concrete systems. The concrete systems that sit right on top of the rooftop and have all those problems we were talking about. This was my first commercial project, and the building owner paid twice as much money on his racking system in order to elevate the rack off of the roof deck, and the solar panels ended up being a good 1.5 to 2 feet up off of the roof deck, because that building owner already knew his roof, and he already knew he had water drainage issues and standing puddles of water on his roof, and it was obvious to him that putting solar right on top of these puddles was a bad idea. What's obvious to the building owner, a smart building owner, might be overlooked by a solar development company that just does the standard. In fact, the manufacturer of this racking system, we were the very last customer to buy this system, and then they discontinued it. I said, well, why'd you do that? He said, well, the manufacturer Unirack, they're one of the market leading racking companies on the market. They said, well, all the other solar installers are buying this system. We would love for you to buy more of this system, but everybody else is buying this system. This was a TPO rooftop. We cut a little U-bolt around the beam, and this is our fastening plate that gets bolted down to that beam and allows us ultimately to put our racking attachment through and secure to the rooftop. These metal things kind of keep you can see the TPO membrane starting to kind of bow or buckle as it approaches this edge. These little metal washers keep that TPO roofing membrane in place. And then there's a flash pad, and we saw yesterday that a roofing contractor will come and take a kind of specialized heating instrument and melt this flashing pad. Yeah, so hand welding. And it does, this particular TPO roofing system, it does look like a weld, like a plastic weld around here. So it's a very waterproof, like almost like a scar on the roof, where you can see the scar and you can see that there's not any gaps in it. It's a very waterproof connection. And so by penetrating into the rooftop and then using the TPO membrane roofing products to flash and seal that penetration, as you would with any other penetration you're making on this roof. I mean, this rooftop, let me go ahead and pull up Google Earth. And we'll take a look at the whole project. So while that's loading, the net effect is, this is another thing that we discovered during this process, is that most of the rack is up on, a little bit more of a robust and meaty, because it's larger and it comes with some all thread bolted into it. And sometimes I just buy the block and make these things myself because they do get pricey. Um, I think when we started our bidding process for these things, they were bidding us these things at like $100 a piece, and then, boy, this particular client, he bid stuff out and bid stuff out and bid stuff out and bid stuff out, and by the time, and this was a large project, we were buying thousands of these things, but by the time we finished that piece that was initially quoted us at $100 was more like 30. But these are conduit blocks. This is just like this thing right here. It's a rubber pad that you strap your roof mounted pipe to keep it up off of the roof surface, to keep it up off of those puddles of water. And so most of the array here is non-penetrating. You're just, you chalk line out your rooftop, chalk line out, chalk line out. You can see our chalk line here, chalk line out your roof. And the job was basically you go and put down a slip sheet and you put down the conduit block on top of it, and that's it. The only areas where we're making these corner or these penetrations are the corners of the array. The weight of the solar array in most cases is enough to keep it from flying off the rooftop. What we're really concerned about is preventing the array from sliding across the roof. And while these decisions are really more the purview of your solar designer or solar engineer, the main reasons for these attachments is to prevent the array from sliding. So finding where the structural walls of the building are and permanently attaching the array to those points is eliminates all the need for the concrete. And so our system weighed, a standard solar project weighs about 3 pounds per square foot. And then when we added this additional metal and ballast blocks, we went up to 4 pounds per square foot. These concrete ballasted systems can weigh 8 to 10 pounds a square foot. And not all rooftops can accommodate that additional weight. I'm writing a new class that's kind of a catch-all class for any kind of NABCEP certificate covering content that we don't cover in other programs. And one very frightening thing that I've discovered is that in earthquakes, building designers are only concerned about things sliding across the rooftop. It's sliding is more of a problem than things being picked up and thrown into the air. And what I was discovering in this research is that there's not hardly any review put into the fact that during an earthquake, these concrete blocks on the rooftop could be bouncing up and down on the very top of the building. It's generally assumed to be safe, but that assumption comes from era before we were lining the whole roof with concrete. That assumption comes from when there's 4 concrete blocks on the roof, not thousands of concrete blocks on the roof. So, I think that the concrete blocks in these low-lying rooftop systems are hazardous, but they're the industry standard, and really the only thing you can do as an installer to eliminate the hazard is doing a very good job with your cable management. There's a solar financing company out there called Solar City. They used to be real popular. They almost went bankrupt and they got bought out by Tesla. That's really not the bad part of the company. Almost every large-scale residential, commercial solar financing company, it's a very difficult business to be in, and even the best ones don't have the strongest balance sheets because they're basically being asked to be the bank for the solar industry, and with very long-term paybacks and very large amounts of money. It's just it's it's definitely a business for bankers and not for individuals. Um, well, Solar City was one of the first to market. So they got with IKEA, they got with Walmart, they got with Costco. They said, we're going to put solar on all your rooftops. Actually, it wasn't IKEA, so it was Walmart and Costco. We're going to put solar on all your rooftops. And they did. And the crews did not do very good jobs with their cable management. And hey, that was 10 years ago when people knew a lot less about solar than they do now. But one of the problems with a Walmart fire that broke out is this cable had drooped down and was hanging out in a puddle. And so, just from the install crew not doing a good job with their cable management, it caused enough fires at enough Walmarts. And we're only talking about a handful of minor fires that didn't really do anything other than get identified and extinguished. They didn't like burn down any Walmart. It wasn't like the Dietz Watson warehouse fire where the whole building burns down. It was definitely not good, but didn't it only just burn up that section of the rooftop and that's it. But that was enough for Walmart to go back to Solar City and say, well, we have all these 25-year lease agreements with you, and you didn't do a good job. We want to get out of all of our solar leases. And so just bad cable management on 2 or 3 jobs potentially is enough to bankrupt the entire company that you're working for. Because these projects are very expensive. And so the company you're working for is only making a few percentage points in profit off of each job. So if they're only making, say, 5% in their pocket off of one job, and then that one job, not only does bad cable management negate the project, the liability could be for the whole building itself.
Hang on, Tay wants to know, this is good. So if commercial roofs have poor drainage, can you install more drainage pipes or grates or make it better for wiring and panels or add a channel to run the water off the roof? Like right out of the gate, my answer would be that probably isn't the solar installer's job, right? You have to bring somebody else in. Can you expand on that?
By the time you're building the solar array and it's a problem at that point, no one wants to fix it. Well, the general developer says, we've done, maybe the solar project was part of a building renovation project and they're doing LED lights and maybe they already, in my case, they had just put a brand new roof surface on the roof, but they didn't fix the drains. They just didn't think it was going to be a problem. And in fact, it was a huge problem.
So whose responsibility is that?
I don't think
Does the installer ever get involved in this?
I don't think it's the installer's responsibility to fix the drainage on the rooftop, but it should be addressed. Now, not all drains, I don't know too much about rooftop drainage systems, but on this particular older building, they installed the drains the way they did because they didn't have enough space underneath the roof deck for the drains to begin with.
Right.
And so by the time 30, 40 years rolls around and some developer is renovating the building, they looked at the drains and thought, well, there's really not much we can do about it. I disagreed with them. I said, well, we can use some of the solar panels to pump the water off of the roof with like aquarium pumps. And
so then I guess the next question from that would be, so what if you get a commercial solar job, and then your first day on the job, you go there, you're all excited, and you get up there, and you've got like 4 inches of water there. Like, is it?
What we did?
What would you do?
We installed.
Would you tell them that you can't proceed until you get the water off the roof, or can you work in a limited amount of water?
For the worker, generally what happens is your foreman will start giving you these like rubber brooms that are kind of like squeegees, but they're the size of a push broom, and you just start pushing the water towards the drains and clearing the water off the roof deck before you work on it. it can really catch you off guard. I did this project in the Appalachian Mountains last year, where it turns out in that region it rains like every other day, and I'd say a good 30% of our labor just went to pushing water into the drains. It was a problem for sure, but you should not be working uh, in puddles of water while you're doing solar projects.
Yeah, so um, right, it would be up to, so that's the question, would it be up to the customer? Yeah, it kind of would be. Or you'd have to talk to them about it, I guess, and then just, this is a lot of times where things are definitely, with construction case by case, you'd have to be like, look, do you want, how many extra guys I have to hire to get this, you'd have to come to some
Yeah,
kind of
it's
arrangement.
it's an
But yeah,
issue that would be.
it's not your roof legally, right? It's the customer's roof, so theoretically it's their problem. But when you're standing there looking at them and they're like, I don't know what you're gonna do, then it becomes both your problems.
Yeah, it's an issue that I guess for you would say that's above my pay grade.
Yeah,
But it is something that
I would
becomes
say
a
that a lot.
dicier discussion between the
Right.
project managers and the client.
I mean, if you were only going to make 20% on this whole thing, you can't spend all plus 10 on getting water off the roof. So yeah, it's flat roofs have their own things, I guess.
Yeah. Let's take a look at this commercial project since we're on it.
Yeah, you don't really want to ever combine water and electricity. Yeah, you don't have to know much about electricity to know that water and electricity equals no.
Yeah. So this was I guess a project boy, it's been a while since I did this one. I'm going to talk about some design issues that we didn't know any better about, or we didn't give enough attention to, and then some things that we did right. Come on. This project.
What time's the
What
break,
the
by the way?
hell?
30 minutes from now?
No, the break's 25 minutes from now.
Oh, okay. Oh, you're at 25 minutes from now. Just so you know, guys, breaks in 25 minutes.
So here's our solar array. We're staying 6 feet off the sides of the rooftop. One thing we didn't really do well enough, you can see we have little breaks in our sub arrays for thermal expansion. Um, Building code says every 150 feet you need an 8 foot walkway. So we didn't do that. Um, Another thing is these roof mounted pieces of equipment. You need a 4 foot walkway to get to those roof mounted pieces of equipment. So that's something I would have done a little bit differently with this array layout down the road. You can see the impacts of puddles of water on areas of the rooftop. And so one of our thoughts, and that's true for areas we covered up too. So that's why I like commercial racking systems that elevate the array up off of the roof deck more than what's standard, is because you do flat rooftops, you just get into water drainage. Sorry. You just get into water drainage issues. But the thing I really wanted to show you is look at how many, air conditioning units are on this rooftop. The with our solar array, we're anchoring down and penetrating the rooftop at the corners of these subarray sections. To prevent the array from moving around. But this is relatively few penetrations. I mean, there's as many air conditioning units on this roof as there were anchor points for our solar array, and the advantage gained was that we didn't have to deal with the concrete on site. So this is knowledge that if you're on a site where there's concrete blocks and water and stuff like that, you may have to keep some of this knowledge to yourself. There's a time and a place to make corrections and catch this stuff. And by the time you get to the field and you're a low level installer, you know, notifying your foreman, hey, why don't we not use this concrete? It's probably too late for that at that point. It's still useful to know about. What you can do. When we ran our wires, we had this nice rail here to run our wires around. Some of the problems with these types of commercial systems is you just have the tray. Like on a residential system, you have rails running across the rooftop, and you can use these rails for your cable management. On the cheapest of commercial flat roof systems, you don't have the rails, and you have to use the module frame itself for your cable management. And your role when you get to one of these concrete ballasted system jobs is to understand that when it rains, you can get an inch of water underneath the array. And so you have to do an incredible job, not just a good job, but an incredible job with your cable management to keep that solar cable tucked up underneath the solar array and not drag down in the surface of the rooftop, because that's a big liability issue that is avoided with proper cable management. Okay, so these are the solar connectors that come off the back of a solar module. And when we talk about our home run circuits that go from the end of the circuit down to the inverter, you're actually building your own connectors to attach to the solar array itself. And so here's our solar cable. And so you cut and strip a bit of it. And this is something that I will not necessarily have my electricians do, but it is important enough that I'm going to take one of the better people on the work crew that I trust to do a good, reliable job over and over and over again. Because this is as important as listening for those connections to click, and maybe requires a little bit more diligence and skill. Because if you make one of these connectors wrong, then you're going to get problems during startup, and you're going to have to, in many cases, go back and fix the connector. But at any point, there's a metal sleeve that you crimp onto your solar cable. So there's a crimp tool that we see here, and we can see this metal sleeve flange that's right here inside the crimp tool. The solar cable then gets put into the crimp, and the crimp clamps down, and it makes it like so, where that crimp end goes and crimps onto the cable. So now we have our metal connector attached to our cable, and at that point it fits inside the housing for the connector. And I guess the hard part about this is there's a male and a female end to these metal pieces, and then they go in their own housing. It's a little bit backwards, but this is actually the female housing. It has this circular part protects the metal circle, and then the male end has a narrower pin that connects into the female end of the connector, and thus the miracle of life continues. The problem is that these metal pieces, the male pieces and the female pieces, they look very similar. The male piece looks just like the female piece, except it's just a little bit narrower. And so if you crimp the wrong metal piece on, it'll still fit in either housing. but when you go and plug the two together, it'll jam. And maybe a worker who's not thinking is gonna jam it together and maybe make it usually will not connect, but it usually will not click in. The connectors, the housings may go inside each other, but they usually won't click in. But whoever's doing this MC4 crimping, the best way to do it is to you'll get a bag of these ends that go with the appropriate housing piece, and then you'll get a bag of the other end type that goes with its appropriate housing piece. The best thing to do is keep those bags far away from each other. Don't mix them up. If you can, because that's where the mistake is made, is the worker not being aware of which tip to crimp onto the MC4 connector. In other words, if this is your job, you need to pay very close attention to the housing connectors and the metal pieces that connect to it to make sure you don't crisscross them. Another factor, and we saw this kind of yesterday, about tightening up the connections that go to this connector piece and this housing. The pin inside of it is not properly positioned until this thing is tightened up, and it really is a one-time use connection point. Not that you can't snap and unsnap the connector from here, but actually making this is one-time use. So if you make a mistake and crimp the wrong section onto it, you got to cut it off and start over with a brand new housing piece. You can't just reuse what you just did, but put the right piece on and then put the housing back together. This stuff is one-time use. You make a mistake, you need to cut the end off and put a new one on, and go from there. So making the MC4 connectors is a task that, if you're given this task, you're probably doing a good job with your workmanship. The actual crimp tools, the price ranges wildly. You can buy these MC4 crimp tools online for $40, and they're good enough for residential when you're only making, a few of these connection points. When you get into commercial solar farms, industrial solar farms, your company may be buying some crimp tools that are way more expensive, and some differences are the crimp tools will have springs on them to make it easier just to do this, all in one motion. The tool might actually have some stuff on it for cutting and stripping, almost like a television coaxial tool. It'll just have more stuff inside of it, and then be higher quality and more durable and last a lot longer. But for me personally, being a smaller company, I only will get the expensive MC4 tool if I'm doing, $1 million project. If I'm doing anything smaller than that, I'm using the cheaper crimp tools. So you can buy these things online for $40. Just know there's a difference between like a residential grade tool and a commercial grade tool. And we're going to talk about computer assisted solar design a little bit later, but might as well introduce a couple of concepts. We haven't really talked about shade analysis in solar design. It used to be, you get a device that looks like this. It's called a solar pathfinder. It has a reflective dome on it and a chart. And the chart has hours of the day and then months of the year. and you take it up on the rooftop and you look into it, and wherever reflections show up on the chart would be when shadows are shading exactly where you're standing. So this tree would shade the solar array until 8 o'clock in June and July, and then until maybe 8:30 in uh, spring and fall. And then by the time you get, hey Susan, hold on one second. All right. That's unfortunate. We don't have much lawn to mow outside of our building here, so that shouldn't stick around that long. Um, in the wintertime, this house becomes the issue. So this house will shade the array up until 9:30 in December. Well, the sun also rises later in the wintertime. So, really, what you're looking for is kind of unshaded sun from about, 9:30 or so in the wintertime to maybe 3 or 3:30 in the winter time. But then in the summertime, you can have a broader range, maybe 8 to 4, whereas in the wintertime, 9 to 3 is ideal. And then a little bit of shade during that time. What can you do about it? Not much. People say, well, trees will lose their leaves in the winter so that the shade won't be that bad. Well, yes, but trees leave behind branches, and those branches do break up the sunlight and make it less powerful. So I wouldn't rely too much on trees losing their leaves. Um, morning and evening shade is not bad. That solar production curve really peaks in the middle of the day, and then shade in the morning or shade in the evening. That is not that big of a deal. What you want to avoid is shade, year round. You don't want your solar array to be shaded November through December, and that's the mistake that most make. So we just want to avoid the shade. Hmm. So these are some screenshots from some computer modeling software. This particular software incorporates some topology data that actually models nearby trees. Let me see if I can get. Mississippi does not do Google Earth particularly well, but let's see if we can't get, let's say, oh, this is Google Earth, and Google Earth has some three-dimensional aspects to it, which you start to see these kinds of 3D modeling features showing up in solar design software as well. So even at the residential level, Google Earth has tree height built into it. So Google is already figuring out the height of buildings and the height of trees, um, with 3D data. So the question is, how are they doing this? How are they taking that tree and showing it on the map and showing it to be so tall? And the answer is they're using this this same kind of lidar data. They're just making it look a little bit different. And so in some solar design software, the common ones on the market that are commercial that you pay for, this data is inside the software. And so what we've done in this case is we've sketched out our rooftop, and then we've increased the height of the building so that it follows the topographical data, so we get the height of the roof accurate. And then what we've shown here is that the tree height, we've modeled the trees to grow a little bit, so that if down the road these trees do start growing in size, they won't shade the array, or at least if they do, it'll be 10 years from now, and then the homeowner can decide what they're going to do about it then. What you want to give yourself a lot of clearance from shade, to result in a happier customer. Now, I'll do. Some customers want solar, and they'll say, okay, well, in December and November and January, I'm producing a lot less electricity than I am the rest of the year. So shading in the wintertime is no big deal. And they'll say that, but then once their array gets shaded in the wintertime, they get really upset. Solar customers want to have their system working, year round. And so I don't do remote rooftop analysis hardly at all anymore. Maybe I should. That got me into trouble when I didn't identify that roof drain issue. But for the most part, when I'm doing design work, I'm just putting the address into the solar design software, and that elevation data is already there. Here is a roof mounted air conditioner unit that's showing that it's up above the roof. Here's a parapet wall. So you can see a lot of data just from a computer. So a lot of solar design can be done remotely from your computer without ever leaving your house. In fact, there's whole career paths just based around computer-based solar design. Many of these software companies give free trials of their products, although they do end up costing $100 to $150 a month to use. So you don't want to sign up for the free trial and then not cancel it. Although most of these companies in the US are very friendly too. So if you sign up for a free trial and forget to cancel it and then go explain that you're a student and you're still learning, I don't think any of these companies are large enough to where they're going to tell you to get lost. I think they'll work with you to get you your accidental $100 back. Some of these software companies we work directly with. They're like in our classroom, and you can talk to them. But the general gist of it is kind of what we've talked about in the past few days. Here we are putting our 3 feet off the sides and 3 feet off the top, and then we're maintaining 4 feet around our roof-mounted equipment. In these cases, I actually don't know what. I think they were plumbing vents, and and then by the time you put in your solar panel and your inverter, National Electric Code is just a function of rules and conditions. And so they've programmed in all those rules and conditions into their design software. And so it's just, based off the lengths of the circuits and the distance between the array and the inverter and how many circuits there are, it's doing its wiring analysis. And so doing in this particular rooftop, there's really not that much shade, and as long as we're staying far enough away from the air conditioner units, this array should not get this particular panel might get shade on it. So if you're being, on many commercial rooftops, there's not going to be shade on the array as long as you're staying far away enough from your roof mounted obstacles. The shade analysis is way more important on job sites where there's trees around. So, on some job sites, like a ground mount residential project in the middle of a field, or a commercial roof mount where it's a big open rooftop, you don't need to do any sort of shade analysis. So on residential systems around trees, you have to do shade analysis. And if you have to do shade analysis, then using the computer software to do your model is as accurate as going up on the rooftop and doing it yourself. So what we're going to do, and then lastly, this is a software I use all the time in residential called Solar Design Tool. It generates electrical diagrams. All of this stuff in here, all of it is computer generated. I did not go into like a CAD software and draw all these numbers. I did not go and calculate all of these calculations. I understand the calculations, and I've done these calculations by hand in the past, and this is not to excuse a lack of electrical knowledge to say, oh, you can go and lead and take control of these parts. But at the same time, the way that this kind of permit document is generated is by simply answering a survey of questions and inputting your array layout, and this is what spits out the other side. And so things like, so computers can be used in this industry to kind of shortcut the design phase. And I think a really good way to learn solar design, if you really want to transition from the field into kind of like an office job, is to sign up for the free trials of some of these various solar design softwares when you're ready. Don't just sign up for them all at once and sign up for 8 different softwares at once and be like, this is...
And we know those guys, so that if you have any problems with that,
Yeah.
we could probably get you a free month. But it is time for the break.
But if you find yourself with maybe one software a month and say, okay, I want to get more into solar. I'm going to spend a couple of hours, maybe an hour or two a week, playing around with this particular solar design software for this particular month. All these companies have tutorials on their websites, so you can just sign up for the free trial and then go and look at their tutorials and just try and do what they're doing in their tutorials as a good way of learning the software.
Right.
And then what I used to do when I would do these designs and not understand what was going on, back before I was a master electrician, back before I knew too much, didn't know very much about electricity, is I would then go hire an electrician to walk me through, these drawings and tell me what that means. Solar Design Tool in particular doesn't just do the drawings. They give you a report of every calculation that it's making to determine things like conduit size and wire sizing. And so I think a great way to learn electrical calculations is to sign up for a Solar Design Tool trial and then just use it for a month, try and mimic some solar designs, and then just read through what documents are being supported from it.
Okay, it's break time.
Yeah, so it is break time. We're going to have a 30-minute break. When we come back, we're going to watch some training videos and talk about them. But for now, 30 minutes.
All right, guys.
30-minute break. Back at...
Yeah, they know. They know it's 10:30. We all know it's 10:30. Oh, my God. Okay, everyone. 30. Stretch your legs. Smoke them if you got them. You know what I mean. We'll see you in 30 minutes.
I'm going to pick back up in about 2 minutes or so. Okay, getting back. Um, Getting back into class. Everyone send a text message or unmute your microphone and say hello just to kind of note your presence coming back into class. This welcome back helps us make sure everything's going good with our audio feed. Some feedback is always a good thing. So, um, hi everyone. Uh, let's see. What we're going to do next is watch some training videos. And so starting out, I'm going to go through the videos and kind of explain things that are going on. And in later, when we scheduled this program last week, I only had one schedule conflict. And so I actually have another webinar I have to do at when your lunch break starts. And I have to jump onto it slightly before then. We're teaching a 2-hour introductory course to engineers and architects, and I'm going to try and keep my live feed going during that time so that if you want to watch it, you can. If you want to kind of review material from the design day, from day 2, and review basic material, you can, although we're starting right at the lunch break and going for 2 hours. So right before that point, I'll make an announcement and I'll just have you continue to watch some training videos. And then when you come back from lunch, you'll continue to watch some training videos, and then I will come back on at about a little bit after 2 o'clock your time to moderate some of the videos. But what we're going to do for the next couple hours is watch some construction videos. Some of this we're going to do together, and others we're going to do on your own. So why don't we go ahead and get started. I'm going to bring one up. And so again, let me know if you have any audio issues, like I think, and let me get situated.
Hi, I'm Jeff Spees with Quick Mount PV, and welcome to our first video blog. Today we wanted to show you an installation in Costa Mesa.
So let me check my recording, my broadcast software. I think I got it going.
In Southern California, where we experienced several
No, not yet. Hold on. What's going on with that? When I'm going to play this video right now. Can y'all tell me if the audio for the video is going to come through the audio feed or not? Because I just need to know what's going on from the student perspective. So let me know if you can hear the audio on this video.
challenges that solar installers may run into from time to time. In the first part of this video series, we'd like to take a look at rafter finding on a challenging roof type. On this roof, we have solid wood sheathing installed over the top of an old skip sheathed roof, and this makes rafter finding much more challenging. Prior to the mid-80s, roofers would install wood shake or wood shingle or tile
Okay.
to skip sheathing.
Okay, good. Because I just need to know some of this. We're going to mute the video. So we're watching this in the YouTube live stream for now. So I'll repost the live stream link in the classroom. A little, okay. All right, sounds good. I'll, for the most part, we're not going to be using the audio. But Jeff is a big solar trainer in the industry, and these videos are linked at the top of the classroom, and we're just going to walk through them together. So don't watch them on your own, because I want to add my own comments on it. But then after we go through a few and get closer to our lunch break, then we'll have you kind of take back and do videos on your own. But what we're trying to do now is like the start of the solar project, where the point is you get out to site, and we know where, you know, lag screwing into our rafters. Well, the question becomes, how do we find, you know, where the rafter actually is? Hold on one second. Hey, Kate, I'm going to have to call you back after class. Oh, no worries. Okay, talk to you after class. Bye. Sorry, that was solar landscape. So let's watch this video and learn some techniques for identifying where the rafters are. It's kind of fun to think about when you're walking in the morning and there's frost on the roof. For many homes, you can see the rafters through the frost, but that doesn't really help you because you're not going to get up on the rooftop at that point. You know, particularly metal roofs in the morning can be super slippery. So even though it's a nice temperature outside, sometimes you have to wait for the moisture to get off the roof to get up there, depending on the roof, metal roofs. All right, so I have the video muted right now. So here's our rooftop, and he's saying, you know, he's using a complicated roof system that's, you know, from the 80s, where, you know, most roofs are just going to have this wood rafter here and then the decking right on top of the wood rafter. But sometimes you get these purlins, like on barns, on metal roofs, you get these wood purlins that go on top, and then you'll look up and you'll just actually see the metal roof right on top of those purlins. So what he's saying is this is kind of like an old style shingle that got replaced, and when they did the replacement, they put the wood decking on top of it. And what we really need to do is make sure that our lag screw, when it comes through this decking into the attic, you know, it's a 3.5-inch long lag screw. We need to make sure we're not going into the decking or going into the purlin, but we're actually going through the decking and through the purlin, you know, into the inside of this rafter here. So we have to identify where the rafters are. And this is one of the more complicated roofing systems because there's a whole lot of material underneath for it. And so he's saying, you know, that maybe you had a purlin roof and then they switched the roofing material and then they, you know, put plywood on top of it. And so there's a few ways we can identify rafters. If you're real lucky, you can just see where the rafters are going to be by visual inspection. Now, like on a metal roofing system, you can see on many metal roofing systems, the type that have the metal roofing screws going through the surfaces, that corresponds to where the purlins are at the very least. You know, he's saying sometimes you can just look inside the attic and see the rafters, depending on what type of awning you have. So what he's pointing out here is this piece of wood that goes along the underside of the rooftop. That's called the fascia. It's almost like fascist. It's
You see how weird John's brain is?
Fascia. It's the term for it. And this is sacrificial. You know, if you're putting a ladder up on a rooftop, you can screw into this thing and tie a rope around the ladder and attach. That's a lot better way to attach a ladder to the side of the building than to screw through the through the top side of the shingles. There's no.
Can you turn up the volume?
Yeah, that was a volume test for the YouTube video, so we'll.
Is there okay?
Yeah.
Why you're 10 minutes? What are you doing?
Oh, that schedules. I scheduled it an hour earlier on my calendar than it actually is, so we're good on that. Don't worry about that.
Okay.
So the fascia is sacrificial.
What?
You can screw into it. You know, when you're putting your ladder up on the rooftop, you know, sometimes it's easiest just to screw something into the fascia and run your ladder around that to secure that to the roof that way. There's nothing. This is like outside the building. You know, this is on the. You know, most rooftops don't stop right at the wall. You know, most of them. You know, if you do have a roof that stops right here and doesn't have this overhang, you know, you still have a fascia board lining the perimeter of the house. That's outside of the house. You put a wood screw into here. Yeah, when you remove the screw, you might, you know, put some clear sealant in there and smudge it smooth, but you know, that's not going to cause a leak in your house if you're putting a, you know, small wood screw there to secure your ladder. And so where I start on evaluating where rafters are is I'll get into the attic and I'll start measuring the distance between the rafters so I know what to look for up on the rooftop. Now what Jeff is saying is, hey, for an attic, you can measure every single rafter going across the rooftop and bring those measurements up to the roof so that you know where every single rafter is going across the rooftop. And while that could be a valid technique, you know, not all attics you can just walk from one end all the way down to the other. You know, you might only have the ability to get up into one section of the attic. And really what you're measuring is two things. You're measuring what's the distance between these two rafters in general. So from one rafter to the next, from one rafter to the next, from one rafter to the next, take a couple of sample points. But then also you're looking to see if that distance between rafters is uniform from one rafter to the next. So you know, you're looking to see what the actual span is. Is it 24 inches? Is it 18 inches? You know, it can vary from roof to roof. Generally, it's either 18 or 24, but you know, you got to go up there and check. So you're checking to see how far apart the rafters are spaced, and then you're also checking to see if the rafter spacing is uniform or if it's slightly off, because that will you know, sometimes a really good builder, they're going to get those rafters, you know, dead on, and after you measure a handful of rafter spans and they're all 24 inches exactly, you're going to be more confident that your markings are going to be 24 inches exactly. If some rafters are off by a half inch or an inch, then you know that generally speaking the rafters are 24 inches apart, and your markings, your chalk lines, should be about 24 inches apart. But you also know that you can't rely on, a tape measure at the 24-inch mark, at the 48-inch mark, at the 60-inch mark. You can't rely on that. 72-inch mark. So he's measuring the rafters, saying that's one way to do it. And I think measuring the rafters is always a really good starting point for getting up into the rooftop. So, another thing you need to do is figure out in the attic, like, where that first hole is going to be. So he just measured from like the bottom of the rooftop, and you can kind of stick your tape measure down there too. And so you're on top of the roof measuring, and you're in the attic measuring, but you can't really get a definitive, like, I'm on top of the roof, but I can't see in the attic, but I know exactly where I am. In most cases, you're not going to have a visual cue that ties you into the attic or the roof. Although those things can be useful. You can look at other obstructions that are going through the roof already and kind of use those as basis points or reference points. But what he's doing right now is establishing a reference point. Okay, so what he's doing right now is taking a drill and a drill bit, and he's drilling right next to his starting rafter in a position where he thinks he's going to start his array. It's somewhat of a guess, and it's somewhat you got to start somewhere. And so what he's saying is, rather than blindly drill a hole through the roof up at the top of the roof as your starting point, and you might miss, you're going to drill that hole anyway, and you have the ability to seal the rooftop. And furthermore, if you're close, that flashing is going to cover, this sealed up hole when you're done with it. And so rather than try and be up on that roof and guess where you're at, so you don't know if you're going to come out in the middle of that rafter or the side of the rafter, and it's really important to stay within the middle section of the rafter. So to go from being blind to going to know exactly where you're at, what he's doing is he's drilling a hole in the roof, and he's going to leave the drill bit in the attic so that it's sticking up through the rooftop, and it's right next to where he thinks his starting rafter is going to be. And so there's the drill bit sticking up through the rooftop, and he knows his rafter is right next to it. And since he's measured out all of his rafter spacings going across the attic, he knows definitively where all of those rafters are going to be. So the next one he's doing is using his feet on the attic to kind of see where it's firm and where it's not firm. And, that's a low impact way to gauge where the rafters are. I have not found that to be particularly effective, because if you have very robust plywood and new plywood, old plywood's a little bit more flexible than new plywood. On an older roof, that might be a more valid technique, and on some commercial flat roofs, you can feel them with your feet. But on residential rooftops that have robust plywood underneath, wiggling the roof with your feet is, I have not been able to do it in a way that gives me confidence of where the rafter is. So he's doing the method now that I usually use and that many installers use, which is to use a hammer, and he recommends using a rubber mallet. You can use a rubber mallet. You can also use a hammer. You don't have to pound the roof to do this, although you might have to make a bunch of pounds. And then I take like a whiteout paint pen, and wherever I think that rafter is, I make a mark, and then I go 24 inches in the next direction, but very loosely. Not if I don't know exactly where my rafters are, I'm not just measuring 24 inches and then guessing. If I get into that attic and the rafters are not perfectly 24 inches on center, but they're averaging out 24 inches on center, I'll go about 24 inches that direction and then do another hammer test, and wherever I think it is, I'll make a mark, and I'll do that at the top of the roof, and I'll do it halfway down the roof, and I'll do it at the bottom of the roof, and then I'll go and look at my actual marks to see if they're in a straight line or not. And for the most part, they're going to line up, but some of them are going to be, the mark will be over here, then the other mark will be over here, and you'll say, okay, well, I did that section wrong, and you go back and try again. So kind of hammering the rooftop to find the rafter, and feeling, listening to the sound and feeling the differences and how the hammer bounces off the rooftop is the common way of finding rafters. And that gets assisted by going in the roof and measuring. So if you're just blindly hammering the rooftop, you might not pick up on the difference in sound or difference in feeling. But if you know the general area where you're supposed to be looking, like within an inch or two range, because the rafters are averaging out 24 on inches, then you know kind of where to inspect. And by doing it at kind of further up the roof, in the middle of the roof, and then further down the roof along the same rafter, you can see if your test is being accurate or not. So I think what he was saying is the rooftop he's using as an example is particularly difficult because the sheathing and the rafters aren't perfectly in line, because that house has had some retrofitting done to it. And so what the point of it is, there's maybe on some rooftops there's no method that's going to work because of the way that the house was built. You might find a rafter that's not in line with the others, and the decking's kind of going across it, which is rare, but he's using a difficult one. So now he's back up on the rooftop, and he thinks he knows where the rafters should be. And so now this technique is kind of guess and check, where the solar installer might poke a couple of holes in the roof before they get it right. So like, let's say you think the hole is there and you drill through the rooftop and it's not supposed to be there. You should be accurate enough that you're almost there. It might be the hole needs to be moved over, an inch. If you drill all the way through and you don't hit a rafter, you're not going to move that hole over a half an inch, because that 2x4, you want to get, into the center of it. If you just move, or maybe a half inch is too much, but if you just move over a quarter inch, you're going to be, and you're right on that rafter. Moving over a quarter inch is still going to fail because you're just now chipping into the edge of the rafter. So you think you know where the rafter is supposed to be, you drill through it, and you miss. Hopefully you're real close. Hopefully that flashing is going to come and cover up that hole. So you're going to seal up the hole, and then you're going to flash it, and there's no potential for leak there. It's that flashing is almost like another shingle that you're putting on the rooftop. And in the videos we'll get to, it goes a little bit more into detail on how that actually works. Well, that doesn't matter right now. Right now, we've drilled a hole through the rooftop, and while we're near the rafter, we've missed. So then what do we do? You know, we don't see any wood chips coming up from that hole. The drill bit, as soon as you're through the shingle and the decking, it just shoots right through. Whereas a rafter will give you more feedback. So he's saying, I'm moving over a little bit. I missed again. There, you know, you saw the wood chips come up, but, you know, again, because he was just moving, you know, a little bit over and he missed, and then he moved a little bit over and he hit. You know, the danger here is you think you've hit, but you haven't. You've really, that'll kind of split out the side of the rafter, which is not great for the rafter to begin with. And you know, you only get that strength when you're in the center section. And building code has all sorts of nuances about where you can drill into the wood and where you can't. Ultimately, I'm not too concerned. Even if I do split that wood and then relocate it to the center, you know, these metal lag screws are stronger than wood. So if we're filling up that wood with metal, you know, unless for the most part that's going to strengthen the wood until that metal is removed. So what do you do in this circumstance? You know, you would think, can I call down? Can someone be in the attic and tell me? You know, probably not. That's just too time intensive. You can move around a lot faster on a roof than you can inside the attic. It's hard to tell with sounds exactly where the people on the roof directly above you are. So you're not going to have a buddy in the attic and you're trying to shout through the roof to figure out what's going on. That doesn't work very well. So you're putting some sealant on, putting some flashing on. So he's made his chalk line, but he's missed the rafter. It's not where it's supposed to be. Well, you know, you can take some copper wire and bend it, or if you have something that's a little bit more of a rigid wire, that's even better. But just a little pin of wire, you can actually buy these things as tools on Amazon, like solar rafter locators. Um, they're not expensive, as you can imagine. So you just put that little pin into the hole you just drilled and rotate it, and it'll kind of tell you how close you are. You know, if you're within an inch or not. You know, if you're within a half inch and it hits, then you can move over, you know, an inch and you're fine. If you put that thing in and it's not twisting around at all, you're right up against the rafter and you only move over, you know, a half an inch. So you can use just a little pin tool to help you locate where these rafters are. So the next one is stud finders, which probably sounds like the best solution. Can you just put a stud finder on the roof and find where the rafters are underneath it? Well, in some rooftops, you don't have attic space available. You just have like drywall up to the roof. And so a regular stud finder, you know, in lieu of an attic space, can help you locate where those rafters are. Um, you know, when you there's some rooftops, not many, but some where, you know, that roof goes right into the living room. You don't want to you don't want to miss your rafters at that point and have a whole bunch of spikes coming through the ceiling. It's going to look bad on you. It's not the worst thing in the world. I mean, you can spackle it and paint over it, but it's still not great. So a regular old stud finder has a role on the job site. It's rare to find houses like this, in my opinion. I usually there's um, a little bit of an attic space, even if it's not accessible. But sometimes those rafters are located right where the cords are too, because it's part of a truss. And so finding out where the bottom cords are on a truss, will translate into rafter spacing up on the rooftop. So now he's about to deliver the bad news about stud finders on the rooftop with shingles, which is that a regular $40 stud finder that you get from Home Depot, uh, it doesn't have the depth of range. So here's like a sheet of drywall, and here's your stud finder, and here's the, I don't know, it's a bad example. Um, here's the piece of wood you're trying to find it. That drywall is only a quarter-inch thick. So that drywall is pretty, and it's also flat and smooth and uniform in surface. But what we're trying to do on a rooftop is, first off, we need to sense through the shingle, and then we need to sense through the plywood, and then we need to sense through the plywood onto the rafter. And so we actually need to be able to scan down more than just a quarter-inch. We need to be able to scan down a few inches in order to be able to identify where there's a rafter and where there's not. And there's a kind of stud finder for concrete. You have a concrete slab and you want to find the wires that are buried underneath the concrete. You might come out with, basically a giant metal detector and scan the concrete with your concrete scanner. And these concrete scanners can see down 6 feet through straight concrete, and they also cost $40,000. So you're not going to use them unless you're like an industrial grade contractor. Well, that's 6 feet down. We don't need to measure 6 feet down. We don't need a $40,000 stud finder. But the stud finder that is strong enough to see 4 inches down rather than a quarter-inch down is way more expensive than a regular stud finder. So the stud finders that you can use to see the rafters through the rooftop, that new, they cost about $2,000, and used they cost about $800. So they are sizable investments in order to see rafters through the rooftop. And even then, it's a nuanced process. So can you use a stud finder to find rafters through the rooftop? The answer is yes, but it's expensive and it's not going to work every single time. So it's only a tool, just like that little flimsy piece of metal, to help guide you. So what they're saying is, the stud finder method, for it to work, you need to put a smooth piece of material on top of the shingle, because the shingle by itself is not going to give you a good reading. And so you need the thickness of the cardboard, the thickness of the shingle, the thickness of the decking, and then the thickness of the rafter. That's why the stud finder is so expensive. But if you do make that investment, then you can drag along and see. It's a little hard to see, but you can drag along and see where the rafter is. So that's pretty cool. Not many solar installers have this. I don't have this equipment. It's something that's on my to-do list of tools to buy, but there's all sorts of tools to buy. There's tools that help you, and then there's tools that you need for safety, and then there's tools that you actually need to do the job. So some of the expensive tools that help you, you don't accumulate unless you are a larger company. So his last method is thermal imaging, and I don't recommend thermal imaging, and neither does he, because it's a hard thing to do. You have to do the thermal scan like in the morning, or you have a very limited window, so you can't really rely on thermal imaging to do your site evaluation. But he's showing that it is possible, but if your attic temperature is uniform, then you're not going to have a good result. Like if it's cold outside and it's hot inside and there's heat coming through your house up into the rooftop, then you can see how the rafters may impact that heat. But on like a springtime day where there's not much difference between their rooftop temperature and your attic temperature, thermal imaging is not going to be successful. So like his message here is there's a couple of different ways to identify rafters. Okay, let's move on to the next one. So this is how you get shingles off a rooftop. So basically, let's see what he calls it.
Hi, I'm Johan, the Director of Training for Quick Mount PV. Today's quick tip is going to be on nail removal on a composition asphalt shingle roof. And to properly get the classic composition mount in place, you have to sometimes remove some nails to allow the flashing to get up into the third core.
So what's going to happen is there's going to be nails behind these shingles, and then the way that the shingles work is as you're installing the shingles, you're nailing them to the rooftop, and then the next shingle layer covers it and it gets nailed, and the next shingle layer covers it and it gets nailed. And this flashing here, it doesn't just go underneath the next shingle up. It goes all the way up to right under this third course of shingles. And by going all the way up like that, that's what means if water gets into these cracks between these shingles or this shingle, by going all the way up to below that third to into that third course is proper flashing. So your flashing should just have a little bit of space here, and it should stick all the way up. If your flashing is going in and it's kind of overhanging here, it's because it's caught up on one of these roofing nails and you haven't removed it yet. And man, I got onto one job site a couple years ago, and getting these shingles up was just a nightmare. I mean, it took us twice as long, to put our pry bars up with our shingles as I thought it would. Then I was talking to the customer. He's like, "Oh yeah, I had the roofer put on, industrial grade fasteners that have a very high strength on them." I was like, "Oh, okay. Well, if I had known that ahead of time, maybe I would have done a non-flashed system on top of those shingles." But flashing is the best way to go. That's what we did. And you're really not going to know what kind of issues you encounter underneath the shingles of the rooftop until you win the project and get on into it anyway. So let's keep going.
And so this is a great tool that we use to properly break the seal.
So this is called a roofing bar. You probably have to order this online. I'm not sure if roofing supply houses sell these or not, because it's not a very common tool. Now, if you go to Lowe's or Home Depot, you can get flat pry bars, but the roofing bar is like specifically designed for getting underneath shingles and prying them up. A pry bar that you get kind of as a generic tool at Lowe's or Home Depot's costs the same amount of money, and it's not nearly as good as a true roofing bar. You might actually need to buy a couple of these over time if you don't clean them afterwards, because the shingle tar really sticks to them, and eventually if that becomes too thick on your pry bar, then you're not going. Then it's almost like a knife that is now dull. So, um, just keep that in mind if you have a particularly tar heavy rooftop and the tar's coming off on the pry bar, then you want to make sure to clean that off before it cools down.
Pop the nail with the sharp tip on the edge, and then it has a hook on both sides where
I'll back up just a minute.
The edge, and then it has a hook.
Hold on. There we
go. A tool that we use to properly break the seal in the shingles. Pop the nail with the sharp tip on the edge, and then it has a hook on both sides where you can go to the next shingle course and pull the nail out. So here's a little demonstration that's broken down a little slower so you can see.
So what they're saying is we have our shingle, and then there's the nail head in that shingle. Your pry bar, the flat edge of the pry bar is going to get up and under that nail head and pop it up. It's still underneath the shingle. The shingle's kind of starting to come up a little bit as you're doing that. And then you take the hook end of the roofing bar and move it around and hook onto that nail, and then pull the nail out from underneath. If that doesn't work, you can always pry. You can try to then stick your pry bar like underneath the next shingle, and like once you have you can try and mash the nail down in some cases and put the flashing over it, but this is the standard, is to pull the nail out.
How to properly remove the nails without damaging the shingles. Okay, so we want to get this nail out here. Break the shingle line there without damaging the shingle. One of the key things is not fighting the wrong course. So see how this is a raised tooth, and this is a lower side of the shingle. You don't want to fight this because you're actually fighting the wrong layer. You want to fight on this side of the shingle. You don't want to fight this because you're actually fighting.
Well, see, what he's talking about here is this edge of this shingle is coming up and then continuing along and then coming back down. And so when you're using your pry bar, you have to be aware, if you're trying to put the flashing in here, don't be prying up underneath where you're not putting the flashing. That could be bad for the roofing nails, that are already underneath the flashing, that you don't want to move them. So, make sure you're being aware of your shingling type and that you're staying on the exact layer of shingles that you're working with.
The wrong layer. You want to fight on this tooth, get under there, and then make your way across. That's the nail that's preventing my flashing from getting up into the nail line.
So there's usually only like one or two nails, unless you have upgraded nail fasteners. But so for the most part, your bar is just going to be removing the kind of glue, and it can just slide underneath those shingles, and then it'll hit, and wherever it hits is a nail that's kind of refusing to be pried up. So at that point, you back your tool out, and then you hit it right where the nail head is from underneath to pop it back up.
Hit it, pop it slightly, you can feel it pop, and then without damaging the shingle.
So he's like getting that edge under the nail head here, and then he's kind of giving it a little bit of a twist to get that nail head just to pop up.
Get under there, and then this is where the just regular bar comes in handy.
That's what you can get at Home Depot, is that one right there.
And then once you get it moving up, just bring it right out, and you're good to go. So when you're done, you'll have a little bit of a hole there, which your flashing will cover, but it's good practice just to shoot a little bit of sealant in there. Not too much, you don't want to overdo it because then you might blister the shingle. So just backfill that hole a little, and then your flashing's going to end up going over it, and you're good to go.
Yeah, so this is a task where getting like $2 cloth gloves. So yesterday I was saying, you know, the $2 cloth gloves are going to be, you know, too cheap for sight. But this task, you're using a lot of sealant, and it's going to gum up your hands. You don't want that on your nice work gloves. So when you're just doing shingle ripping, you know, some cloth gloves that might be only used for that project can be worthwhile. Said these are things that should be provided for you, but if they're not being provided for you, you will just enjoy your job a lot more if you don't get home with roofing gunk all over your fingers. So that was pretty simple. Let's go to the next one. And this one is not a perfect video that teaches best practices, but if you're not familiar with a chalk line, this kind of shows you the way installers use chalk lines up on the rooftop.
Okay, so
Own
after
a business? You're going to want to hear this.
If you own a business, you need Next Insurance. Type your business, select your plan.
All right. Sorry about that. So here's his solar design. If you're like a foreman on a job, hopefully your solar designer is giving you something that is a construction document that is clear enough for you to know where to put your rails and points like that. Although the solar designer has kind of a rough job too, because he doesn't know on a rooftop, you know, exactly on a roof, he doesn't know exactly where that first rafter is going to be located. So unless you're really thoughtful about your design and design your attachment points to have a tolerance that's the width of a rafter space, then your construction drawings cannot be detailed enough to tell you exactly, you know, where your attachment spacing should go. It's more like you got to get out there on the job and figure out how wide your solar array is going to be, and then know your cantilever span on how far your rail can stick over that last attachment point, and then say, okay, well, you know, my rafter needs to be somewhere between here and here, and that's a 2-foot distance, and my rafters are 2 feet on center, so somewhere in there is my rafter, and somewhere in there is my first starting point. So on many projects, you're just going to get something that's like the total array size. But if you're lucky, they're going to give you guidance on like the spacing between rows. But even something like that is really going to be dependent upon the shingle because of how the shingle lays into the how the flashing lays into the shingle. You know, if you get onto a job site and the shingles are completely messed up, just like uneven, you know, slanted lines across the rooftop, you know, you might have to pause the project and swap out the racking with like an above the shingle racking. It doesn't have to be so dependent on the shingles being in a straight line. Let's keep moving. So let's really just want to show you the chalk line part of this video. So he's just saying he's done his design and now he's going up into the attic. It's actually a nice little hidden thing here. There we go. You know, he has fashioned some pads on the top of his ladder here. So that's kind of common in the solar industry. We might take some you know, foam pipe insulation and tape it to the underside of the ladder so that we can just kind of bang the ladder up against the side of the house and not, or lay it across a roof and use it as a stepping aid, and not worry about so much about the damage that the ladder is going to cause. You know, if you're using, you know, a hard ladder and it's vibrating up against the edge of that rooftop, it can leave, you know, it can bite into the paint. So now he's in the attic and he's drilling his pilot hole just like we saw in the previous video. And he's got a nice long drill bit on there so he can get right next to the rafter and be straight. So he's actually drilling the hole, and instead of leaving the drill bit in the hole, he's sticking some wire up. Let's see what he's saying.
To measure these off and put 2 exploratory holes next to the rafters over here. Another thing I want to do.
Don't want to get too much exploratory holes with your pilot hole because underneath this attic here, you don't know where the course of the shingles are going to be, so you don't really know yet exactly where your first line is going to lay out. You want to select your line based on, so that the flashings can appropriately lay out on the shingles and get underneath that third course and have that sliver lip, you know, below them. So there's a very precise place where the flashing goes, and it's driven by the shingles themselves.
Make sure that they are 4 foot at a really.
So he's measuring his rafter spans, and now he's up on the rooftop. So he has some chalk, and he's chalking the roof. There's a couple of different tools you can use to mark a rooftop. You know, chalk works. I like whiteout pens for dabbing them, but you can't draw on it. And then often you'll get you can buy these at the hardware store, but they're like a yellow or a red wax crayon that you can just draw with like it's almost like a kid's Crayola crayon, but for roofers to draw on, you know, shingles. The wax crayon stays, whereas chalk, you can't. You need a nice dry rooftop to do chalk.
do this first chalk line. That's the hole. Just gonna go.
And so he's using that hole in a fastener,
Right over that.
you know, where he's identified where his rafter is, and so he's just doing a chalk line straight down. So you can see he's marked out where his rafter is going, and then maybe he's using his pilot hole for that. But you know, you could drill you're gonna drill a pilot hole for your lag screw right here. So if you know exactly where you're gonna make your drill, you know, instead of using this pilot hole and marking out the edge of the rafter, you can drill your pilot hole and make sure you know that you actually hit the rafter, and then drag your chalk line down the roof, and it should be lining up with your markings on the roof of where you did your hammer test to know where that rafter is up and down the rooftop. And so what you're doing is you're drawing the string line out, and he has it tied off on the top end. You might actually have a worker just holding the top end down, and he's pulling the string, and then he's just pulling it up off the roof and then snapping it, and you can hear it. You can't really see it, but what he's doing down here, but you can hear the snap as the chalk line is hitting the roof.
I'm gonna wave it right over that. It doesn't look straight though, does it? Snap it.
You just hear that snap. Well, he's just picking the chalk line up and letting it snap back down. So the chalk line is under tension, and you pull it up and it snaps back down. And if you're doing it, pulling it straight up and snapping it straight down, it'll make that straight line. And so you're going to be chalk lining out where your rafters are on the rooftop.
So that's about the center.
So that's kind of when you're working a real trained up crew, you know, the guys who are getting there at the very beginning of the project are getting into the attic, drilling their pilot hole, then getting up on the rooftop, and then chalk lining out where the rafters are.
Okay, so here's my mark. Here's the rafter. And here's the new problem.
And so now he's pulling his chalk line, you know, along the shingles, and that's really something that you don't always have to do, because if you know where the rafters are and the shingles are in a straight line, you might be able to just measure off the bottom of the shingle and know exactly where your pilot hole is going to go along that row. What he's saying here is his shingles are not straight. I can't really see it, but maybe further down the shingles start sliding down the rooftop. There's not too much you can do about if your shingles aren't straight. You know, the flashing really needs to be, you know, right under this third course of shingle. And so the flashing, you know, you might have a little bit of adjustment room, but it's not a lot. So if you go up on that roof and the shingles are visibly awful, like the homeowner will be like, oh yeah, I put the shingles on my roof myself, and they're not looking like professionally installed shingles, that might be a time when you do a above the shingle racking system instead of a flashed system. The above the shingle racking systems have this, we saw it earlier in class, but it has that goop that goes completely underneath it, and it just solves the solution by gooping up the roof real good.
The shingles on this roof are pretty screwed up. You can see where they go down over there. So now that creates a problem. I can
And so that's kind of the end of that video. I just wanted to show you that, you know, you take a chalk line up on the rooftop, and once you know where the rafters are identified, you snap your chalk line. On a commercial rooftop where you're not doing shingles, then absolutely, then you're marking your not just north-south chalk line locations, but also the east-west locations. Okay, I'm pulling up my GoToWebinar feed. So I hope this doesn't impact my live streaming quality. If it does cut out, then, you know, what I want you to do, you know, going into lunch, and then also going into lunch, and then also you know, a little bit after lunch, is to go through these videos at the top of the Day 4 chat channel and watch them. You know, we have one series that kind of walks you through the installation of the solar array, and then interspersed are some construction techniques like how to fish wire through a conduit and crimp wire on. So there's plenty of video content there to get you through. And so why don't we watch then what I want you to do is, well, this one's short, so we'll just watch it together. So here they're doing an above the shingle racking system. And this is a computer simulation, but the only thing is, on an above the shingle racking system, then you have to mark these lines, because the location of these attachment points, you don't get the forgiveness of flashing. You don't get the opportunity to make mistakes, except for the fact that, like, this particular above the shingle racking system roof tech, you're putting in multiple fasteners, kind of like those roof anchors. And that means this roof tech device is actually strong enough to anchor onto the rooftop permanently. So let's see. How you doing, Jessica? Okay, so they've marked out the chalk lines here, and they're anchoring these above the roof shingles, which could actually go kind of anywhere on that shingle. So on uneven shingles, it's you would use this above the shingle racking system. So the module clips are going on. These are the end clips at the end of the row. The end clips clamp down. These are mid clips. We saw those yesterday and the day before. They just go between two solar panels rather than be at the end. And then furthermore, this particular racking system, you got about that much play in it. And so, you don't necessarily have to put the end of this thing overhanging a shingle you know, you could make a slight field adjustment and move it up, and as long as you have enough play. So let's get to the end of this video, and then I'm going to transition over to the next webinar for me, but we'll let you just self-study within the chat room. And Susan will be in the Discord to help y'all if y'all have any questions. I'll be back at about 2:10 Eastern time. And so what I want you to do is watch the videos and maybe make comments as you're completing the videos. When you're watching the videos, come up with questions. You know, don't just say I've watched the video. You know, I want you to spend the next, you know, half an hour going into lunch, and then you'll break for lunch right at noon. But when you come back at 1, I'm still going to be teaching my other webinar until 2. I just couldn't reschedule it when we booked this thing. So what I want you to do is go into the Discord chat and watch some of these other videos, and some of them are quite long. Like this one on how to install a Solodeck box is an hour just by itself. You know, you don't necessarily have to watch the whole thing if you'd rather skip ahead. Well, I don't know. Just go ahead and watch these in order. I think wiring up a Solodeck box, even though it's an hour-long video, this thing is done on like every residential job site, so I do think it's worth watching. So try and come up with a question or two about some of these videos, and ask it in the Discord. And when I get back at 2, I'll pick up on it. If you have any logistical questions, Susan should be able to help you. And then in the afternoon, we're going to talk a little bit more about commercial installation specifically. So I'm going to start supporting the webinar. If you want to watch the webinar, you know, you can still go to the YouTube channel, but it's going to just be material we've already covered. You need to, if you're up on class already, then keep going with these installation training videos. That'll be more worth your while. So with that, I'm going to start supporting this other class for the next, you know, until 2 o'clock. Is there any last minute questions about what we're doing? You know, we're breaking, you're watching these videos at the top of the day 4 chat, and there's more than an hour and a half's worth of content. So just watch those videos, take lunch at noon, come back at 1, keep watching the videos, and then I'll see you guys back here at 2. Okay. Hey Jessica, how you doing? I'm doing just fine. We're doing some new hire training for Job Corps. So it's kind of weird. I'm usually training engineers and architects, and now I'm training new hires. It's kind of enjoyable. Yeah, they ask more questions than engineers and architects, and I appreciate that. Yeah. No, I do. Yeah, that's good. I actually can make my sound even better. I don't have my sound filter on. Yeah. Okay. All right, so let me see. Let me make sure I have the GoToWebinar. Yeah, it's up on the screen. So you can see your presentation. I'm using 2 monitors. Your presenter view is probably this regardless of what monitor I have it on. That's kind of nice. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Cool. You know, I forgot if in this presentation we have polling questions coming up as slides, I think. All right. Yeah, okay. Yeah, that's all I needed to figure out. So other than that, I'm good. You know, I'll start precisely at the top of the hour. Okay. Okay, if you don't mind, then up until that point, maybe a few minutes before, I'm just gonna go back into my. I'm gonna stay here and be broadcasting GoToWebinar, but I'm gonna be talking with the students and kind of moving them further along. Then, if that's all right with you. Okay. All right. I'll do that in a minute. Okay, so we're all set up for this webinar thing I have in 20 minutes, but I am here, so if you're watching these videos and you have questions, feel free to unmute your mic and ask them, or type it into the Discord and I'll comment on it. Now, right now, you're just kind of moving at your own pace through those videos, so feel free to, you know, I'm here in class until the top of the hour. Yeah, you can spend this time to watch the cartoons as well. You know, what I would say is if you feel like you need some reinforcement on basic concepts, then watch the cartoons. Or even if you're feeling real lost on just basic solar knowledge, you know, you might want to take some lunch right now and then just you know, come on in. You might want to just come on in and watch the YouTube live stream, because we're going to be kind of, this audience I'm about to teach to is taking a 2-hour crash course in introductory solar. So, you know, if you want to take 20 minutes now and watch this presentation, you're more than welcome to, and I'm not going to stop you. But officially, you know, you can watch the cartoons if you want some more just core concept reinforcement. If you feel you don't need that and you just want to learn more about installation, keep watching those installation videos at the top of the Discord channel right here. You'll just have to scroll all the way up to the top there. Yeah, no problem. Yeah. All right. Any other questions from anyone? Feel free to ask. Okay, yeah, that sounds great. And if anyone has random questions, now is a nice little interlude where you can ask them as well. Hey, Jessica, I don't know if you're still there or not, but I do have a question. Does Red Vector, do y'all want me to take a break at the hour mark or just keep going straight through? And I'm a straight through kind of presenter, but I can take a break too if I'm supposed to. Oh, yeah, sounds good. I didn't want to not have it if I'm supposed to. So I'm actually taking a lot of my program, which is primarily 6 hour classes broken into sections, and reducing them down to 2 hour programs, kind of similar to this. Um, they're not going to be exclusive programs, but they would fit into your format really well. So um, I don't know if y'all want this program we're doing for y'all is exclusive, but for additional content, um, we have it available. Okay, S- sounds good. But y'all got the real good exclusive one. Y'all are the only ones that I'm doing a 2 hour intro to solar program with. Yeah. I'm not even doing, I have like a 6 hour intro and a 4 hour intro, but even in my own product offerings, I don't do this 2 hour intro. I mean, y'all are great company to work with, and I feel like you want, you deserve something that's truly unique as a starting point, particularly. Um, so I've talked, yeah, I guess I got kind of started with doing my own half day presentations, and then I went on the road, and so I started doing full day presentations at that point. And then when I moved online, I just transitioned my full day presentations online, and so most of my content is written for 6 hours because of that, and um, I just haven't I'm excited to be able to reduce them down to shorter program contents because I'm doing a lot of like 40 hour and 60 hour trainings now. And so now my program is quite long, and there's no reason for me not to boil down some of the important parts for this kind of format for y'all. Um, there's like a solar industry certificate called NABCEP, that I'm a member of. And so a lot of the other trainings that I do are for kind of the solar installer community trying to either get or maintain their NABCEP certificate. Um, it's not a large market like engineering continuing ed or architect continuing ed, but it's a large enough market for for me, for a couple of instructors, but it's not. We're not talking about. There's not more than maybe 4,000 or 5,000 people in the NABCEP program total. So it's a little bit of a small community at this point. Maybe 10 years from now it'll be huge. So okay. Are you located out of the Houston office by any chance? Okay. Well, soon enough he'd be mandated to put solar on his roof out there. Yeah, they in Miami they have a mandate. You have to put solar on your roof now. Yeah. And that's one way to do it that doesn't involve subsidies, but people still grumble about it being forced to do it. Um, mhm. Tampa's real nice. I had relatives on Anna Maria Island who grew up there back when it was not what it is today. Um, I spent a lot of time in the Tampa area. Snooty the manatee, you know Snooty? Yeah. All right. Have you ever done that Amtrak line where you can take your car on it from Jacksonville up to just outside New York City? Yeah, they have a weird like car ticket where you can take your car on and um, save all that drive time. I think it takes a lot longer, but then you have your car up there and oh.
So what's new?
We're kind of waiting for our Red Vector program to start in
Yeah, I know. Are we
8 minutes
muted?
or so. Not with Red Vector. Now we are.
Are we muted with everybody?
We are not muted with the YouTube live stream because I want the attendees who are following the YouTube live stream in our class to have the option to watch the YouTube live stream if they want. What? You? All right. Hold on.
I ate something.
Have y'all been having any internet related issues with your webinars? Like from the software perspective? GoToWebinar is so much more stable than like I tried to do a training in Google Hangouts a while back and it just choked. I mean, there was yeah, I mean, I don't know what they were thinking. It was a solar company that has like 8 different offices and it was their annual meeting and so they were trying to get everyone onto it. By the time it got to like doing presenter screen sharing and handing off and stuff like that, it all just froze up and crashed. But yeah, right, yeah. I use Discord, which is a nice little chat software. And then it's a little bit weird. I'm not sure it's suitable for engineer and architect audience. I like it, but it's it's a gamer chat. It's what computer gamers use to talk to each other while they're playing video games. Which actually it the classes in Discord have much more communication than on GoToWebinar. So it's better for like a 30 or 40 hour program. And then we use YouTube Live for the video presentation. So we kind of divide the class between 2 different platforms. But um, it is a little, yeah, but it is the registration process is a little more chaotic. They get more functionality out of it ultimately, but for like a 2 hour program, I don't think there's a better solution than GoToWebinar. Oh, well, I'm more than happy to come to Tampa and do a recording of this if that's what you want. But I can also do recordings of it in house as well. I do audio editing and get rid of all the uhs and extemporaneous conversation that I think works well in class, but doesn't seem to work well as a recording. I don't know. I think it's okay. Yeah. Sounds good. All right, hey everyone. We have a dense program ahead of us, so I'm not going to spend hardly any time introducing myself. I am a mechanical engineer. I worked in oil and gas before getting into solar. I've worked in solar for over a decade now. I made this transition into solar not really appreciating the difference between a volt and an amp, and over time I've passed a number of industry exams. I got into this industry in a large part because of what Fluor, the company I worked for, had to say about solar. And long story short, they said that solar compared to traditional power projects was really easy to develop and design. The complexity of a traditional power plant is substantially reduced with a solar power plant. And so even though maybe solar is a more expensive technology, particularly with upfront capital costs, the projects can be developed very quickly. It's very accessible. If you're already a building professional, solar scope is something that should be within your skill set. And so what we're going to do today is go through kind of a crash course in solar fundamentals to give you the idea of what the work practices are in this industry and what some best practices are as well. So the solar industry is continuing to grow. Some of the growth in the most recent years has been tapering off, but it's still a growing industry. And there's certain markets in solar that are maybe haven't had the growth in the last 10 years, but the technology has improved to the point where certain markets that have been kind of behind the others are now catching up. So even though maybe utility scale solar and residential solar is only growing at 10% a year right now. Say the commercial solar market is still experiencing very robust exponential growth with a lot of opportunity in that. And so we're going to be highlighting particularly some commercial opportunities as we go along in our discussion. But we'll also be training you on residential projects, because if you do want to get into solar scope, probably the best thing for an engineer and architect to do is design a solar array for their own home and kind of lead the project management aspects of it, get a feel for it, how it goes, and do it yourself solar, even if you're hiring a subcontractor to actually put the thing on your roof. If you do a lot of the design end on the front end yourself and get it into a scope that any electrical contractor or any roofing contractor can come and put it on your rooftop, if you go through that exercise, you will be well prepared to participate in this industry, regardless of where it takes you. So we're going to learn how to estimate solar performance. We're going to learn how to do circuit design and talk about some material selection. We'll talk about some kind of advanced design and safety issues. And we'll also talk about how emerging technologies such as batteries and I'll call it smart home technology, but the thing is, what works on the home and smart home also works on a business. And we'll talk about how some of that Internet of Things technology is advancing solar design and making it even more valuable. So we got a lot to cover in 2 hours. So this will be a very dense class, and I think you'll like it. So a really good starting point is performance estimation. So how do you know how much energy a solar array will produce? Well, you're not the only one who's asked this question. I want to kind of pull the audience just as for general knowledge, and also to get us started on using these polls. So I'm going to launch a poll here. This is not something you're graded on. This is really to track audience participation. So let's figure out how this one works. The question is, energy is a measurement of what? Is it a kilowatt hour, a volt, or an amp? So what is energy? This is just just to say just to see where everyone's at. There's no don't take time figuring this thing out. Just go ahead and put it in, because we're not gonna, we got 90% voted. Let's get everybody's vote in. We're at 93%. And actually, Jessica, I don't know when I can close off the polling, if we have to get up to 100% with each question or not. Maybe you can send me a text message on what's appropriate for that. But hey, we just started. We need to get up to 100%. We got 97% of the people voting. Well, there's one person out there who's not chiming in. So you need to click which answer, and we're not going to spend much more time on this. So what do you think, Jessica? Can I keep going? Let's see. You can close after 2 minutes or 85%. So we're not quite at the 2-minute mark. We're going to be spending some time on this poll while everyone gets comfortable for it. We've got about 20 seconds left, and then we're gonna move on. So we gotta pay attention. I'm working hard to make sure this is gonna be an interesting presentation for you. So let's participate, given that it's the start of the program. All right, let's close the polls. Here's the response. So most of the audience said energy is a kilowatt hour. So we're engineers here. We where are my drawing tools? Let's see. Do I have some drawing tools, Jessica? I thought I don't see where the drawing tools are in here. Oh, the drawing tools aren't going to work. Oh, okay. Anyway, energy is power multiplied by time. And so power does not have a time component by itself. Power is instantaneous. When you look at a light bulb and it's 60 watts, it's using 60 watts instantly. If you multiply that by a time component, by hours, you get kilowatt hours. Most residential electric bills are measured in kilowatt hours. So energy is power multiplied by time. And so whenever we're talking about power, we're talking about things that are happening instantly. A volt and an amp give you power. And so volts are instantaneous. Amps are like a derivative. They're like a flow rate. So they're instantaneous. A volt times an amp is a watt. 1,000 watts is a kilowatt. It's all instantaneous. Energy is not instantaneous. Energy is power multiplied by time. It's a kilowatt hour. So most of us know that. And now, if you didn't, you do. So let's keep going on here. There's a website you can go to called PV Watts, and it's a free website. If you just Google PV Watts, it comes up. It's put out by the Department of Energy. It leverages some governmental resources that are useful, such as weather data, and despite being a very robust performance modeler, it is has a very simple interface. So you go to PV Watts and you put in your address, you click go, and the next screen on PV Watts gets you to some weather stations. They've kind of streamlined this a little bit more, but here we have an Air Force base, and here we have a regional airport. And both of these weather stations that are near our address are tied into PV Watts. So the main thing with the weather station selection is, in most cases, what PV Watts defaults to is going to be just the local weather for the area. Only when you have an extreme geographies, like very mountainous areas, or you're right on the coast versus an hour inland, you want to make sure that you're taking your weather data from a weather station that matches your local geography. Otherwise, PV Watts is just going to use an average of local weather data. But the point is, PV Watts uses local weather data to predict how much energy the solar array will produce. And it goes back 40 years of weather data. And it says, what is the most typical month? So we have 40 years of Aprils. What is the most typical April? And it uses that typical weather month for its data. So PV Watts does not model, if a hurricane comes and puts clouds in the sky for 2 weeks, if there's a drought and so the weather is unusually sunny, it doesn't model those extremes. It models what is typical. So solar is a long-lasting technology. The PV Watts data compared to field performance can vary from year to year, but it should tell you what a typical year will produce. So there are years where the solar array will overperform what PV Watts says. There are years where the solar array can underperform what PV Watts says, at least until we figure out how to control the weather. So the way you use PV Watts, as you put in your system size, so this is a 1 kilowatt solar array. Most solar is much larger than this. Most residential solar arrays start at 6 or 7 kilowatts. Commercial solar arrays are 100 kilowatts plus. Utility scale arrays nowadays are like 50 megawatts on up. A megawatt is 1,000 kilowatts. I recommend just doing a PV watts simulation for a 1 kilowatt array. And the reason is a 10 kilowatt array is going to produce 10 times as much energy as a 1 kilowatt array. A 100 kilowatt will do 100 times as much. So if you do a 1 kilowatt, you get a scalar. And if you know that scalar, then what we'll see is there's actually not much difference between a south-facing solar array and a southwest-facing solar array, or a south-facing solar array and a southeast-facing solar array. There's not much difference in performance in a solar array that has a 20-degree tilt versus a 10-degree tilt versus a 30-degree tilt. Your imagination, the performance difference between these minor variations in tilt and orientation, you'll imagine the performance difference is a lot greater than what it actually is. Certainly when you go up to a very high tilt angle and when you rotate the panel so it faces north or east or west, if you flip the solar panel upside down and leave it flat the wrong way on the roof, you might have some extreme performance differentials. But for minor variations, south, southeast, southwest, if you're using your roof tilt instead of the ideal tilt, there's not much performance difference in those scenarios. So what I recommend you do is just go to PV Watts and do a 1 kilowatt performance estimation and just keep everything else kind of the same to get a good idea of what 1 watt of solar will produce in your area. And so after you put in your system specifications, what you get to is a printout of month by month how much energy will the solar array produce over the course of that month. So what we can see here is that in January, we're producing less energy than in June or July. So that is strictly because the days are longer in June and July than they are in January or December. So there's all sorts of things that impact solar array performance. The length of the day is the primary factor in solar performance. Heat will drag down solar performance. Cold will increase solar performance. But it's really that position of the sun that has shorter days in winter and longer days in summer that cause the most variance in your solar production. The most kind of the PV Watts will have some additional information support. You can kind of click on these blue information buttons to learn more. So for instance, PV Watts starts you out with a 20-degree tilt. You might want to click on the information and match it up to actual roof pitches. Like a 512 roof pitch is pretty common, and that corresponds to a 22-degree tilt. 412 pitch is not uncommon. That's an 18-degree tilt. Even a 1212 roof pitch would be a 45-degree tilt. Just as kind of a pro note, as a solar installer, when it comes to roof tilt, you might think, well, am I gonna, adjust the roof tilt of new construction for a solar array? And the answer is, well, you can. But once your rooftop gets beyond like 4 or 512 in terms of its roof pitch, it becomes difficult to walk on. And a solar array is equipment that will need servicing at some point down the road. In fact, back in the day, the solar arrays needed less servicing because they had fewer parts in them. Solar has kind of become like a modern F-150 that has so much computer stuff going on that that might improve the performance of the system altogether, but it also means you might need a little bit more regular servicing than when cars didn't have such complex computer systems in them. And what that means is if you're thinking about things like setting the roof tilt of the whole building because you want to put solar on top of it, I think it's more important to have that roof tilt be shallower so that you can actually walk on the roof surface, making the array easier to maintain than slanting up the roof all the way, at a steeper tilt because you want all of the maximum production out of it. And so here I've done 2 case studies. I've done one in Houston, Texas, and I've done one in Indianapolis. And so in Houston, Texas, a 512 roof pitch is closest to your ideal tilt, where you will get, I'm just calling it 100% of maximum production in Houston. Indianapolis is a little bit further north. Okay, so it will, compared to a due south at a 512 roof tilt versus due south at a 1212 roof tilt, you'll get a little bit more production out of that 1212 roof tilt versus due south. But look, it's hardly any difference between a 512 roof pitch in Indianapolis and a 1212 roof pitch in Indianapolis. It's just by losing 1% of the energy harvest, you now make your solar array much more easier to navigate and maintain. So I think that that 1% performance loss is not something I'm going to lose any sleep over. Another thing that's interesting is, so here in Houston, Texas, the difference between a 512 roof tilt and a 1212 roof tilt is only a 3% difference. So the tilt angle of the solar array from 20 degrees all the way up to 45 degrees. So that's a 25 degree tilt angle difference. It actually doesn't have that much impact on energy. And some of it is because, well, in Indianapolis in the wintertime, you get you get cloudier weather. So even though you're tilted up, that theoretical, calculation made back in the 70s and 80s for solar doesn't account for things like cloudy winter times. It assumes the Earth doesn't have, any atmosphere at all. And in Houston, going with a shallower tilt better corresponds with your summertime electrical load. So there's also an economic value of can you consume more of the energy on site, or do you have to sell that energy back to the grid? And in many cases, in an increasing number of cases, the value you get for selling back to the grid is less than what it would be if you consume that energy on site. So we'll talk about those economics in a little bit. Well, let's get back to production. If I take a 512 due south solar array and now I make it face southeast or southwest, that's not due south. It's 45 degrees off of south. If I go 45 degrees off of south on a 512 roof, I only lose 3% of my harvest. Or in Indianapolis, maybe 4% of my harvest. At a steeper tilt angle, the difference gets more pronounced. If I'm at 97% facing due south on a 45 degree roof in Houston, and I go to southeast or southwest, I lose 5% versus 3% at that shallower tilt. So in fact, if I go all the way flat and face the solar module straight up in the air, then if I face the modules east or west or whatever, it doesn't matter how I spin the module, it's looking straight up. So what that means is at shallower tilt angles, the shallower your tilt angle, the less the orientation of the solar array matters, to the point where even certain north-facing rooftops, like if you have a commercial building with a low-slope roof, 2 or 3 degrees, maybe 5 degrees, but it slopes to the north rather than to the south, you might not even tilt the array up off the roof because the performance that you gain from, adding 10 degrees or 12 to 15 degrees to the solar array isn't worth the structural difficulty that comes with the solar array coming up off of the roof deck. Now, on slanted rooftops, the common practice is to stay flush to the roof. There's other reasons why on flat roofs you would want to tilt the modules up, but they're not tilting the modules up all the way to ideal. Like in solar thermal, solar hot water heating, that might be a little bit different. If you're trying to capture wintertime electricity that as the primary goal, that might be a little bit different. But if you're just trying to put solar arrays on a rooftop to lower your electric bill, you're not going to be like spinning the building around or coming up off an already tilted roof deck. You're just going to use the roof surfaces that you have available to you. Even going all the way to due east and due west isn't that big of a deal. And if I'm at a 512 roof pitch and I go all the way to due east or all the way to due west, I'm losing 12 to 15% of my energy harvest. And the thing is, if I have a building that has two roof surfaces, and so those two roof surfaces will either face east and west, or they'll face north and south. I'm actually not scared of pointing the solar array north. There are certain climates, certain circumstances where north is not that bad. Look, let's push the east and west discussion off for a minute. Let's look at the difference between all the way south facing at 512 versus all the way north facing in Houston, Texas at 512. We've lost 25% of our energy harvest. Now, the further north you go, the more pronounced that gets. In Indianapolis, going from due south all the way to north facing, we lose 35% of our roof harvest. But if you're just doing the south side of the roof and you can double your project size by doing the whole roof, maybe that doubling of project size can give you a 30% discount on your installation budget. So it's just not that simple to say, don't use the north side of the roof and only use the south side of the rooftop, particularly for low slope or shallower slope rooftops. I consider all roof surfaces when approaching a project. Now, once you get into higher slopes, the impact of orientation matters more. If I have a 12-12 roof in Houston, Texas, the north side of the rooftop is going to produce 50% of what the south side of the rooftop would. But east and west would do 80%. So that's kind of funny. If we took a north-south roof at a high tilt at 12-12, we would get 97% in Houston, Texas, plus 51% for the other side of the roof. And that would bring us to a total of 148%. And whereas if we did an east-west roof, it's 160%. So there's really not that much energy harvest difference between, covering the whole roof with panels that face east and west versus covering a whole roof with panels that face north and south. The same amount of sunlight is going to fall on that rooftop total. And so the way you get the most energy harvest out of that rooftop is to completely cover it with solar panels. And so from that point, as a designer, you have to look at it and says, well, does that make sense for this particular project? If you have, what I like to see in as a solar project are lower slope rooftops that I can walk on, and then also really large and open surfaces. The tilt angle and orientation, yes, a south-facing roof surface is better than an east or west surface, but you shouldn't rule out east and west entirely in fact, with so much solar producing power midday, it'll be the evening hours and the morning hours that have electrical issues for society at large. And so maybe midday electricity starts to decrease in price, and evening and morning electricity starts to increase in price. And so east-west rays are perfectly fine for solar. In fact, in commercial design, there are racking systems that intentionally face east and west to focus things on like rooftop density. So I guess what I'm trying to say in this slide is that energy losses associated with being off ideal are not as big of a deal as you might think. And you can use PV watts to simulate that. And so in New York City, you can find, just because of the price of electricity being so high and real estate being so expensive, that you might only have a big open surface that's the side of the building. The rooftop might be small. The rooftop might already have electrical equipment on it, but you can use PV watts to simulate a solar array that is tilted up at a 90-degree tilt angle. It still produces some electricity, and depending on your cost of electricity, that might be worthwhile. So, compared in New York, doing a shallower tilt on top of the roof compared to doing a 90-degree vertical solar array down the side of the building, the performance difference between those two configurations is only 27%. And so if it's between not having a project and having a project, in certain circumstances, even bolting the solar array down the side of the building can be not just a showpiece, but also an economically viable design. And so to kind of wrap it up, the PV watts, what I recommend you doing is do a 1 kilowatt solar array performance model and figure out, in my case, I'm doing a 1 kilowatt array. And for this particular design, 1 kilowatt produces 1,390 kilowatt hours. Knowing that ratio, 1 kilowatt produces 1,390 kilowatt hours for my area. 1 watt produces, 1.4 about kilowatt hours. And if I know in my area that 1 watt produces 1.4 kilowatt hours, and that no matter how I tilt the panel, it might be off by 15% for an east-west array or 3% for a southwest array. At that point, I can say, okay, I have an 8 kilowatt solar array. And 8 kilowatts multiplied by 1.4, that's going to give me about 11,000 and a half or so. And so if I know in my area, a south-facing solar array, 1 watt produces 1.4 kilowatt hours, then right in the conversation with the customer, I could say, oh, well, if you use 10,000 kilowatt hours of electricity, then you're going to need, maybe a 9 or 10 kilowatt or an 8 kilowatt solar array. And I'm not going to worry too much about whether that's a southwest or southeast facing array. That can be after the customer says, well, that's interesting. I'd like to know more. You can go back and model that number exactly. But a good solar tip is to do a PV watts calculation, do 1 kilowatt produces how much energy a year in your area. Understand that the tilt angle and orientation of the array will not impact most solar designs by more than a few percentage points, and now you can start estimating solar production based off array size in mid-conversation because you know that scalar. Another thing about PV watts useful to know is that you can download the PV watts data, and commercial software companies download commercial software companies download this data. We have a student say they lost the feed. If someone else could just chime in the chat room and say, you can hear me fine, that would help us figure out that other student's feed issue. So we do have Thomas, we do have other audience members saying they can hear. I'm not sure if you can hear me, so you might have to talk to Red Vector. You can download the PV Watts data, and commercial software downloads the PV Watts data and uses it within commercial software. So the same energy data sets that you get with commercial paid for design software, you get with PV Watts. They just might do more with that data. But if you download, I think downloading the hourly results is really useful. I guess we're at our second polling question, so I'm gonna launch a poll. And I'm gonna tell you the answer to this one too. For a 1 kilowatt solar array in your area with PV Watts, how many kilowatt hours does a solar array produce? And for most of the country, you know, the exceptions are going to be the Southwest United States and the desert, and then far north Alaska or maybe Seattle, where it's not just north, but it's also rainy all the time. But for almost for the rest of us, for everywhere from Maine to anywhere in the United States that's not Seattle, Alaska, or the Southwest desert, most solar 1 kilowatt will produce between 1,200 kilowatt hours and 1,500 kilowatt hours a year. So if you're in Alaska, if you're in Seattle, you're producing less than 1,200 kilowatt hours per year. If you're in Arizona or Albuquerque or maybe some parts of California, you're producing over 1,500 kilowatt hours per year. And if you're in most of the United States, Indianapolis, Houston, Texas, Charlotte, North Carolina, New York City, you're doing 1,200 to 1,500 kilowatt hours per year. So go ahead and vote if you haven't voted. If you get this as a quiz question, you're going to want to look for stuff between 1,200 to 1,500 kilowatt hours per year, because that is what is typical for most of the United States. So if I know in most of the United States 1 watt produces between 1.2 and 1.5 kilowatt hours per year, that would mean that a 10 kilowatt solar array produces between 12,000 and 15,000 kilowatt hours per year. So knowing that scalar that PV Watts produces is very useful. I'm going to close the poll and continue on with the program. I guess I can share what people said. So we have most of the United States is doing 12 to 1,500 kilowatt hours per year. I presume with the other percentage of the audience is in the Southwest United States, where you're getting better than average solar production. So you can feel good about that. What I think is funny is that, like in Houston, Texas, we really don't get much more. I grew up in Houston, I guess that's why I say we. But we don't get much more energy performance out of a solar array in Houston, Texas, as you do up in New York City, because of the other factors that are a little bit more equitable, like the heat and humidity of Houston, Texas drags down its performance so that it's not that much further ahead than less sunny, less hot climates. And now I need to hide that, and we can keep going. So when you download the PV watts data, this is what you get dumped into an Excel file. And, for every single hour of the day, you get all this data. You get the amount of sunlight in the air. You get the amount of sunlight in the air versus how much the clouds are diffusing that sunlight. And that means PV watts can tell you if it's modeling a sunny day or a cloudy day. So here we have January 1st, and we have a lot of direct sunlight. And then we have not much diffuse sunlight. That would just come naturally from humidity. Then on January 9th, we have almost no direct sunlight, even though it's noon or 1 o'clock. We have almost no direct sunlight, and we have a lot more diffuse sunlight than we had on the sunny day. This is a duck soup, completely overcast weather event. And eventually all this stuff, the surface temperature of the modules, all that translates into a final system output. And so what PV watts is really useful for, oh my goodness. What PV watts is really useful for is a lot of things, not just estimating annual solar energy performance, but you can take that hourly data and use it for advanced modeling. When I do off-grid design, I need to know how many cloudy days I have in a row, and I can get that data from PV watts. If I'm doing commercial design, I have to look a lot closer at the minute-by-minute energy use of the facility as it relates to the solar array for demand management modeling. And I can get that data from PV watts. In fact, the commercial solar design softwares that do these things for you also get their data from PV watts. In the interest of time, we're not going to cover all of these items in detail, but PV watts does factor in system losses, and things like soil and dust and debris on the surface of the module does impact solar performance. You don't really have to clean a solar module that often unless you're in an environment that warrants it. And so what I mean is, if you live alongside a dusty road and there's dust that's being kicked into the air all the time, if you live next to a pine tree forest and there's pollen in the air all the time, in those circumstances, you're going to have to clean your solar modules much more than other. However, most solar installers will tell you you do not need to clean the solar panel. And what they're really saying is, we don't want you to clean the solar panel. The performance gain from that dust, PV watts models it at 2%. You go up after a few years, you wipe down your solar array, its production will jump up by a couple percentage points. But it's in most cases, unless it's apparently obvious, like you're doing solar in the Sahara Desert and sandstorms are coating your solar array with sand, then the risk associated with cleaning the array is not worth the effort. But what is a good practice is a few years down the road, you might have a maintenance event that requires someone to get up on the rooftop. And if you're paying the guy to come out and service the array, that's a good time to also pay him to wipe down the solar array with some water and a rag and get that dust off of it. You don't want to overkill cleaning the array, but water and some hand power really helps. PV watts is not modeling shade on a solar array. And it's not modeling snow on a solar array. The shading number is really just saying the array will take a little bit of time to turn on, and it's also going to turn off a little bit before the sun sets. The arrays need a minimum amount of power to operate, and so PV watts by shading is going to clip off the very early morning and very late evening tail of performance. It doesn't model snow. There's some other stuff that's not that important. But PV Watts down at the bottom is modeling 3% for availability. And that's saying we're modeling the solar array being offline for 3% of the year. And that, while that's unusual, you know, you might have snow on your array for a couple of days. You might have a maintenance event that needs your solar array to be off for 2 or 3 weeks, but it might only happen every 5 or 6 years. And so they're kind of getting this average down for you. The point of the matter is the default value for PV watts of system losses, just leave it like it is, and that'll produce a conservative performance estimate that you can be confident that you will achieve or get close to or slightly exceed on a year-to-year basis. Okay, economic payback. You take your price of electricity, you multiply by that PV watts ratio, and then you figure out if my electricity is worth 10 cents a kilowatt hour, and I'm producing 1 watt, 1.4 kilowatt hours for every watt, then I just through unit analysis, my solar array is paying back 14 cents per watt per year. So this is where it gets real interesting, because up on the Northeast coast, they're on the lower end of production, but their electricity price is much more expensive than, say, on the Gulf Coast. So even though it could be sunnier in Houston, Texas, the payback figures are more valuable in New York City, not because of the amount of sunlight, but because of the price of electricity. And so how I like doing project budgeting to see if the solar array makes sense or not is I say, okay, well, I want a 10-year payback on my solar project. Otherwise, I'm not going to do it. And there is a tax credit for solar. Now, it didn't get extended. It's sunsetting. So for the next 2 years, it's going to be a 26% tax credit instead of a 30%. It'll drop down from there. But if the tax credit were 70%, you would just put that back into the budget. If I need $1.40 a watt for my project budget, and then I factor back out the tax credit, you know, what that means for a 10-year payback for most of the United States, including the federal tax credit, is you need a $2 per watt price for solar. That can be a little disappointing because the average price of solar in most states is $3 a watt, not $2. The solar cost has been dropping, but it's also been increasing in other areas. The import tariffs that the United States solar industry pays is keeping the cost of solar expensive. I'll just leave it at that. And what that means is the price of solar is high because of these import tariffs. We also have the tax credit that then reduces it. Some of these states have additional incentives that make projects worthwhile, but you know, solar growth is kind of slowing down, and to some extent, the tax credit and subsidies are keeping the price high. In certain areas, like the Northeast coast, a $3 a watt price is fine. In California, $3 a watt is fine because the price of electricity is so high. So if you're already selling a payback that the customer is happy with, then why not sell them a more quality machine? People certainly like buying BMWs as compared to Nissans if they can afford to do so. You know, in a solar perspective, you can afford to spend more money on a project if you're in a market where real estate is expensive, where the project might be more challenging or difficult, or where the where the price of electricity is high. If you're in a market in the middle of the United States where the price of electricity is average or less, you're going to have to do some deep soul searching on your project costs to make solar worthwhile under our current Energy and politics go hand in hand. There's no way to avoid that. The question is, can solar be cheaper than $3 per watt? And the answer is yes, but we need more engineers and architects in this market to help that. So it's not just about how much sunlight you produce, it's also about how much that electricity is worth, because the cost of electricity varies much more wildly throughout the United States than the amount of sunlight. So it's not just the amount of sunlight saying, the desert's good and the Northeast is bad. You have to multiply your production by the value of that production, and the value of that production varies much more than the amount of sunlight in the United States. So the solar industry doesn't really follow the amount of sunlight in the United States. What it follows is the cost of electricity and furthermore the generation rate of the array, which could be subject to your electric rate structure, or it could also be subject to your regional subsidies and incentives. And so in the residential market costs more. The utility market says, well, we're going to do giant solar projects, and because of economies of scale, the soft cost of solar is going to be much less of our project than it is in others. So what goes into soft cost, this largest item? It's the supply chain markup. It's the profit that the installer needs to make on the project. It's the overhead and the permitting costs. Other countries, they don't have the same permit nature that we do in the United States. In Australia, you sell a solar array, you can install it the next day. And so maybe that's a good thing, maybe it's not. The fact of the matter is, in the United States, solar costs a little bit more, and generally at the residential level has more oversight and planning and cost, for better or worse. The question really is, does the profit margin and the overhead and the material markup really need to be over half of the project cost in the residential sector? And the answer is probably not. That's kind of the name of the game of being a solar installer, is there's a lot of opportunity when the gray area costs are that high to have a streamlined operation and come in and deliver solar at a lower price. So it's very important when you're doing residential projects to get multiple quotes, because the residential price can vary, from $2 a watt all the way up to $3 a watt and still be a viable project for the installer. Sometimes it's just a question of, do you go for top shelf materials, or do you go for, something that's more of a bargain? When I do projects in economically challenged areas, I go for, bargain-based pricing. If I'm doing solar in Long Island, New York, I can afford to spend a little bit more. The commercial market is really interesting because it's more like utility scale pricing than residential pricing. So commercial projects get large enough that you get into that economies of scale. Talk more about that later. There's a website you can go to called desireusa.org to look up your solar policies in terms of interconnection guidelines and utility buyback rates. The most important policy for you to know about is net metering. So net metering is what governs the buyback rate from the utility. And without net metering, the utility says, we don't want to buy back anything. And the federal government comes back and says, well, you can't just buy back at nothing. And the utility says, okay, well, we'll pay the customer what it would cost us to buy coal before it goes into the power plant, or buy gas before it goes into the power plant. That's called avoided cost. So the buyback rate from the utility can be 20% of the retail value of electricity. Or under a net metering policy, it could also be 100%. And so without net metering in your local area, you probably don't have a very robust residential market. Utility scale, commercial, they don't really care about net metering. Net metering is more applicable to residential sites. So if you go to the Desire database, it's desireusa.org. Or if you just Google Desire database and make sure you put in solar power when you do that, it'll come up. You click on your state, you get all the policies, not just net metering and interconnection, but any incentives, not just renewables, not just solar, but other kinds of renewables, not just incentives, but policies. Your net metering can vary greatly state to state. And so your solar value in Kansas City, Kansas can be very different than your solar value in Kansas City, Missouri for residential customers just based off net metering. So, before starting any solar project, you need to know what the buyback rate is at least at the residential level. Sometimes that can get overlooked. Now, I still think if you roll up your sleeves and do a little bit of bargain hunting, you can still get residential solar pricing down to $250 a watt at least. Some states have sales tax exemptions to get it down even further. I think sales tax exemptions make sense because a lot of power plants get sales tax exemptions, but that's not, most states don't have sales tax, maybe 20 to 30% of the states do. But even paying some supply chain and soft costs and subcontracting out the project, you should be able to hit these prices and these budgets using high-end inverter systems and just doing some bargain hunting on your modules. So this is like the value of rolling up your sleeves and doing a little bit of design work for adding solar to your own home, is that if you can direct the contractor what to do, you can still hire someone professionally licensed and get them to come out and give them a good budget for what they need to do if you're willing to kind of play project manager. So I think this, if you wanted to do kind of a hybrid do-it-yourself project where you do some of the development, then you get a contractor out there to help you with the install, I think you can easily achieve a $250 a watt budget or less. Let's talk about payback. We're assuming in this market you get a $250 a watt install through competitive bidding. And then maybe you're in a state where that has a sales tax exemption, and then you factor in the federal tax credit. At that higher install price, you're still getting about a 13-year payback, and that starts to get a little bit too long for most customers. So, even if you're in a sunny area with a net metering policy, if your electric rate is on the lower end of the spectrum for the country, 10 cents a kilowatt hour or less, it can still be very hard to do a residential project and have it be a very large market. Well, let's talk about some array layout. We already talked about economies of scale. What's kind of funny about this is that means if you have the choice between doing a very small project on the south side of the building at a very high dollar per watt rate, maybe using the larger, better surface and increasing your project size can drive down your dollar per watt rate and give you a better payback, even though the system for each individual solar panel on the roof, maybe they're not as productive, but a lower price can give you, a larger project can give you a lower price. There's some differences between commercial projects and residential projects. Mainly they have to do with the size of the actual solar panel. because there's only so much you can lift and move around safely on a roof. And down on the ground, they'll let you pick up a little heavier panel and be a little bit larger. But generally speaking, solar panels are 3 1/3 feet by 5 1/3 feet. They weigh about 40 pounds, and they're rated to withstand the elements. So they're rated for hail. Solar manufacturers know that solar panels are supposed to go outside, and so they design them accordingly. They hold up as good as, if not better than, your most roofing materials. And the name of the solar design game is how many rectangles can you fit into a larger polygon. I mean, this is something that, really it's left to computer software to just fill in, because it's not that complicated of a process. There are safety provisions, clearance and setback requirements, but essentially the name of the solar game is, can you, for the budget that you have, what are the best roof surfaces that you can just fill up with solar in a aesthetically pleasing manner that is still easy to maintain and work with over the years to come. And so there's setback requirements and fire code requirements, but we are at the top of the hour. So we're going to take a 10-minute break. We're going to pick back up sharply at 10 minutes after, and then continue on with our program. So let's take a 10-minute break. We'll see you. It's 1 o'clock Eastern time. I'm going to pick back up at 1:10. So 10-minute break. We will be back in 10 minutes. So we have a question, or more of a statement from the audience, and we're not ready to pick back up yet, but I'm going to cover this one while we're waiting for people to get back from the break. He says, if your utility is not going to pay you for the electricity when it's sold to the grid, it's going to be difficult to get a return on investment. Yes and no. It's going to be difficult for homeowners to get a return on investment, but what I'm finding is, like, I'm in an area that has a terrible solar policy, but they have a really good variable rate structure. So if I design the solar array to zero out my electric bill, that's going to be very difficult. But if I have a peak and an off-peak rate, and I design the array system to zero out my peak rate, that can actually result in a pretty good payback. Because if I have a peak versus off-peak rate, then I can be generating at above the retail value of electricity, even if it's a smaller amount than what I would normally do under a normal circumstance. And that follows through into commercial, where the commercial designs, they don't care about utility buyback. And if you can design your commercial arrays to be peaker arrays, they can be quite cost effective. So, the net metering has done a lot to move the community forward today, but there still are opportunities that require a little bit more intelligence for the designer, that in some circumstances can make the solar array even more valuable than what it was previously. Of course, what happens is, in many parts of the country, you have a utility monopoly that doesn't give you anything for the buyback and doesn't give you any kind of variable rate structures. And then there's that in those markets, you have a good off-grid market because you don't have much else as far as residential goes. So anyway, we're getting back into the program. Fire code is not always enforced on solar, but when it is enforced, because it is part of international residential code, it's just not part of national electric code. You have to stay 3 feet off the sides of the roof and 3 feet off the top. You don't need to stay 3 feet off the bottom, just 3 feet off the sides, 3 feet off the top, and then you'll be taken care of. And also, the other rule of thumb for fire code remembering is you need 2 sides of the roof that have that same pathway, because what the 3 foot offset or 3 foot setback is for firemen to get up on the rooftop and cut a hole in the roof. And so you need 2 pathways up that roof. So if the firemen get on the roof and they cut a hole in the roof to ventilate the building, if that part of the building starts to crumble or catch on fire, you need to give them another pathway to get off the rooftop. So 3 feet off both sides of the roof surface. If it's not a sharp edge, then you can divide that 3 foot gap between 2 roof surfaces. But in general, the principle is 3 feet off the sides, 3 feet off the top. Commercial systems have setback requirements too. Generally, they're more strict. 6 feet off the sides, and every 150 feet you need, and there's exceptions, but generally speaking, every 150 feet you need an 8-foot walkway. And that's just smart on a commercial system because A, the arrays can get so large they can be difficult to navigate on foot, and B, it's thermal expansion. You don't want to get your system so large that thermal expansion starts to rip the system apart. That's been a leading cause of commercial solar fires in years past, is making the systems so large and not breaking up the array structure. Ultimately, it leads to a failure of your cabling system, and that can lead to electrical shorts and fires. So California is a pioneer on this stuff, but by now it's also been incorporated into international building code setback requirements. Residential, 3 feet off the sides, 3 feet off the top. Commercial, a little bit more strict. I don't mind the setback requirements. Some solar installers grumble because it means they have to do smaller solar arrays. They don't have as large of a project. They can't make as much money. Well, wind is faster at the edges of the building rather than the interior of the roof. So moving the solar array to the interior of the roof is better structurally for the building. And then also it's nice to have the ability to service the solar array. If you cover up the whole rooftop with the solar array, then it can be very difficult to get back up on the rooftop if something should go wrong with one of the panels. And so leaving yourself even more than the 3 foot off the sides, 3 foot off the top spacing is going to result in a more successful project. If you get up on the roof and there's a plumbing vent you didn't account for, having that additional design flexibility is a lot better than not having it. We got to keep going fast. It's a long program, but what this slide is basically saying, and you're welcome to email me after class for the slides if you didn't get them already. But what this is saying is solar produces about 20 kilowatt hours per year per square foot. And what's really interesting about that number is most 1 or 2 story buildings are using 7 to 14 kilowatt hours per year per square foot. And so, solar covering the rooftop of a 1 or 2 story tall building has the potential to completely offset the building's energy use, whether through buyback policy or storing in batteries. It is possible for like a building to be off grid if the rooftop is big and open and simple so that it can accommodate a large solar array. So sorry, architects, I know you like really complicated roofing systems, but there's nothing better to jazz up a big open simple rooftop than putting a well-designed solar array in the middle of it. So solar is how many panels can you fit onto the roof. You take the final array size, you put it into PV watts, you get your energy estimate. Now you know how much energy the solar array will produce. Will solar have better paybacks on residential homes that use electric heat? Yes, the very last topic of this program is on smart home electric load control. In fact, we're doing a 2-hour class with Red Vector on that in a little bit. And if you have electrical devices, if you have an all-electric home, there's more you can do to keep the electricity you have on site. The problem is if you're trying to offset 100% of your electric bill and the solar array only works for 1/3 of the day, then by definition, 2/3 of that power needs to be sold back to the grid. And so if you have a great utility buyback policy, that's fine. If you don't, then you might have to go with a smaller and more expensive array. But you can program your thermostats and electric water heaters and other electrical devices to better absorb the solar electricity. And you might not need a giant battery like an off-grid battery with multiple days of storage to resolve the outflow issue. And so basically when I'm designing a residential solar array, I'm just looking for 2 or 3 good roof surfaces to land the array onto. We didn't follow the 3-foot offset rule on that one. Sometimes I'm a subcontractor and I install what's given to me. Sometimes I do my own projects and do things a little bit differently. Okay, let's talk about inverter selection. Typically, inverters don't have to be as large as the solar array itself because of the losses associated. You can use PV watts to fine-tune that. In many cases, it's perfectly acceptable for the inverter to be 10 to 15% smaller than the array size. Although as inverter costs have dropped, that the importance of getting the right size between the array and the inverter has diminished. Inverters have dropped in prices similar to solar panels over the last decade. So cost optimization in a sense is, or right sizing for the solar components is less important. There's three different kinds of inverters. The first are string inverters. So DC solar circuits by the industry are referred to as strings. And so a string inverter takes all the multiple circuits of the solar array and puts them all into one inverter. So this is a string inverter doing one circuit of solar panels. The alternate is to have an inverter behind every single solar panel on the rooftop. So these are called microinverters. Instead of having one inverter for the entire system, you have one inverter for every solar panel on the rooftop. And then there's another kind of system called DC optimizers, where you still have one inverter for the entire system, but you also have these little boxes that go behind every panel, similar to a microinverter system. This is a little bit cheaper than a microinverter system because it's still cheaper to buy one big inverter than a bunch of small inverters. And so a DC optimized system, you still buy that one string inverter, and then the cost of the boxes that go up on the rooftop are a little bit less. So the microinverters are a really good starting point. They make the install very simple. A do-it-yourselfer project, you can't go wrong with microinverters, especially if you don't really know much about electricity. But many solar installers, particularly for rooftop solar, move over to the DC optimizer architecture because it's a little bit more cost effective for the similar benefits. What these module level boxes do are two things. First is shade mitigation. No matter what, even if you have these microinverters or DC optimizers, a shaded solar panel is not a good thing. A customer is never happy in December if the long shadows start shading their solar array and turning it off. The problem is with string inverters, a very small amount of shade can impact the entire system. And that impact has been reduced over the years as string inverters have put more stuff into their inverters to allow at least the individual circuits to be independent of each other. But on a DC optimizer system or a microinverter system, every single panel is independent of each other. So shade on one solar panel doesn't impact the rest of the system. Now, often when you have shade, it's not just on one solar panel, it's on a lot of solar panels. But there are instances where you could get shade on one solar panel. And so that, that instance would be like a telephone pole having a sundial across the sky, or a chimney or a vent stack, that will shade one panel on the roof in the morning or in the evening, but not the entire day. And you're just worried about getting that shadow off of impacting the rest of the system. So the primary purpose, the reason why DC optimizers and microinverters came to sight were for shade mitigation. So you should be able to answer this poll by now. Which inverter architecture is worst for shade? And the worst for shade is string inverters. What's nice about DC optimizers and microinverters is it makes the shade analysis less critical, less important. There are some sites that have trees and the customer wants solar, and it used to be you could not put solar on those sites. With a DC optimizer system and a microinverter system, you can. That site is still going to be less productive than an unshaded job site. So we're going to close out this poll pretty quickly. It's little few more people to vote. We need people to vote to keep going. So Vote. We need your vote. All right, so we're going to close this poll. And so most of us got that right. The string inverters are the worst kind for shaded job sites. The shade on one panel impacts the rest of the circuit, and it can even lower the efficiency of the inverter in general when one circuit is performing at a lower power level than the others. So, the DC optimizers and microinverters were around primarily for shade. Fire code now essentially mandates rooftop systems to be either DC optimizer systems or microinverter systems. What these boxes behind every solar panel on the rooftop allow you to do is turn off the solar array at the individual solar panel. So there's a problem with string inverters that is that the circuit of solar panels does not have an off switch. The off switch would be the inverter itself. So if there's a problem with the circuit ahead of the inverter, then you might not be able to turn that problem off very easily. And so even though maybe the problems with string inverters were caused by bad thermal expansion planning, the safety solution is to require that every panel on the roof be able to turn off on command. That's called rapid shutdown. Rapid shutdown has essentially mandated microinverters and DC optimizers to be on the roof. And that was a real blessing for the limited number of DC optimizer and microinverter manufacturers out there, because they've been able to carve out the vast majority of the rooftop market in the United States. That makes the systems a little bit more expensive, but it does also make the systems a little bit better. How you determine what's compatible? Microinverters are really easy. One module per one microinverter. So you just put the specification numbers into the microinverter calculator that the manufacturer provides, and it'll give you a thumbs up or a thumbs down if it works out or not. Mainly the microinverters, you just have to check on if you're putting them on a residential type panel or one of those larger commercial type panels that are a little bit more powerful. That'll drive which microinverter you select. And the microinverter companies make it really easy on you. Here's an Enphase microinverter spec sheet, and they just say, look, if you're using this microinverter, then you're going to put it on, 16 microinverters per branch circuit, and you can have up to 16. If you're doing a three-phase system, there's going to be 13 solar panels per circuit, and so that can help you with your solar design. So microinverters are very easy. You can have up to 16 microinverters per 20 amp branch circuit. No problem. Okay, we got another poll. You got to vote in this one too. This will give me a little bit of background on the audience a little bit more too. Inverter design software. Which inverter design software do you use the most? So the next design issue is you've planned your array layout and you want to know how many modules fit on a given circuit. Inverter manufacturers have sizing tools available on their websites for you to download to make that determination for you. So you don't need to understand all the nuances of electrical design to determine how many solar panels will fit on which circuit. Manufacturing string sizing software can do that for you. And there's paid commercial software that lets you do that, and as well with more design features. But often when I'm doing solar design, even if I have a paid commercial software account, I'll go and use the manufacturer's string sizing tool during preliminary design because it goes a little faster. If I already know what solar panel I'm using, if I already know what inverter I'm using, I'll just hop online to the manufacturer's website and do string sizing software at that point. Okay, we need a little bit more vote participation. We need to get up a little bit more. We're going to close the polls in a few minutes, in a few seconds, so log your vote. And all right, we're going to close it. And we will share it. So we have some maybe 40% of the class has solar experience and 60% does not. That's pretty good. Pretty good. Okay, so when you're using this string sizing software, really the most important part is you're putting in your design temperature differences. And if this manufacturer's string sizing software doesn't tell you that, maybe a different manufacturer's does. So with experience, rather than hunting down all this data, you develop resources where you can find it. There's like Solar ABCS, I think it's a .org, has this data for you. But cold temperatures will increase solar performance. Hot temperatures will drag down solar performance, and they impact voltage and amperage in an inverse relationship. So by putting in the temperature data, the software makes sure that the voltage and the amperage of the system remains within the parameter of the inverter itself. So when you get to the end of a string sizing process, you're putting in the inverter name, you're putting in the solar panel name, all the solar panels are in the software, so all the specification items needed for the design are already in the software. And so here we're using a Primo inverter and Solar World solar panel, and the end result is not what is the best circuit layout for you, but what is all of the acceptable circuit layouts to accommodate any variety of circuit configuration. So if I have 30 solar panels on my array layout, and I go in and I say I'm using 30 of these solar panels, and 30 to a pallet is pretty common. And so I have 30 solar panels, they're 300 watts each, that's a 9 kilowatt array. So I'm looking for maybe a 7.5 up to a 9 kilowatt inverter. I pick out my inverter and I can say, okay, well, it's telling me there's 2 inputs to this inverter that can handle 2 circuits each. And so if I go and I click on 2 strings of 10 for 20 modules, then the other input will adjust and adjust the options so that I don't overpower on the other end. But basically I can do on one side 2 circuits of 10, on another side I can do 1 circuit of 10. It used to be you would only get 3 circuits of 10. By dividing it up this way, the inverter is saying, look, I can handle 2 different subarrays. I can have one array facing one direction, the other array facing the other direction, and older style string inverters used to not be able to do that. So the same thing with shade mitigation. If the inverter only has one input, then shade can take down the entire system. With these string inverters now having multiple inputs, you can have one side of the array having a different amount of sunlight than the other. So that's been an improvement in string inverter technology. Sadly, electric code makes it so that really string inverters are now for ground mount systems, and the optimizer systems for rapid shutdown are the most commonplace. So this is an inverter sizing software for the DC optimizer system. For the microinverters, there's really no sizing. Is the solar panel compatible or not? and then the spec sheet tells you how many panels you can have on a given circuit. Now we have to select our solar panel, and we have to have an inverter, and we have to figure out what optimizer is compatible with it. No problem. You put your panels, the number of panels, and your temperature data into the string sizing software, and it makes a recommendation on, in this case, we were using a really strange thin film solar panel that you can't even buy anymore, just as an example. And we were putting in 132 of these panels, and it's telling us, okay, we recommend it's going to be 20 kilowatt array. We recommend you divide it between two 10 kilowatt inverters, and that's going to be on 3 circuits each, 6 circuits total, and it'll tell you, this particular optimizer. It'll tell you the model number of the optimizer. In this case, we're using 2 solar panels for 1 optimizer. So we got 132 solar panels, 66 optimizers, and divided between 6 circuits of 11 modules each. I think one of the next skills for a solar designer to understand is, then once you have 6 circuits of 11 solar modules each, you actually have to determine where those solar panels are going to go. I like to design my arrays knowing how many modules can fit on a given circuit, so that I can start my circuit on one end and have my circuit go all the way across to the other end of the array section, and have it be nice and clear and straightforward. Sometimes if I'm given the choice between doing 3 circuits of 10 versus 2 circuits of 15, 3 circuits of 10 is going to take a little bit more material, a little bit more time. But if my solar array is 3 rows of 10 panels, it'll be a lot more obvious for maintenance down the road if you do 3 circuits of 10 instead of 2 circuits of 15. This map of which modules are on which circuit can be commonly lost as projects age. And if your circuits are starting and stopping at different places, then down the road, you want the installer who knows nothing about the system to be able to show up on site and be able to figure out what's going on. And without a map of where the circuits start and where the circuits stop, the only way he's going to be able to know that is looking underneath the array and doing visual inspection. And presumably this is a solar guy who knows what he's doing, but if the circuits are starting and stopping randomly throughout the interior of the array, it's impossible without taking the whole array apart to figure out what's going on. So I lost my drawing tools in this slide, but this is where I would draw out a logical way to streamline the circuits versus more of like a snakes in a basket approach that just picks up where the last circuit leaves off, and it results in fewer circuits, which means a quicker install and slightly less material cost, but it doesn't leave the array in a good shape for maintenance down the road. As far as solar interconnection goes, you got 2 options. You can go into the bottom of the electric service panel, at which point you can connect up to 20% of the service panel power capacity extra. So you could put, on a 200 amp panel, this could be a 100 amp feed, but you'd have to downsize the main breaker to also be like a 140 amp feed, which you're not going to get a breaker for. The larger and larger the systems get, you could exceed that extra 20%, particularly when you're doing a solar array and separately a battery system, and it's a large solar array and a large battery system, and then you're out of that 20% extra capacity. this 20% extra capacity is the National Electric Code being easy on you. This is a 200 amp service panel. So their National Electric Code says you can power 200 amps with 240 amps. You can overcharge it. You can overclock it. You can put more power into that panel than what it's designed for, only if the two power feeds from the panel are located on opposite ends of the load. And that'll allow the loads to draw that power evenly across the panel without the power overlapping cross-sectional areas of the panel and therefore overheating the panel. The other option is just as common, which is to intercept the utility conductors between the meter and the breaker. And if this is a 200 amp panel, you can put up to 200 amps in this supply side connection. So there's the load side connection where you can do up to 20%, and then there's the supply side connection where you can do up to 100% of the rated power capacity of the panel. So on load side connections, you're kind of overclocking the panel and you get an extra 20%, provided that you land at the bottom of the bus bar. On supply side connections, you can feed as much power as what that connection's rated for. It's still on the customer side of the meter, so you still get credit for it. And so this bus bar is a literal piece of metal that all the breakers feed into. The danger of overloading a panel is if you count up all the breakers on an electric service panel, it'll exceed 200 amps. You might have 300 amps of breakers on a 200 amp panel. And so that's why you have to keep the solar feed and the grid feed on opposite ends of the bus bar, because you don't want to pull 300 amps of load through a 200 amp panel. It's not rated for that. So by keeping the feeds at the opposite ends of the bus bar, you prevent the overlap in electrical supply. And we beat up on code for being overly restrictive. No, code is trying to set a bare minimum level of safety, and in some areas such as this, they're actually being generous by letting you feed a service panel with more than what it's rated for, provided that you're on opposite ends of this chunk of metal that the electricity is flowing through down the center of your service panel. And even if you can connect to the bottom of the bus bar, you might not want to. There's actually surprisingly few code violations in this electrical room. Really, the only one is the storage of equipment in front of the electric service panel. But it's still a messy control room, and I don't necessarily want to come in here with an electrical inspector and have them look at all these data cables and security cables and whatever and say, can't you clean this up for me before I, sign off on your project? And so on this particular project, we wanted to stay outside of the building during inspection. And we're going to skip some of these polls so that we can get through the rest of the system material. But what we did is we had this was a project in Wisconsin. I'm in Mississippi. So before getting up to site to do the project, we had the building electrician call the utility and pull the meter on a weekend. This is a 9-to-5 business. They can't afford just to power down in the middle of the day. And so what we did is we pulled the meter, powered it down, pulled the conductors out of the service panel that's on the other side of the wall. It's these two service panels right here that you see going into the building. And so we pulled the conductors out of the panel, out through this box, and then out through this box so that this connection point was empty. and then we replaced it with a junction box and put the conductors back in. Okay, so then it's time to actually start the project. We put our electrical distribution panel for our microinverter circuits. We have a utility required knife switch disconnect. This is kind of what it would look like visually. As far as the actual interconnection inside that box, how we literally tap on to the wires between the meter and the bus bar are through electrical devices designed to do exactly that. They're called taps. And whether they're like these serrated taps that just bite down onto the conductors, or they're more manual where you have to kind of bolt the conductor down into the tap. This is what the taps look like. So we have our solar conductors coming in from our solar array on the side, and we have our utility conductors coming up into the box and then going into the building, and we've tapped these two conductors together through a supply side connection. And on a supply side connection, we can pretty much feed the same power that would be going into the building. We can feed with our solar array because it's going to be either or at that point. Either it'll come in from the grid or it'll come in from the solar array, but no matter what, it's still going to be limited by that breaker ahead of the building loads. So we can supply 100% on the supply side and not worry about overpowering the system, because that main breaker is still protecting the loads from the grid, regardless of whether the grid is your solar array or your the actual grid. So load side connections are really popular because they're easy and they're cheap, and they don't involve calling the power company and getting them to disconnect power so that you can intercept these conductors. But supply side connections are common, particularly on commercial projects, but also on residential. Racking design. There is a racking system for literally every single rooftop. EPDM, TPO, rubber roofs, comp shingle, tile, Spanish tile, standing seam, rolled metal, rolled shingle roofing, architectural shingles. You can get a racking system to fit the roof. Now, there's nuances of this stuff, but the standing seam metal is one of my least favorite to do. I like doing cheap roofs underneath the solar array because you're covering them up with solar. And as far as waterproofing goes, there's devices out there that are very waterproof, even when you are drilling a hole through metal. I mean, many metal roofs have roofing screws that drill through the metal roof. A well-made solar attachment is a strong solar attachment. The only thing that leaks in a solar array is not the attachment points poking the holes in the roof, but if the installer is not aware of other roof-mounted obstacles, chimneys, vent stacks, they can be a little too hard on those areas when they're walking around on the rooftop. So they can focus too much on the solar array and not enough on the other stuff, and that can cause a leak. But at any rate, all solar racking is similar to each other. Once you have your positive attachment to the roofing system, no, where you didn't miss question 5. We're just getting towards the end of the time, so we're skipping the polls because Red Vector has said we can skip over the polls. This is my first time presenting this program for Red Vector, so you get a fast-paced wild ride. Solar rail attachments. Once you make that positive attachment to the rooftop, you have this little L-foot that bolts into some solar rail, and then the solar panels get laid on top of the solar rail, and then we have a clipping system to clamp the solar panels to the rail. This is what professional solar installers aim for. You know, the dumb, not using engineering, you know, making sure you're not messing up the roof loads. The conservative approach is to be 4 foot on center and then to stagger the attachment points so that you're hitting every single rafter as you're going across the rooftop. And that seems to be the most important structural element, is to make sure you're hitting every structural member to evenly distribute that load. Not that you have to put it at every single possible point, but you should hit every structural member. And that can really mess people up on standing seam metal rooftops when they're not going into the rafter, but they're just clipping directly to the roof. Is you need to make sure that you're not overloading one metal panel and then skipping over others and then overloading the next metal panel, because the weak point becomes how the metal panel is attached to the roof. But these are flashed attachments hitting every structural rafter, and then you'll reinforce the corners and the edges of the array with shorter spans. And sometimes in the interior of the array, you'll go to the full span of the rail. The solar rail itself can take a 6 foot to an 8 foot span, but 4 foot on center is what's typical. For racking design, you're just replicating the array layout within the racking design software. So you take your array layout, you put it into the racking design software. Here's an array layout, input it into racking design software. You know, just like inverter manufacturers have sizing software available online, the solar racking manufacturers do as well. It considers things like wind speed and snow load in the wind exposure category, you know, typical engineering input constraints. And then the output, it gives you things like the span between rail, the cantilever span that a rail can overhang an attachment point, and then ultimately what I like using racking manufacturer software for is determining engineering data in terms of downforce and uplift and lateral loads. But you know, we can see it's calculating a 3 pound per square foot distributed weight of solar, which is pretty typical for positively attached systems. And it spits out a bill of material for you. Yeah, as far as where you buy this stuff, just go online to online distributors. Even if you're not a solar installer, sign up for their contractor program, because it's not a hard and fast supply chain. What you're really trying to do is get on their newsletters so that, you know, they'll email out pricing that's lower than what's on their website, and you can start buying your panels for the same price that I do if you follow those steps. My favorite upgrade for solar panels is all black solar panels, because they look good. And particularly with residential systems, for commercial and utility scale, the all black upgrade doesn't matter. But for residential, the value that solar adds has a lot to do with how it looks and not so much how much energy it produces. It needs to have that curb appeal. So one way to make the solar panels look good is to specify an all black panel that just has a black appearance. They're slightly less efficient than their silver framed white backsheet counterparts, but it's not a huge performance difference. And for the aesthetic visual upgrade, I think it's well worth it. There are plumbing vent stack kits you can get to replumb the rooftop. If you plan it carefully, you can get that vent stack up and under and through the array so that you're not left with an ugly gap inside your array. So these are relatively new, but nice to know about. Solar shingles exist. I think they're very ugly. So I don't, and they're expensive. So I don't think that these solar shingles are doing these rooftops any favors. They're smaller than regular solar panels. They're more difficult to install. They're made in fewer quantities. They're not well supported. Even the company that makes solar shingles makes regular solar panels. So, what does that tell you? To achieve the best look on a solar array, the final attachment point to the rooftop is tucked inside the array interior. And so you get a cantilever span in your racking software that'll tell you how far in that last attachment is allowed to go. But the end result is this kind of hovering effect where all the cable, all the conduit, all the racking is hidden underneath the solar array. And whenever I possibly can, I will go into the rooftop with an internal conduit run in order to achieve this hovering effect. And so internal conduit runs are actually not that difficult. Sometimes they can be easier to install. Sometimes it's more direct to go into the attic to hit the box on the other side rather than to try and run unsightly conduit throughout the rooftop. And so there are specialized boxes and components that are flashed that integrate into the rooftop that you use to make these rooftop transitions in a aesthetically clean and pleasing manner. Likewise, there are balance of system materials that you can use, particularly MC or metal clad cable that you can run through the attic that will be compliant for your solar. DC inside a building has to be in metal. And so this flexible metal clad cable, while it is quite expensive, the simplicity that it brings to the project in terms of being able to just run it through an attic and strap it to the rooftop is well worth it, in my opinion. I will often upsize this cable so that I can take advantage of a properly sized ground. So even if the design might say I need number 10 cable for this, I'll use number 6 so that the ground cable can be included in it and not run separately. And then at some point, you do run into the need for some specialty parts to achieve a really nice high-end look. So there's nothing wrong with hiring a solar designer to design your system and come up with the material list and then separating the design from the build component. Often, if you separate the design phase from the build phase, instead of getting a turnkey bid, it can actually result in a better project and even a cheaper project. So we got 2 topics left and only a couple of minutes, so we need to cover them. We got batteries and then we got smart home stuff. With batteries, there's knowing how much electricity you're using, that's going to vary throughout the day. This is a software that takes your month-by-month electric bills, and then you fill out a survey of what devices you have, and it takes a guess on how you're using your electricity. The thing about it is batteries are not going to reduce a residential electric bill. And that becomes, even if you generously back into the calculation of the cost of a battery for a Tesla Powerwall, the battery itself is going to cost 9 or 10 cents a kilowatt hour to run. So unless the difference between buying back from the grid or versus selling back to the grid versus buying from the grid, unless that differential is greater than at least 10 cents a kilowatt hour, the battery is not going to improve residential economics. We're going to skip the off-grid sizing because we want to really hammer home the most important points. But PV watts, you can plot the data and determine how many days in a row you go without sun. And then from that, often for off-grid modeling, I'll just build that out in Excel sheet. There's not really good solar design software out there for off-grid modeling. So these are kind of some steps for that. But in the interest of time, I want to get to the battery, the commercial good news. So the bad news is that batteries won't improve your system electronics if, say, your on-site consumption rate is 12 cents and the buyback rate is 3 cents. You might think, I'm going to store that into a battery and make my system more economic. The battery also costs money to run. And so even though some customers will buy it anyway just out of spite because they're getting such a raw deal, even so, it doesn't really matter what architecture you use for your battery bank, whether or not you have the batteries separated from the solar array or whether or not you put them together. There's products out there for both, and you can do a combination thereof, and one is not particularly better than the other. What's interesting is with batteries, the commercial market, that's the reason why the commercial market is growing today, is because what batteries allow you to do with commercial solar is store not a whole house worth of energy, but a very small amount of energy into a battery bank and then discharge it based off the commercial electric bill. Most commercial electric bills, you're being billed for the very top of this power curve. So if you have a particularly spiky load profile, you might not even do solar. You might just do a battery to charge off peak and discharge during peak. And so instead of the battery, it costs 9 cents a kilowatt hour, but you might be saving, a few $100s off of that couple hours of operation, depending on how spiky your electric bill is. So in the past, batteries have been too expensive and the growth in commercial solar has been sluggish. But now that lithium ion pricing is dropping, the commercial solar market is booming because you can finally do demand management with commercial batteries, and there's design software out there to help you. Send me an email and I'll steer you towards the right direction for that. But we are getting near the end of our program. And so the last thing that I want to cover before we go is smart home load control. I'm only going to spend a minute or two on it, so I apologize for going over. However, what's interesting about smart home stuff is now you can turn dumb appliances that are heavy loads on and off. And so I have a off-grid customer who's running their large house off a small inverter, and the only way we're able to do that is by turning the refrigerators and freezers and electric water tanks off when the air conditioner clicks on, and then turning them back on again when their air conditioner load drops back down. So doing some smart energy management nowadays doesn't cost that much money. My favorite one to do is an electric tank water heater because it uses the tank as a battery of sorts. So the problem with solar monitoring is it only tells you what the solar array is doing. It can tell you what every single module on the roof is doing, but it's just solar related. A home energy, even commercial energy, can be very spiky, can be very volatile, not just at a, at a 15-minute or 30-minute view, but at a 5-minute view or 1-minute view. And so what I'm starting to do in my practice is install consumption meters inside the electric service panel that can communicate with open source, smart technology software. And so what that allows, it's not a panacea, it's not a cure-all, because you have just so much extra power being generated during the day that needs to go somewhere. But it does help you run more things off of a small inverter. Most battery backup residential systems are not powerful enough to run anything more than an air conditioner, and that's it. And so if you want these battery backup systems to power, your whole home, you got to start doing some energy management to determine which loads are going to turn on and off at in what priority. And that can become particularly valuable when you get, so here I'm doing it with the electric water tank. That's low-hanging fruit right there. That's 4 kilowatts a load you can just shave right off the peak by taking it offline during peak, coasting with the hot water you have, and turning it back on during off-peak. So we have a class called Smart Home Load Control that's going to be 2 hours of this stuff. But the real takeaway here, and then we're going to go, is that you can use, what is being labeled as residential smart home stuff, you can use in a commercial setting to take all of your non-critical but heavy loads, like air conditioners at a hotel. You can reprioritize them so they're still running as long as they normally would, but you're reducing the building demand. And this kind of strategy can actually be more cost effective than solar or batteries. And you can collect more data from the building to plan more expansive energy projects by doing this sort of stuff first, and then moving forward with your solar project and your battery project second. So just a quick little calculation. A commercial electrical load is billed by the kilowatt rather than the kilowatt hour. And so if I can reduce 1 kilowatt, at $10, I might only need to run 1 kilowatt for 15 minutes. And so if I'm saving $10 per kilowatt and I only need to run it for 15 minutes, then I might be saving $40 per kilowatt hour in the extreme case. So if my battery cost for the total project, not just the battery, but the inverter and the install, that battery turns out to cost 20 cents a kilowatt hour. If I'm saving $40, it doesn't matter at all. Now that's a very extreme case, but what it means is that batteries plus solar, without batteries, solar cannot do demand management. With batteries, it can. And that means the commercial solar market is the best market right now for payback, because you can focus on demand management, not do a solar array that covers the entire rooftop, but just do a solar array that focuses on keeping the batteries charged so that the batteries qualify for the federal tax credit, and then discharging the batteries during peak times, and therefore generating above average, above retail electricity without any outflow onto the grid. So we're going to end right now. But the fact is, if you have a 5 kilowatt inverter and $10 per kilowatt of demand, the maximum you can save is $50 a month. You're not going to save more money by reducing peak demand for a longer period. Your peak demand is 15 minutes or 30 minutes in most circumstances, and that can comprise 60 to 70% of a commercial electric bill. So read your electric bills, see if you're on demand charges, see if you have a really high demand charge, and if you do, you probably have a solar battery project that you can implement. Okay, so with that, we are out of time. Sorry for going over a few minutes. If you want to know more, you can send me an email. We're doing classes with Red Vector on how to get energy management systems set up on your facilities. They don't really require much, but these are some examples which we cover more in the smart home load control class that's coming up. So in conclusion, solar design does not take that much time, particularly preliminary design. Manufacturing sizing software helps, so take advantage of manufacturing resources, and then planning can increase value, reduce cost. You need to know your local policy, use a local expert, and send me an email if you have any additional questions. With that, I'm going to pass it back to Red Vector, and y'all have a great day.
hire an electrician or become one because it's so hard, and everyone is saying the same thing. That
All right, I'm back.
yeah.
Yep.
Hey, yeah. Sorry, I didn't know what was going on with the audio, so I just let it go. But yeah, we were just saying that the electrical part is obviously the most difficult and mind-blowing, and that and we were also talking about how you look just like Zach Galifianakis.
Oh.
But if you scroll up, you can see some of your earlier photos straight off of my phone.
Great.
Go ahead. Look, you can see that. Yeah, there you are again. There you are again. Anyone?
I guess I do kind of look like Zach Galifianakis.
No, you look like Brad Pitt. You knew. Yeah, because Eric put that, not even thinking, and I was like, that's John. So anyway, there was a question about fish wire. Then I told my story about my friend from high school who died pulling fish wire through a section of conduit.
No way.
I told you this before. He was on a ladder helping his dad at his house. I don't know if they were building an addition or whatever, but he was like the nicest guy in the world. 17 years old, just like the week before his senior year, of course, And he was pulling it through, and obviously something happened, but they said the EMT said he was dead before he hit the ground. He was 17, so then we all started talking about how important it is to be safe. And then we talked about you for a while, and then we decided to talk some more about how the electrical, it's just really that important. You really do have to be careful.
What's funny about like humans and electricity is a small amount of electricity can kill you, but even just like the difference between your skin being wet versus dry could make a mild shock or it be a major shock. So
yeah, but you definitely have to be careful. But I was saying,
so everyone should be wrapping up the videos that they're watching. I was
saying, never be afraid to consult an electrician or to even consider having an electrician, as sort of like a go-to person in your team, because there is so much to know.
So, electricians cost a lot of money.
See, as I told you, John never does it. But if you wait too long, it can be too late. And if that's what you need, then that's what you need. And the client has to pay for it. So,
so it's a good thing to be an electrician. And it's not to say that they're not worth their value. I mean, I've had projects where I've paid 2 electricians $100 an hour each, and still executed the project on budget because they're tooled up and they're good workers. You can't just, and they know what they're doing. But the thing with, when you start going out on your own and taking on more of that scope, if you've kind of found yourself getting into electrical scope because you're a solar installer, and but you never made it all the way through electrical trade school, getting creative, partnering with trades is a great way to go about it. But I would even have an electrician come over if I had a big solar project and he wouldn't be on site, but he would just come over and kind of tutor me on my own design for an hour. Because he is willing to take some money to tutor me in electrical design, and I got some additional oversight to make sure that I knew what all these pieces are.
But I also like the idea that I can help my friends, the people that I know work well. Like I love the idea that you can bring in somebody and they can make a few $100, or $1,000, just come in, maybe even as almost a consultant. But, if you have your project costs straight and you allow for that and you make sure that you, we didn't really say too much important. John's reading it. See him reading it now? You should see the look on his face. A picture of stern Zach Galifianakis who disapproves of my of my enjoyment. I don't see any look, that's you thinking. See, that was a good one. That one was a compliment. But then we started talking. We were talking about fish wire, and I said I would ask you if there's like if one fish tape is better than another. I put up a
Yeah,
little video.
I've never used. If you watch that fiberglass fish tape video, I've never used fiberglass fish tape. But with a lot of solar, you're doing brand new stuff in your own conduit. You're not working behind other electricians' work as a general electrician retrofit where you don't know what's going on previously. So I've always used just the metal fish tape, but I'm also fishing through conduit that I've installed myself. And
But I think about lawsuits. For a lot of reasons, I think you would want to involve an electrician. And if you have a good relationship with somebody, they can charge you the right amount.
yeah,
And
well,
the client should want that too. They should want to know that all their electric is absolutely straight.
most states at this point require you to be an electrician if you're bidding on solar work, and that can be a little bit of a gray area. That's where someone who's not an electrician but can't bid on solar work, but solar design and you can lead solar projects, are like, well, how can I fit
Oh
in
yeah,
this
that was
industry?
the other thing. I was saying my take on solar design, we were talking, is like, is it possible to actually be like a full-time solar design person? Like I thought that's pretty not. My answer was that it's not really there yet. That more likely than working full-time doing like solar design is that you as the solar installer would want to add that to your repertoire so that you could get the money for
Well,
doing the solar design work because
there
because then I mean that might even offset your electrical costs or whatever. Like I would want to keep the design money and offload the electrical if it were me. But can you talk a little bit about being at the job of being a solar designer?
Yeah. So, for a long time before I knew enough to, because I'm an engineer by degree, and that allows me to go and pass a master electrician exam and be a master electrician in the eye of the state, for most states. So it allows me to get out of that training school requirement. But that alone can be dangerous because that means I haven't gone through the 4 years of electrician training school. And I know personally that my own hand skills are not as good as the hand skills of what I would call a real electrician, not just someone who knows enough to pass the electrician's exam. Um, so for a long time when I got into the industry, I found that I needed an electrician. I started in Texas and researching the Texas electrical contractor law. It turned out that in Texas, you could partner with an electrician who hasn't partnered with anyone else, and that would allow you to be a licensed contractor and bid on electrical work, provided that you use that electrician for all your projects. In other states, in most states they explicitly disallow that. They say no, you can't license share. If you're an electrical contractor, you actually have to have an electrician working for your company. Go figure. And then there's states like Pennsylvania that don't regulate electricians at all, and so you don't need to be an electrician to bid on the work, and you might just have to have a business license. So it really depends on a state by state basis. For a while I did independent solar design, but I also did the other stuff, the financial modeling, kind of the sales pitch. And so I would actually go to electrical contractors that were large and say, hey, I know how to put solar on your rooftop in a cost-effective manner, and you already have all the electricians. So you work with me and we'll put solar on your rooftop, and your guys will learn solar, and we'll see how cost effective it is. And so I'm working with electricians, and so I'm never going to be accused of bidding on project work without being an electrician if my customers are electrical contractors. the way that big giant companies like Fluor Corporation do it is they make sure in all of their contract documents that they're saying like, you know, all of this work is to be performed by a state licensed electrician. And so they go out and sell these projects, and then if they were ever to get in legal trouble, they'd say, look, we're not performing this work. Licensed contractors are. We're just selling the work. And so maybe, you know, the way to do design work is to try and get more into sales. But I would not recommend you being like starting out or being like an entrepreneur and starting your own solar company in this market. I'd recommend you go and work for another solar company and use their resources, particularly when you're getting started in the industry. And so maybe the question is, well, are there jobs out there where you just do electrical design? And yeah, you know, there's jobs out there where you just do electrical design, where you just do, if you know AutoCAD, you know, planning how the inverters on the wall and the conduits kind of connect together is a job. Selling solar systems online, while some of the companies are not very ethical, being an online remote project manager and sales rep that coordinates the projects but doesn't actually make it out to the field, that's a job as well. And those jobs go a lot easier if you have field experience. So starting in the field and knowing how to install the prop modules and stuff is always a great starting point, even if in the long term that's not where you're going to stay. So you can do solar design as a career. The companies that hire solar designers are large residential solar companies. And then it's very common for, once you become 10 years experienced, to start reaching out to roofing companies and electrical contractors who will always be around and who will not be focusing on solar and saying, hey, let me be your solar guy, and forming alliances that way. Speaking of online alliances, is everyone wrapped up with the videos they're watching? Anyone need more time on that? Because otherwise I'm going to kind of get back into things. So can everyone just like check in and say hello or something in one of the, in the chat message in the classroom, so I know everyone's kind of back in. The question is, to be a solar designer, do you need to be an electrician or an engineer? And that depends on the state too. Some states that take their laws and say, you know, not only to bid on construction work do you have to be an electrician or an electrical engineer, but then to do anything related to that electrical work, like the design of it, you have to be an electrician or electrical contractor. And that starts to get real murky, because it's like, well, what if I just sell you a pallet of solar panels? Do I have to be the electrician? No. Okay. Well, what if I sell you inverter? Do I have to be an electrician? No. Okay. Well, what if I sell you a pre-assembled kit that has panels and inverters and all the stuff you need? Do I have to be an electrician? And at that point, the electrical contractor boards just kind of blink, and you realize that the laws are there really to punish people who do wrong things rather than prevent people from pressing the line a little bit. And sometimes that can be very frustrating. I had a project developer that was acting unethically, and it turned out that they had lied on their contract application to become a licensed contractor, because in other states they had been convicted of contractor fraud, which you have to disclose when you're becoming a state licensed contractor. And so even after like notifying the board, you know, the board meets 4 times a year in Mississippi, and if you get your license revoked, they still allow you to complete out the projects you've sold. They just put you out of business as far as doing project work from moving forward. So sometimes these state licensing boards do not have as much power as you would like them to. They're kind of a compromise between being a real regulatory body versus, a self-regulated body. I mean, it varies from state to state. New Jersey and New York are going to be more heavily regulated, particularly New York. So entry-level solar installers in your area, I mean, there's I would have to ask some solar installers to actually know that. I know that I think Sean or Kevin, who gave the solar landscape speech, say it really depends on what project you're working, and particularly on government jobs, you get into pay level mandates, and those can be very good for solar installers. So I think in your area, it makes a lot of sense to try and get into utility scale solar projects. Even in, it's in areas that cost more money, you tend to make more. I would think that you would be making, I mean, I don't want to say because I'm not the guy hiring, but I think you could be expecting $20 to $30 an hour when you are working an entry level job and you're good at your job in the field. But like Sean or Kevin was saying, if you get onto the right job, like a utility scale ground mount job, the government might mandate that you get paid even more than that. So with that said, let me make sure that the live stream, it's still going. I got everything turned on, and we're going to look at some kind of larger, we're going to look at a company that does utility scale contracting, and we're going to look at some of the kinds of work that they do. And I think they're just looking for people who can work hard and pass a drug test, really. And there's companies that do similar things to what this company does who are in the same position. So especially if you go out and have a little bit of hand experience in the field, even if you're just working a couple of weeks on a utility scale project and that's the only work that's available for you, you can go and find companies building utility scale solar projects on Facebook and message their owners and say, I'm looking for work. I have this experience. I've gone through some training. I've gotten some field exposure. And a lot of times, if they have a position available, they'll say, well, can you be here at this time and date? And can you pass a drug test? And if so, you got a job. So like it's super easy to go on the road and find work and make $20 an hour plus your road expenses. And I wouldn't say that that's necessarily a good job, but it's a great starting point. And particularly while you're young and you're still in good shape, and you can enjoy some aspects of working outside and having a physically demanding job. You take advantage of that. So this is a company, I have not worked directly with them. I've actually bid against them on taking some project work away from them. Although if it were me, I'd go with them because they regularly do these kinds of projects. And I think their YouTube videos are really good. So we're going to watch through a few YouTube videos and talk about some commercial project issues. This one's a little blurry. Let me zoom out because that's not going to be practical for us. So, you know, we can see there's one person up there. Come on. There's one person carrying those solar modules, not two. So you're picking up, you know, 50 pounds and walking it over a roof. You have to be real careful on these metal roofs with these standing ridges that you don't step on the ridges. Because you can usually step on the ridges and they're fine, but if you crunch down on them while hoisting a 50-pound solar panel above your head, and you step on a ridge, it can crumple, and that's not something that's very impressive for the client. You know, many solar contractors will put into their contracts that, you know, a minimal amount of roof damage is you know, part of the job, but you know, that doesn't mean the clients want to get up there and see the seams of these metal rooftops being crumpled. So it says, also admire the clean lines. You know, you saw in those videos how easy it is if the panels get out of square, they start traveling up and down the rail, and it starts to look real bad. Solar installers pride themselves in straight, clean lines throughout the array. Well, this video quality stinks. Let me go on to the next one. And the way you keep your array square is you're squaring everything as you go along. You know, your flashing attachments, your you know, your rail, and then the modules on the rail. You can't just wait until you're putting the modules on to keep things square, because by then you lose it. So here what they're doing is assembling a small, you know, I'd say call this a commercial-sized ground mount system. So a pile driving company will come in and drive piles into the ground. And so they're coming after the piles have been installed, and there's grading and dirt work to do and fence work to do. So they're coming and clipping on the racking system underneath. A lot of this stuff is aluminum, and you can pick it up and set it down. And so just like you would be squaring solar panel rails up on a rooftop, these beams that are going across the ground mount project would also get squared. So if those beams get out of square, when you're mounting these modules onto the rail, then they'll start traveling up the rail, and by the time you get a few modules down the row, they start to look really off. So it's very common to you know, start a row of solar panels, and then you can kind of tell because of these lines on the solar array. You can look at the lines on the solar panel and how they interact with the rail on one side and interact with the rail on the next side, and it becomes quite apparent once you get just a couple of solar panels in if the modules are staying square or not. But if your racking isn't square, then there's no way your solar panels are going to be square. And another thing that I don't see a lot of installers looking at, but you know, it's not just that these modules need to be square, but they also, you know, they also need to be pretty level from one row to the next. Otherwise these modules, you know, if this row of panels is up higher, if the rails are up higher than the bottom row, then you'll start to see the lip of the solar panel, and it just looks ugly, and it becomes hard to fix. And so a lot of this solar work starts to go pretty quick, but it's just fields of panels, and you're putting them on the rack. here they're doing some pre-assembly. Not all solar companies do pre-assembly like this. Sometimes it can be helpful. And so they're doing some staging of solar panels. I don't know if y'all got to the video or not where you're covering module cable clips, but often you'll take these solar panels and particularly on rooftop systems, you'll clip the cable to the module frame before you install the module frame, where it's going to go. And so the only danger is when you're setting modules up, on their end like that, whether you're leaning them up against a wall, or in this case a custom built rack, is wind can come over and push these solar panels over and onto the ground. And if these panels fall over and smack the ground, sometimes, but not always, but sometimes they can shatter. So if you're staging panels like this by leaning them up against the wall so you can do some pre-cable management or something like that, just be aware of the wind and don't do it don't do it if it's likely that gusts of wind are going to come over and blow the modules over. If it's a calm day, no worries. But if it's a windy day, just be aware that you can't just leave the solar panels leaning up against the wall. And so this might be a covered parking lot where you would either have to be working up on an elevated surface to do this work, or you could do it on the ground and you have someone experienced in lift equipment putting these sections up and then bolting them down onto the rail. So here they're bolting the modules onto the rail pieces, and I guess they've determined that that's easier than working underneath the array or up on a ladder to do this kind of work. So let's keep going with our project review. And so here is a Bobcat operator. That is a very common job. If you know how to operate a Bobcat, that is something that gets you a job on a utility scale site. No problem. And so, here, how to do this kind of pre-assembly is stuff that's you're not going to make the judgment call on it. And that's kind of cool. What they've done here is they've put spacers in their sections so that once they get this thing bolted onto these holes, they can back out and then pick up the next section and take it over. And so now they're bolting the arrays together. They're a team. They know which section that they're supposed to be working on, so that a handful of people can do a lot of repetitive work well. Sometimes that means you have to be the guy who's just waiting for your particular task, but you have to be on the ball when it's time for that. And so here, look, like they're pulling those beams out, but those beams, when they kind of crash down and fall back on the array, they're hitting the module frames, not the glass. And so I suspect that this is the kind of work that y'all are going to be doing, is the racking assembly and the module assembly. And a lot of it is just, bolting a whole bunch of bolts together. And it's not particularly arduous, but, you need to be able to bend down, kneel down. These cables are already clipped up. So trenching work. Someone has come through with an excavator and dug out this trench. On big utility scale projects, you use an excavator because you got a whole bunch of conduit bank going down through here. On a commercial or residential project, you might just use a trencher, which is like a saw for the earth. You might walk behind it. You might not sit in it. And then we got others shoring up the trenches, doing some shoveling work. This one's a nice one. We got a huge team working together to pick up panels and load them. So let me explain what's going on here. We got one team taking solar panels off of the box, and notice there's two people here picking up the panels and walking them over. So sometimes when you're on a commercial roof, this is the same company, sometimes a crew, you might be picking up the modules on your own and walking them over and put them in place. But if you have the people on site, it's better. It's really nice to have two people picking up these panels off of the top of the pallet, particularly, when you're just unboxing the pallet. These panels are so tall that, the only way to avoid sliding the modules off the pallet is to have two people pick them up. Then we got other guys here that are staging the panel. And so what they're doing here is maybe putting some clips onto the panel that then go and hang on to and get bolted to this racking system. And they have a template going where they have the positions of where these clips are already marked, so that it makes it easy for the worker just to line up, where the clip needs to be every single time. So now they've gotten a little bit of a assembly line going. Two workers are putting these module clips onto the array. And whatever they're doing, they have their positions marked on the workstation. It looks like to me that they're drilling holes through the module frame maybe this particular system required custom module holes. So on a residential system, you got clips. On a residential system, you got clips that secure the tops of the module frames to the rail. But you can see on a utility ground mount system, you're actually working underneath it, or you might have a ladder, and the ladder is kind of following the install. And so instead of using clips on the top of the panels, you might be using nuts and bolts that go onto the bottoms of the panels. You know, they're wearing their hard hats and safety glasses because there's stuff overhead, and then obviously, you know, there's stuff flying around, and they can do other things. I can tell this guy. Look, this is kind of interesting. So look at all their PPE. You know, you got guys wearing yellow reflective shirts, and that can work too. And they got people in new, you know, construction hats. You know, this guy has his safety jacket on, and this is not just a, you know, I'm doing yard work at the side of the road, you know, the cheapest safety jacket. You know, we got vertical stripes on the shoulders. We got horizontal stripes. This is a good quality safety jacket. I used to work for this company, Fluor. You know, he has his Fluor bought him this safety jacket, and he kept it because it's a really good one. And he has a really comfortable hard hat with a good back adjustment on it. And you can see his project stickers too. You know, this guy is probably the kind of design behind the scenes designer for it. You can see they've run their home run cables down the rows, and so sometimes these cables will transition into the ground. It looks like their inverters are at the ends of the arrays, and so the home run cables are connecting the circuits that are going all throughout the arrays, and that cable is running down and then landing on the inverter at the back of it. And you can see how muddy the job site is. That's very common on these. They raise the ground, get rid of all the vegetation, and then it becomes very muddy when it rains. So you need to have, you know, rather than start with steel-toed sandals, you know, start with steel-toed boots, because you're going to be doing utility scale stuff. So everyone is kind of working as a assembly line on a team. So I've installed this racking system before. What you can see is the racking now doesn't have any rail, and so the position of all this stuff is all kind of helter-skelter. It's you know, when you're doing a racking like this, you might have chalk lines popped, although even that becomes hard because you can see in this area it's been raining, and so the surface of this roof is wet, and you can't really pop a chalk line. But it looks like they've already popped their chalk line, and it looks like it's being maintained pretty well. So this is a flat commercial rooftop instead of on the ground, so they're not wearing their hard hats and not necessarily needing safety glasses either, because there aren't these like big, you know, pieces of metal, you know, right in front of your face that could hit your head or they could hit your eye. So sometimes the commercial solar projects are a little bit more fun. You know, it is kind of fun to be up on top of a roof, particularly on a nice day or in a good climate. So the way that this racking system works here is there are clips that the modules are fitting into. You know, this little bracket right here and this little bracket right here contain the module frames that go from row to row, and the concrete blocks will then get placed in the trays a little bit after the fact. They're not using slip sheets. And the reason they're not using slip sheets is their developer probably didn't pay for the slip sheets. So they might regret that down the site owner might regret that down the road. Let's see. You don't see like loose black cable falling down from these modules because they've already clipped the cable along the module frame. Typically what you'll do is you'll figure out, you know, where the row-to-row cable is going to snap together, and you'll just clip the MC4 connector right at that point, so you can just reach under the array and connect it to the next one. The best practice in that circumstance is to have a little bit longer of a tail, not to have your MC4 connector make the module-to-module connection right between the two panels, but to shelter the MC4 connection underneath one of the two panels so it doesn't get rained on year in and year out. Come on. No, I haven't. Yeah, we talked about that. I don't really know. Sean was saying it can be pretty high. Let's see. Yeah, I think this one was a pretty good one too. So here they're working a night shift, and that might be because it's the summertime. Oh, that was horrible. All right, let me get back into it. Actually, it's time for our break, so that's happy. I'm gonna watch a few more of these videos and after the break, but right now it's 3 o'clock. Let's take a 30-minute break. We'll be back at 1/2 and close out the kind of construction conversations and take our quiz and move on with the rest of the day. So 3 o'clock, half an hour break. We'll be back at 3:30, and we'll see you then. The red vector class went well. We're going to get started again in about a minute. Okay, welcome back. I think y'all are doing pretty good on participation so far. I don't think I need to tell you to do anything special. Y'all are doing a pretty good job with that. Let me make sure I'm back in the day 4 classroom. There we go. So I think it's pretty fun to try and figure out what the electrical system is going with. You know, when I got into the industry, I was like, all right, I'm going to learn everything about solar. And then I'm going to learn what's going on in a home service panel. And then you get out to these substations and distribution stations, and you're like, what the hell is going on there? You know, it all comes down to a volt times an amp equals a watt. And what's always confused me is like, why are power lines so thin? You know, when I'm pulling electrical cable and I'm doing heavy, heavy commercial or industrial systems, you're pulling, cable that's as thick as your fingers or your thumb even. I mean, really thick cable. So why are, power lines that are supplying everything, okay, a power line, you get up close to it and you look at it and, okay, maybe it's thicker than what you're installing on a commercial business or for an electric service, but it's like, my goodness, how am I dealing with such thick cable on site? And then you go and look at these power lines, and while there's a lot of stuff going on, it's like the actual power line is not that big. It all comes down to a volt times an amp is a watt. These power line cables, sometimes they're just bare cable. They don't have any cable jacket because the voltage is, they're just free air. And so they don't need if they had a cable jacket on it, they would need a very robust, very thick cable jacket to be able to contain all that electricity without the jacket, exploding off. Some of these cables in these substations are just bare. They just don't have any additional protection. You have to be careful when you're inside these things. But ultimately, a volt times an amp is a watt, and our electric services for homes and businesses range from 240 volts to maybe 480 volts. The power lines in your substations are more like at 20,000 volts instead of 20,000 kilovolts. Instead of 500 volts. And so you're looking at, if you're increasing your voltage, the amperage can stay the same. You could, if you increase your voltage by 50-fold, you can put 50 times, as long as that cable is rated for that voltage, you can put 50 times as much power at the same amperage simply by increasing your voltage. So, these are very high power substations, and that's because they're dealing with incredibly high voltages. Power lines, transmission lines get into the tens of thousands of volts. even 100,000 volts. Whatever this guy is inside a substation, it's the same thing as a little breaker on your electric service panel. It's just now you're dealing with breakers for the whole community, not just breakers for your lamp or light bulb. So, things just get bigger and more expensive. Generally, increasing your amperage is going to be more expensive than increasing your voltage. The voltage is like, the thickness of the skin of a water balloon, whereas amperage is more related to the cross-sectional area of the metal that the electricity flows through. And so, when you double your amperage, you're doubling the amount of metal that you need to run the thing. Whereas when you're doubling your voltage, you might just have a little bit thicker of a cable jacket. So amperage is way more expensive than voltage is. When you're dealing with a 400 amp electric service panel instead of a 200 amp electric service panel, it will cost at least twice as much, and maybe more because it's not as common. This is inside an electric service panel without the breakers. So normally these things have breakers on them, but the breakers kind of, for the most part, they kind of snap on to these teeth sections. And if they take up 2 slots instead of 1, they're actually connecting to both sides of the panel. Now this is 120 volts, that's 120 volts. Your 240 volt devices use both sides of the panel, even though the breaker's only on one side because they tie into both parts. This piece of metal here is called a bus bar. I don't know why it's called a bus bar, but that's what it's called. A big stick of metal is a bus bar versus a cable or a conduit. So the breakers kind of snap on in here. When you go into electrician training, you're really concerned about grounding and bonding. But what you might be aware of is a ground. And then there's also a term called a neutral. And both the ground and the neutral should be at the same voltage, at a 0 volt potential. But the way electricity and all of our safety functions work is by controlling where the neutral is connected to ground. When you get power lines that are off on their own, connected to ground somewhere where they're not supposed to be, that's probably because a power line is feeding electricity to where it's not supposed to be. So sometimes in your electric service panels, you are going to connect the neutral directly to the ground. Sometimes you don't. Just like there's one sewer line out from your home to the sewer, there's one connection of the neutral to the ground. I don't really want you to know what a neutral does as different from a ground. The very important thing in a building facility is that there's just one connection from neutral to ground. What that means, don't worry about. We're not going to ask it on a quiz, but down the road, you'll be studying up on other things, and you'll have to learn grounding and bonding and when neutrals are connected to grounds and not. And the key takeaway is there should be one point where all of the not the grounding system so that all the metal on the project is connected to earth, but the actual pathway of that voltage going from high voltage all the way down to no voltage. It's that the pathway that the ground system is really there as like a safety net. Like if the electricity ends up faulting into your building, instead of going where it's supposed to go, we want that electricity to hit the ground as quickly as it can and not stay around. And so we ground everything, and in case there's an accident, that electric fault gets contained to wherever it's at. You know, the problem when it's not contained is not only do you get a fire over here, but you get a fire over there too. You know, if there's an electrical problem, we want it to stay where it's at and not occur, you know, everywhere within the system. And so there's a grounding system, but there's also just the natural pathway the electricity is supposed to flow from its supply through the load and down to a low voltage potential. That's what the neutral is for. You know, the thing that is, you got 3 prongs in your power outlets, and one is a ground, and the electricity never touches it unless there's a fault going on. And the ground is there as like the free safety to help you contain the fault. But then you got 2 little prongs in your power plug, and one has 120 volts and the other has 0 volts. And the 0 volt side is the neutral. The 0 volt side, the neutral side is the drain for regular normal electricity. If you only had a 120 volt in your power plug and you didn't have the other side of it, you would be like a bird sitting on top of the power lines. You know, you're at high voltage, but nothing's happening because there's nowhere for the electricity to grow. You know, the 2 prongs on your power plug, one's the input, the other's the output. You know, the neutral side is the output. The neutral side's connected to ground. The neutral side is 0 volts so that you have a voltage potential so the electrons can flow. But how that neutral gets its 0 voltage is that there's one connection of the neutral to ground to the entire system. And so sometimes in these service panels, you get a ground side and a neutral side, and it's all connected together because that is where the neutral is connected to ground. And other times you have service panels where, you know, they're not connected together because the neutral is connected to ground, you know, further down the line or up the line. Let's talk about some weather protection. There's different NEMA ratings for weather protection. You know, the important thing for you to remember is either there's a NEMA 1, which is for indoor use, and then there's either NEMA 3R, which is what's typical, or there's NEMA 4. And both NEMA 3R and NEMA 4 are outdoor rated devices. You know, the difference between NEMA 3R and NEMA 4 is that a NEMA 3R device could go outside and be like properly installed and work. A NEMA 4 device is a little bit more robust. It's in a little bit more of a bubble. So NEMA 3R, it's an outdoor rated device, and it can extend rain, and it can withstand dust and outdoor elements. But NEMA 4 is more waterproof. You know, you can spray it with water and it'll be all right. A sprinkler system can spray it and it'll be all right. It can be installed in a dusty environment, it'll be all right. NEMA 4 is a little bit better protected than NEMA 3R. Most things that are outside are NEMA 3R. And what that means is that you can have a device that's rated, electrical device that's rated for outdoor use, and it can get rained on, but that doesn't mean it can sit in a puddle. You know, rain is supposed to come from the sky. Puddles come from the ground. You know, a NEMA 3R device can withstand vertical rain. a sprinkler or a hose or a puddle that splashes up from underneath is a little bit different kind of environment. An incredibly dusty environment is a little bit different than just dust in the air. 3R is standard, 4 is a little bit better. 1 is for indoor use, and you rarely get into this other stuff. I think what is most important about weather conditions of these electronics is to recognize that even though a device is rated for weatherproof, to withstand the rain, to withstand the elements, a solar panel is designed to go outside. It's designed to take wind and hail and all that. But the connectors that come off the back of a solar panel, with their little metal prongs inside, if you put it's an outdoor rated device, it's a weatherproof or weather resistant device once it's installed. If it's not installed and you have your connectors sitting in a puddle, you got exposed metal here that could be getting into water and completing a short circuit and energizing this puddle and then faulting to ground. And if your solar array is sitting in a puddle and your metal rack is not connected to ground, the energy from that rack could stay up in the rack until it becomes a ground path. You could be the ground path in that situation. I remember on an early project, utility scale, we bought all of our equipment and we set it out in the field, and then the racking contractor came out and through some reasons that were their fault, some reasons that were our fault as a project, the racking company ran into some problems. Without getting in, these weren't major problems, but they caused delays. And in the meantime, our solar material was sitting out in the field, in the box that they came in, wrapped up with plastic. But it's not like that was a weatherproof box. And so you could think, well, these solar optimizers, these microinverters, the inverters themselves, the solar panels, they're designed to be out in the rain. They're only weatherproof once all of these connectors are plugged up. Until then, until the connectors are plugged up to each other, there's holes in the system that water can get into. And what happened with some of our inverters is, they sat in a field for a month while we waited for this racking company to get their game plan together. And even though the inverters were still in their box, and even though they were wrapped in plastic, and even though they had plastic inside, enough moisture was able to make its way into the inverter to mess up some of the inverter electronics. So when your optimizers are sitting up on top of a rail and it looks like there's a windstorm or a rainstorm coming, you gotta plug the solar panels into each other. You gotta plug the optimizers into each other, even if that means plugging it into itself and then unplugging it later when you're actually ready to do the wiring. So these electronics, even though they're designed to go outside, they don't get their weatherproofing until they're properly installed. Hold on, where's my graphics? Huh. All right, so I'm gonna Doesn't seem my pictures made the transfer, so I'm going to pull up a different presentation real quick to cover some of these slides. Some of these slides right now are coming from the 60-hour solar professionalism class, where we like go into detail of various field issues. Come on. Just bear with me a moment. I actually haven't taught this class all the way through. Y'all are first to see it. This is something that bit me on a project. Not all the components that you find at Home Depot are listed or suitable for everything that you need to do in the solar industry. There are parts that become kind of special order parts. And so these are electrical fittings for conduit. This one is called a connector. This one's called a coupler. And the main difference, the coupler joins two pieces of conduit. You know, a connector connects a piece of conduit to a box. This is like a middle joint, and that's kind of the end that goes into a box. Well, you know, it turns out that the connectors and couplers for standard metal EMT conduit that you get at Home Depot are not rain tight. You know, these are connectors and fittings that electricians are using all the time inside. And often when you're doing electrical work outside, you're using more robust materials that have rain-tight fittings, but that's not really true in solar. You might use a more robust, this is EMT metal conduit. There's also a more robust conduit called rigid conduit. There's even a conduit in between the two called intermediary conduit. But you know, basically EMT conduit you can bend with a conduit bender, and rigid conduit you cannot. It's rigid. It's really super strong. So a lot of the rigid connectors and rigid couplers, you know, that rigid pipe is too thick for the weaker EMT conduit. So you don't use these connectors at all when you're doing rigid. Rigid is stuff that you might be putting inside concrete. The connectors for rigid that are encased in concrete are also good for weatherproofing. On solar, we're not putting stuff in concrete. Often we're not putting stuff where it could be hit by a car. We're just putting metal conduit outside up on a rooftop, and you're using just the weaker, cheaper, and good enough EMT conduit. Well, there's EMT conduit fittings that are rated for wet environments. You know, solar cable and other kinds of cables are rated for wet environments, and not all electricians' cable is rated for wet environments. Similarly, not all the nuts and bolts that you can just pull off the shelf at a hardware store are rated for the environment that you're in. So, you know, all of these electrical components have different names and different types and different modifiers to say, you know, this is a conduit for EMT. This is a coupling for EMT conduit. This is a coupling for EMT conduit if you want it to be rain tight. And the difference is they have more little stuff inside. And so that, yeah, it got me on a project because I was not aware of rain tight, you know, conduits and couplings. I guess the guy who brought me into the industry was of the opinion that solar cable can be rated to be outside of conduit, and so if we're putting it inside of conduit, it doesn't matter if it's rain tight or not. And he never went and used the rain tight connections. And while that would not be the code compliant way to do things, from a old industry salty dog pro, he knew that's not where you really have problems. Well, then it resulted in me not knowing that there were such a thing as a rain tight rating for EMT conduit connectors. And then I'm doing a bunch of internal conduit runs, so I'm not even out in the rain. I get to a project, the project specifies EMT conduit, and that's it. And so we get out and start installing, and then realize we have to be using the, no coincidence here, more expensive rain tight fittings that you have to get at, that you can only find at an electrical supply house, and they're not necessarily off the shelf items. And so what I'm trying to say here is, like, every electrical device that's listed is listed for an intended use, and that's weather conditions, and that's temperature ratings. And ultimately, when you're picking out this stuff, you got to make sure that what you're using it for. Solar is an extreme environment. It's high temperature, it's wet, and it's also exposed to sun. And so you need to make sure that someone needs to make sure that that is all being properly followed. So here's some rain tight conduits. This is called a grounding bushing. Your metal boxes and your metal conduit, just because you have a metal on metal touch point does not mean that it's grounded. These boxes have anti-corrosive coatings that coat the surface of them. And that anti-corrosion coating also reduces their conductivity. And so just because you have metal touching metal does not mean you have enough, I guess it's the opposite of resistance, enough continuity for grounding to be effective. And there's certain rules. Sometimes you can just land metal into a box, but if it's galvanized metal or rigid metal, maybe it has a protective coating that doesn't allow it to make that ground path. So these are called grounding bushings, and they have a little ground lug on them to make sure that this endpoint is grounded. We talked about cable glands. Don't forget that this little seal inside the cable gland is to pinch the cables and provide strain relief. It's weird, you might say, well, you need to have strain relief. This is also a strain relief. This is also a strain relief. But this is a kind of strain relief as well. And so these are a form of conduit body called, in their broad category as they're called LBs. But there's actually different kinds of LBs. There's the the conduit goes in one side and comes out the back, but what if you want that conduit to come out the side or then come out the other side? This conduit body is actually called a T connection, and that makes sense. It looks like a T. This is an LB, and then you have like a LL and a LR, depending on if the cable comes in and goes off to the left or instead goes off to the right. So these are all different. They all have their nomenclature, and the nomenclature means stuff, but if you don't know what they are to begin with, it becomes hard to pick up on. There's outdoor rated, indoor rated. Some of this stuff I did not want to cover. Let's go over some roofing vocabulary. It's always good to be able to talk about what these roofing things mean. There's nail plates, which are these metal plates that go into the rafter. Sometimes right where the rafter meets the cord or joist. You got hurricane clips, which are additional metal pieces. This is a truss. These things, we were calling them purlins earlier. They're also called battens. What's that? The side of the building's called fascia. Not incredibly important stuff. Plastic, a black rubber roof is called a EPDM roof. We said there's two types of white roofs. There's a TPO membrane roof and then a PVC rooftop. Okay, so we just saw a video using this racking system. And so the way that we actually built this thing in the field is it came with a box of clips and a box of bolts, and then one person's job is to, make, dozens and dozens and dozens of just hammering down these clips onto the top of these trays, and then, you go put them out and put the solar modules into these clips and then tighten the bolt down into it. So these are called ballast pans. Ballasting is not penetrating the roof. Ballasting is just using the weight of the array to hold the array in place. And so ballast pans are used for the concrete that helps it do that. Let's see. I need to mute someone. Ricky. You're going to get muted. Even the things like how the concrete blocks stack in the ballast pans are governed by a manufacturer-driven process that would be in the manufacturer installation manual. So if you're out on a project and you're building a utility scale ground mount, and you know which racking manufacturer made the rack, they have a manual on their website to tell you how to install what you're installing. So hopefully, the foreman, maybe the crew leader, has copies of those things, but nothing's preventing you from finding the racking manufacturer's name and looking them up online and figuring and reading through this stuff. Here's a pad that goes underneath these trays that takes the place of a slip sheet. Even things like the concrete blocks are governed by, if you have 1 block versus 2 blocks versus 3 blocks versus 4 blocks, how you stack the concrete in the ballast pan, there's guidance for that. Because if you stack the blocks too tall, if you just stack them on top of each other, then they could shade the solar array. On top of that, blocks, over time, these concrete blocks might begin to crumble. So if you stack them the wrong way, then they could fail and crumble out of the ballast pan and stop doing their job. And then furthermore, just how they interact with the ballast pan, stacking them in the wrong way could cause them to tilt and start biting into the roof surface. So there's a number of reasons, and I don't think one is more correct. It's more of a all of the above kind of solution. on even stacking the blocks in the ballast pans might be the right configuration of how to sneak the concrete into the ballast pan after the fact, after the solar modules are already installed. You might have to start by sliding some blocks underneath and then putting a block behind and another block on top. One kind of finer note is that these solar panels have the wires coming out the back of them. So you're normally just putting the solar panels all uniform in the same way and wiring positive, negative, positive, negative. The industry's thrown us for a little bit of a loop. They say that junction box that the wires come out of is a failure point. And so at the very end, if the commercial roofing systems are going all the way up to like the 6 feet to the edge of the rooftop, the very last solar panel on the row, if all the solar panels are facing that way and the junction boxes on the inside, the junction boxes on the edge rows have to face inside. And so not every single wiring technique in the array can be uniform. What we'll try and do with our projects is have either everything be the same direction, or they kind of snake. This circuit goes this way and then it hops over and then it starts going that way and then it hops over and it starts going that way. Which is fine if all the modules face this way and then all the modules face that way and then all the modules face this way. But the requirement for the junction boxes on the edges of the array to face inward throws that pattern kind of offline. And the reason why it's like that is they don't want, the underside of a solar panel is not waterproof. So they don't want rain coming in the sides of the array and then getting up under that junction box. They want the junction box to be better protected towards the interior of the array. Now that's something that not everyone knows, and maybe if you know that, they can sometimes the directions that the orientation of the solar module, whether the junction box inside the array is on this side or that side, that's something that the foreman is making a decision on. And so if he just has all the modules facing this way, and then on the next row all the modules facing that way, and then on the next row all the modules facing this way, that's very logical. It's very understandable on why you would do that. But the edge conditions to maintain the fire code ratings are a little bit different. It's not just rain, it's also burning debris. If forest fires come and get stuck underneath the array, you don't want them burning up right around where the electricity is coming out of the solar module. If the junction box is located right here and burning embers fall out of the sky, that can cause a fire a little bit more quickly if it's located right at the junction box. So likewise, when you're putting solar panels on a rooftop, you're like, well, can the junction box go at the top? So we have our solar rail. And so does the junction box go at the top or does it go at the bottom? Well, if it goes at the bottom, then you can get leaves and debris accumulating and getting stuck at the bottom much more likely than at the top. And so, if you have your junction box where there's leaves or debris accumulating, that can be a fire hazard. So, following the manufacturer's recommended installation instructions prevents you from making mistakes. And certainly foremen and supervisors are reading this stuff ahead of the project. we'll actually get maps, and they don't look like this. It'll look like this, but they'll be like 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1, and then maybe on the next row 4 3 4. Depending on it, it might be 3 2 3. You get maps that determine how many concrete blocks go in which pan. And generally speaking, you have a little bit of lighter weight around the edges, because the edges are subject to more wind load, and they don't want a whole bunch of mass and momentum shaking up and down at that edge condition. They're gonna wait slightly inside the array to provide that ballasted weight to keep the array in place. And then sometimes on particularly large sections, you'll have a lightweight exterior and a heavier, just inside the exterior, and then the very interior section might not have much, if any, concrete at all, because there's less wind loading on the inside of the array than there are at the edges. Grounding, most nowadays the racking systems are listed for grounding. When you are pounding this clip down onto this rail, it's scratching up the inside of here, and you actually, for grounding, you do often scratch the metal, because the metal otherwise has a protective weathered anodized coating on it. And so the way that the grounding clips work is they have little teeth on them that when you tighten them down, they actually bite into the metal and leave behind little scratch marks. We had a solar project at the base of a wind farm, and we had very high, almost tornadic wind conditions, and it picked a module up out of the rack, ripped it out of the rack, and then the cables that were plugged into yanked it back down, and it slammed the module back down. So I got up on the rooftop. I was actually initially really pissed off because I thought that the client was doing maintenance work on the array without involving me. It's like, why are you calling me out to fix this problem if you've already been trying to fix it yourself and not been able to? That's something I would have liked to know, rather than just discovered this solar panel laying out by itself. Well, no, the wind picked it up and ripped it out of the array. So it became an issue of like, well, why did that happen? And we were able to go back and look at the module frame, and we did not see dimples in the module frame for the clips that when you mount down the clip, it leaves behind an impression. And so what we determined is that whoever was installing that panel, and it was ultimately my responsibility because it was my crew, that crew had skipped over 2 clips out of 4, and the panels were not strong enough to withstand that high wind, and one of the panels tried to fly because of that. And so you get ground lugs. So inside the solar array, the clips that connect to the solar modules actually form a ground path. So all of these subarrays on the inside are grounded together. So all you need to do is run a ground wire to each subarray section. Just one ground wire is enough to ground that whole array section. And these are ground lugs that here's a little star washer. The goal of that star washer is to scratch up the inside of this hole so that when the ground lug is bolted to it, it is not interfered with by the environmental coating of the rack, that it goes through it and bites into the metal, and then you run your copper wire and land onto the ground lug. We saw how to make these flashing things, and so they're saying, okay, well, if you don't want to use concrete blocks, put in one of those roofing anchors and then put a piece of unistrut across the pan and bolt down to the roofing anchor. And honestly, that could go a lot faster than, having concrete blocks delivered to site, breaking out the concrete blocks into pallets that can be lifted by the lift equipment, lifting up to the roof, breaking off the concrete blocks into stacks that can be safely set onto the roof, and then picking out of those stacks and going and laying them in these patterns in the ballast pans. By the time you add all that up, you say, why am I adding weight to the rooftop for no reason when I can just drill into the roof deck, flash it, and then bolt it down to the racking system? It can be faster and more cost effective and safer to get rid of the concrete. And that's something I talk about to the architect and engineers all the time, because it's lazier to use the concrete. You don't have to worry about holes in the roof or anything like that, so you don't need to take it off the table and bid on the project. But it doesn't mean it's the best way to do it. So it's just when you're not using rail, when there's no rail that you square, when it's just these trays or these pans, you gotta make sure that your trays and your pans are in the right location, and the whole array just gets a little more wobbly. So they're trying to show you that you might need to make some adjustments to how these pans are oriented if your racking is getting all out of sorts. In electrical jargon, we got metal conduit. I use this MC cable inside a home with my DC wiring, because DC wiring inside a home needs to be in metal. The problem with this metal conduit by itself is this little spiral is not watertight. And so if you're using it outside, you might specify this is, without it, it's called metal flex conduit or MC conduit or metal conduit, or really it's called FMC officially, flexible metal conduit. And then if it has this plastic coating on top of it, it's called liquid tight flexible metal conduit. What the N stands for is liquid tight flexible non-metal conduit, where it just might be a piece of plastic flexible conduit without the metal inside of it. So you go and you look at your hardware store, they'll have sections for EMT couplings and fittings, and then for flexible metal conduit and fittings, and they'll pretty much they have couplings and fittings for all these different kinds of conduit that are used in various different environmental conditions. IMC is the intermediate conduit. It's a little bit thicker than just EMT conduit. EMT stands for electrical metal tubing. We're not creative types in the engineering world. Some other examples of wireways. Sometimes on utility scale projects, they'll instead of putting the cable in the ground, they'll just run it in the air. I like that. I think that's smart. So here's this project on the left doesn't look particularly pretty, but one thing that I really like about what they do is they've put a walkway, on top of the project, because if you're walking along this metal and you step on it, like we just talked about earlier, it could dimple. Here's some tray cable. It has a protective covering to prevent, accidental contact. These gaps in the middle will let you strap the cables. You get cables running up and down, this stuff. And this gives you places to strap and secure the cable in place. It also gives an ability for water to drip out of the box. Sometimes on a box that's waterproof, you might actually drill a hole in it on the underside of it to let water drip out of it if it does get in. Water can get in through condensation, not just through rain. Solar shingles look all right. The real problem with solar shingles is the wiring goes like down into the attic for every single shingle, and it becomes just way too expensive to install, given that each shingle is like a tenth the size of a solar panel. Here they're putting solar panels directly into the facade of a building, but they're not translucent panels, so they're taking up space where windows would be. I'll leave that to the architects and engineers. Since we're here, let's keep going through these slides. I think that you can be a little creative sometimes with solar. I think solar as sculpture is not something that anyone's doing right now, but putting vertical solar along the side of the building is not impossible. This project has very cleverly concealed its cable tray into the facade of the building, so it looks all right. I don't think it looks great. I really like how this looks, though. I think that adds to the appeal of the building. Well, sometimes you can find a career in this industry by just doing stuff that others aren't and being very good at that. You don't necessarily have to do cost-effective solar. Sometimes solar is a statement piece. I don't think we talked about this yesterday. Trenching. The most important thing to know, other than call before you dig, call before you dig is usually a free service. The power companies have underground power lines. They will come out and spray paint the ground around your job site to tell you where those services are. And then it says when you're digging, even though the lines are marked out, you need to dig carefully. There is a, let's see, we're here, let's talk about it. Trench safety. Trenches that are 5 feet are deeper require a protective system to make sure that the trench doesn't cave in. So often trenches are not 5 feet deep because of that. Accessing a trench basically 4 feet is the magic height number when OSHA starts to get concerned about height. So if the trench is more than 4 feet deep, then you'll need ladders or ramps or steps to get in and out of the trench for it to be safe. I guess I didn't put this in the slide, but this is a quiz question. When you are trenching and you're done with the trench, you put in, well, you get another great artwork. So here's our trench that we've cut into the ground, and we might be taking a spool of direct burial cable and just feeding it directly down in the trench and directly burying it without any conduit at all. I love doing that. I love direct burial cable. Utilities do it all the time. Just putting, you don't need to do any conduit pulling when you're using direct burial cable, and it's cheaper. So it's wonderful. But you only do direct burial when you're putting cable in areas where you're not going to have like cars and heavy construction equipment drive across the top of it. When you're done with your trench and you put your conduit down inside the trench and your cables down inside the trench, what you're supposed to do is push some of the dirt back into the trench and backfill it some, but not completely. So you cover up the cables with dirt, but not completely. And then you go in and you put right above it a warning tape. Because later, someone's going to come in with a trencher, which looks like a big giant chainsaw for the ground. And it's going to be cutting into the ground for forming their own trench. And the idea is that they hit the warning tape before they hit whatever's underneath. So if you're digging or trenching and this like piece of long tape comes out of the ground, you need to stop. And then whatever you do around that area, you need to use like very gently use hand tools or even hand dig around that area before you use hand tools to like, you don't want to jab a shovel down in there and you're like, oh, I think something's down there, let me jab it with this shovel to check. That's not the way to do it. Hand dig it out to see if there's conduit or direct burial cable down there, because your shovel could go through some power lines. I think that was it for this. We talked about roofing nails earlier. There are different fasteners for different kinds of material. There's different things for all different kinds of material. There's screws that are for concrete and masonry. Generally you'll start with a drill bit and to drill out a little pilot hole, and then this thing will just bite into it after that. There's anchor points that you put in concrete to give you something to kind of screw into. So, you can drill out concrete, or when you pour the concrete, you can put in these, you can drill out the hole and drop in the anchor. I think that's usually the easiest way to do it. Or get a concrete guy to come in and he'll make a little template for your screws so that you can pour around them and your screws stay in the same spot where they're supposed to be. So you can have copper wire or you can have aluminum wire. And aluminum wire is 1/5 the price of copper wire. And so particularly when your cable sizes start to get very, very big, it's not uncommon to switch into aluminum. Now, aluminum expands and contracts a lot more than copper. back in the 30s and 40s, some homes were wired with aluminum wiring instead of copper wiring because it was so much cheaper. And then 30 years later, those homes start to catch on fire because the aluminum wires start to expand and contract and expand and contract and work their way out of their terminals. So aluminum wiring in the home is a safety hazard. But if you're talking about one or two big giant aluminum wires coming into the home for electrical power service, that's not the same as these fine aluminum strands. They're taking that aluminum and giving it some flex inside the box and landing it on a lug and bolting it down real strong, and you can a couple of places you can visually inspect it. It's often worth the cost to use, not worth the cost to use copper. Aluminum degrades more than copper, so when you're using aluminum, they have this antioxidant coating. You take a wire brush and you kind of just work it into and around that aluminum wiring before you land it on the terminal to help it not corrode. I think that is... Here's some expansion of expansion joints for conduit that can kind of move in and out for really long conduit lines or have a little bit of flexibility. All right. Oh, gee. Well, we will have to pick up with some construction videos tomorrow because it is 4:30, and that means it is time for the quiz. So let me make sure I call it day 4 quiz so no one gets confused. So I'm about to send out the quiz into the discussion. If anyone has any questions, now's a good time to ask them. There we go. So go ahead and take the quiz. When you're done with the quiz, you're done for the day. So don't forget to say goodbye or something, and try to remember to disconnect from the chat, from the sign-in feed. Go to your click the little disconnect telephone button to disconnect your voice. I know most people have their microphones muted, but otherwise I'll just disconnect you in a few minutes. So go ahead and take the quiz, and then we'll be done with class for the day. We'll see you back here tomorrow, 8 a.m. Talk a little bit more about construction and start approaching the end of class. I think we was talking with Tony. It's a 40-hour program. We haven't done a full 40 hours this week. I think what we'll do is try and schedule next week as like on your own time, or have a couple of different times when you can log in for the remaining hours, because I know it's a time commitment to have a week of just training. And we'll be able to do makeup sessions if you didn't get here every day. So I'm going to turn off the So I'm going to disconnect the